Warning, this program is entirely fictional and made by a sole Canadian man. All characters and events in the show, including the host, even those that are based on real people, are entirely fictional. The following program contains mature subject matter. Viewer discretion is advised.
This is Weasel News. Today's headlines: everything is terrible and probably getting worse. Scientists say we might still have a chance if we hope really hard. Crowd of weirdos gathered in Middle Park awaiting the chosen one. And it could be living under your bed and slowly siphoning off your bodily fluids while you sleep. Find out what it is tonight at 11. Welcome back to our marathon of GTA biographies with me, your host, Guinness Walker. Last time we took a look at some of the nation's most notorious criminals, but whose stories were often tinged with the slightest glimmer of good intentions. Good people gone bad. But tonight is perhaps a bit different. Tonight, we take you on a similar journey of dastardly deeds and criminal mischief, but this time our subjects will be far less sympathetic. While the death tolls for tonight's subjects may pale in comparison to the far more extensively documented individuals from Season 1, make no mistake, these men and one very psychotic woman are among the most dangerous, careless, greedy, and outright evil people to ever walk the streets of this fine nation. Let's peel back the curtain, America, and see how the other, very violent half lives. Our first subject is the first woman we've seen on A Criminal History, but she makes up for her gender's lack of representation by being two full shotgun barrels of psycho. If you thought the silent and ambiguously motivated Reaper Man Claude was a frightening man, just wait until you meet his ex-girlfriend.
America, the land of the free, home of the brave, and the stupid, and the criminally insane. The United States has seen its fair share of gangbangers, mobsters, and psychotics who've roamed our beloved streets, causing untold chaos, destruction, and corruption. Tonight, on the Season 2 premiere of Grand Theft Auto Biographies. Arrogance, greed, and recklessness. These are but some of the characteristics of tonight's subject. We will examine a woman whose tenacity and ambition seemingly knew no bounds. We will witness love.
I think I love you.
Betrayal.
We always got a choice, you dumb bastard.
Destruction. And much more, as we delve deeper into the fragile psyche of a woman who committed enough atrocities across the glorious United States in pursuance of her need to remain in control to rival that of any aspiring assassin or contract killer. Tonight, in our season premiere, we will examine a woman who stood in stark contrast to the man she betrayed and left for dead, always having something to say about misandry, cannibalism, or bank robberies. Catalina. This episode of Grand Theft Auto Biography is brought to you by my incredible supporters on Patreon. If you want to support the channel and get access to all the music used in my shows, as well as early access to episodes and a spot in the credits, visit patreon.com/Guinness Walker. And since I know a lot of you who watch still aren't subscribed, please, if you enjoy this content, consider subscribing. It helps a lot more than you might think. Thank you for watching, and enjoy the show. Very little is known about Catalina's early life. She was likely born in the early 1970s, as by 2001 she appeared to be in her late 20s or possibly early 30s. It can be confirmed that she was related to friend of Carl Johnson, Cesar Villalpando, although whether or not she was born in the United States or shared his last name also remains a mystery. Catalina's parents were likely divorced, as she alludes to having had a stepfather at one point, which may or may not have contributed to her misandrist and overall violent lifestyle and distaste for men in general, due to his own abusive personality. Wherever Catalina lived during her early years is also unknown, but by 1992 she was living in Red County, San Andreas, where she began working with Carl Johnson at the behest of her cousin. She would meet Johnson at the Welcome Pump in Dillamore, where he was quickly introduced to the chaotic violence that she brought with her wherever she went, fighting two men with a knife at a bar who seemingly had done her no wrong.
What the fuck did you want?
Nothing. I'm looking for a friend of mine's cousin,
Come on,
Mexican
bitch.
guy.
Get off
He ain't here.
You? But Cesar said you was a real man.
Crazy.
Lady, I'm a God-fearing, peace-loving man of the people.
Whatever, asshole, let's go!
Damn, relax, baby.
While the two were initially meant to work together strictly for business purposes, in order to help Carl Johnson obtain enough money to help free his incarcerated brother, Catalina would quickly develop a relationship with Johnson and, at least in her own words, a true affection for him, in whatever capacity she was capable of doing so. Together the two would form a true criminal relationship, and begin performing crimes together across the country, following it up with raunchy sex.
I'm so sorry, baby.
What was that?
You so right. Please forgive me, baby. Just don't fucking shoot me, please!
Do you think you're sorry? Huh? How are you going to prove you're sorry?
Come on now, baby. Come on. I'm gonna play with you so rough, baby.
Keep talking!
Yeah. And I'll take you to rob banks and shit.
Oh?
And, you know, I'll let you kill anyone you want to kill.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna treat you right, baby. Shit. Just, come on. Just please don't shoot
Carl!
me.
I think I love you.
Shit, that's great. Cool. Yeah, fantastic. Shit, all that, you wanna go rob some shit, baby?
If you've ever been to Red County, you may have noticed the abundance of rednecks, logger, and flat, empty land. However, if you lived there in 1992, you may have just witnessed the series of robberies which shook the entire county, that were committed by Catalina and her lover for money and pleasure. It isn't strictly clear which order these crimes were committed in, but it is known that Catalina and Carl together robbed a gas station, a bank, an inside betting shop, and a small liquor store, all in the space of just a couple of days. In Dillamore, the two would rob a gas station, with Catalina quickly deciding the real target was the station's unattended gas tanker. The two would flee in the truck, but be pursued by the employees, with an unconventional attachment to their blue-collar jobs, who were willing to put life and limb at risk to try and stop their theft, and were almost certainly killed by the couple as a reward for their loyalty to the corporate overlords. In Palomino Creek, the couple would rob a bank, armed with pump-action shotguns, and even end up killing some of the customers when an alarm is set off, although it is believed that these first murders were committed by Johnson before the two gathered up as much cash as they could and fled the bank, killing every police officer in their path. They would steal a pair of police bikes and flee through the town until eventually Catalina was stopped, forcing Carl to kill several more police officers to save her before the two fled back to their safe house. In Montgomery, the couple would rob a betting shop, and although Catalina would attempt to not kill anyone at first, after an employee presses a panic button, she loses her cool and kills an innocent customer to show she meant business. She would have Carl place satchel charges on the door to the safe room, and then the safe itself, in order to obtain the cash before the two fled the shop, escaping the police and returning to their hideout once again. Finally, in Blueberry, the two would attempt to rob a liquor store, only to find that it was already being robbed by rednecks on ATVs. Catalina would manage to kill one of them as they fled, and the two would then give chase, killing all of the other robbers and robbing them of their payout, after an intense and chaotic fight across the countryside. After each successful robbery together, the relationship between Carl Johnson and Catalina will become strained, with it becoming increasingly evident to Catalina that Carl was primarily interested in money and not in her, which only fueled her misandry and desire, at least vocally, to kill Johnson herself. After several sexual encounters with Carl, including a particularly taboo BDSM session, Catalina would call off their relationship, although in secret she actually wanted Carl to fight for her, furthering her hate for him when he instead seems almost pleased to no longer be bound to her.
Asshole!
Damn, what I do now?
Do all the fucking same, eh? I see it on television, I read it in books, I hear it in music. Do all the same. Fuck this, fuck that. Well, fuck you!
Baby, I'm sorry.
I gave to you as a woman. No! No more! From now on, we just business partners, okay?
Hey, if that's how you want it, but I mean, you breaking my heart.
I'm warning you. I'm in a really bad fucking mood. Today, I kill everybody who fucks with me. Especially you. Move!
Not long after breaking up with Carl, however, Catalina would find a new man in San Fierro street racer Claude, whose own backstory we've explored in the very first episode of GTA Biographies. It seems entirely likely that Catalina's relationship with Claude was based solely on her desire to make Carl jealous, at least at first, which doesn't appear to have worked as Carl never showed much interest in Catalina following their successful robberies. Catalina and Claude would race at least twice against Carl Johnson, with Catalina hoping for Claude's victory in order to emasculate Carl. Unfortunately for Catalina's ego, however, Carl would manage to defeat Claude in the race both times, and in order to avoid giving away Claude's car, Catalina would instead give Carl a pink slip to a garage in Dorothy San Fierro that Claude used to own. On the heels of defeat, Catalina and Claude would flee San Andreas and begin a 9-year crime spree across the United States. Although seemingly dedicated to her new partner in crime, Catalina would continue to make teasing calls to Carl throughout the rest of 1992, though it is unknown if she continued to do so beyond that year. Liberty City. A dirty and deprived city that has served as the backdrop for many criminal stories, including tonight's, with its dark alleys, alluring criminal enterprises, and myriad methods of circumventing capital punishment thanks to the city's long and storied history with crime. By the year 2001, Claude and Catalina would arrive in Liberty City as they continued their crime spree robbing banks across the country. It isn't exactly clear at what point, but sometime during this 9-year period, Catalina met and befriended high-ranking members of the Colombian cartel, including a man named Miguel, who joined the pseudo-Bonnie and Clyde as they attempted to rob the Bank of Liberty. During the robbery, Catalina would decide to betray Claude, deeming him small time, shooting him and leaving him for dead. But instead of dying, Claude is instead captured and arrested, later receiving 10 years prison time for his crimes. Believing Claude to be dead or in prison, Catalina would continue to work with the Colombian cartel, and somehow, through sheer force of will and dangerous ambition, managed to climb her way to the top of the organization in a relatively short amount of time. With her newfound power, Catalina would continue to seek higher highs by expanding the cartel's influence in the city through a new drug called Spank. With Miguel now serving as Catalina's second-in-command, she would begin espionage to try and slow her primary competitors on Portland, in the Leone family, making a deal with a former bartender from Luigi's Sex Club 7, Curly Bob, to learn more about what the Leones were planning. Unbeknownst to Catalina, however, presumably other leadership elements of the cartel had inadvertently freed Claude when they successfully stopped his prison convoy en route to its destination in order to kidnap the old Oriental gentleman who was a business associate of Donald Love, whom the cartel had a long history with. While Catalina was continuing to make moves for her own gain, Claude had been quietly building up a reputation in the city, and was already working for the Leones, in an attempt to get closer to Catalina for revenge. Despite believing herself to be several steps ahead of her ex-boyfriend, not long after meeting with Curly Bob, Claude would kill him, and use information he'd obtained to destroy the cartel's freighters docked in Portland Harbor, which they'd been using to produce their drug, severely crippling their organization's power and grip on Portland. Following the destruction of their freighter, Claude allied himself with many of the cartel's enemies, still trying to get closer to his ex-lover, dealing another major blow when he stokes a gang war between them and the Yakuza by stealing a cartel vehicle and attacking a Yakuza meeting, killing the Wakagashira, Kenji Kassen, and sparking the rage of the new leader, his sister, Asuka Kassen. Catalina, still unaware that her ex was alive and actively working against her, and trying to maintain her new position as leader of the cartel, would continue their war against Donald Love and the Yakuza, sending several soldiers to intercept and steal a mysterious package at the airport for presumably the sole reason of hurting Donald. But once again, Claude would arrive on scene, kill the Colombians, and find a clue leading him to the cartel's new base at the Love Media-owned Fort Staunton construction site, which they'd taken over. Stunned to see that Claude was still alive, Catalina would shoot her new lover, or alleged lover, Miguel, in the back, in order to escape Claude's vengeance, leaping from the building into a pile of boxes below that just barely breaks her fall. She now knew who her enemy was, and she would show no mercy.
God knows what it is, but he seems to want it badly enough, so it must be worth something.
Who the heck?
You!
Hey, take it easy, amigo. No es nada, no es nada.
I left you pouring your heart out into the gutter!
Hey, don't shoot, amigo. No problem. We all friends. Here,
Don't be such
take
a
this.
pussy!
Hey, we got no choice, baby. Yeah.
You always got a choice, you dumb bastard!
I'm sorry about the crazy bitch, man. They're all the same, please. Por favor.
Working with the Yakuza, Claude would continue to strike blow after blow to the cartel's infrastructure for distributing drugs across the city, further enraging Catalina with every loss he incurred upon them. Eventually, Catalina would form an alliance with King Courtney of the uptown Yardies, and use Claude's willingness to take on work from almost any criminal operator to lure him into a trap. After doing several jobs for Courtney, the Yardies leader would send Claude on one more job, which was in reality an ambush orchestrated by Catalina. Unfortunately for her, however, Claude would survive the attack, and managed to kill all of the spanked-out madmen that she sent after him, before continuing his unrelenting march towards revenge. Eventually, likely using her eyes and ears on the streets from numerous Colombian cartel soldiers, Catalina would return to the construction site when Claude was absent and kill Asuka Kasen and Miguel, whom Asuka had been torturing for information, impaling Miguel on the whipping stick Asuka had been using on him. Pinned to their corpses, she would leave a ransom note, having kidnapped Claude's presumed new woman, Maria Latour, former wife to Salvatore Leone and possible lover of Asuka Kasen, bringing her to a mansion in Cedar Grove as hostage. Believing what she perhaps thought was Claude's weakness for women would help her to extort and once again betray her former lover, Catalina would arrogantly demand $500,000 from Claude, which he surprisingly delivered, falling for her trap once again. Catalina would take the money and Maria, leaving Claude to deal with her guards, while she fled in a helicopter to Cochrane Dam, where a final confrontation between the two would take place.
The real question is, did you turn up to rescue Maria or to get me back? Well, I got news for you. Shooting you will be a pleasure, but dating you was only business. You are muy pequeñito, amigo. Throw over the cash, and you can have this overused puta back. You have been a busy boy, but you haven't learned. I'm not to be trusted. Kill the idiot!
Unsurprisingly, Claude would manage to overpower and defeat the foot soldiers she'd left for him, and not long after fleeing the mansion for the dam, her ex would once again arrive and methodically cut through her forces one by one. Perhaps finally fearing the man she deemed as small time, Catalina in her final moments would escape to her helicopter, maybe even intending to abandon the fight altogether and hope that her men defeated him. As regular viewers of this show already know, however, Catalina did not escape, and at some point during the chaos, Claude would manage to score a lucky hit on her chopper, using a rocket launcher, destroying the vehicle and leaving little doubt that she had finally been obliterated. Beyond Claude, it is thought that nobody survived the massacre at Cochrane Dam. Not the Colombian soldiers, not the helicopter pilot, not Catalina, and according to many people, not even Maria Latour. Catalina was a rare breed of crazy. Known for her outbursts of disproportionate anger, especially towards men, and especially towards men she was romantically involved with, she would easily be described as a firebrand, passion-driven, ambitious psychopath with a penchant for reckless and violent behavior, and a short fuse for anyone who doesn't do as she desires. A classic example of a psychopath, Catalina seemingly cared for only herself. Even when displaying superficial attachment to her boyfriends, they rarely served as anything other than toys, which she used to amuse herself, oftentimes to the man's detriment. It has been alleged that Catalina may have even killed and cooked some of her former boyfriends, though it is entirely possible this was merely exaggeratory bragging, as Catalina was well known for her open and proud hatred of all men.
I mean that I love you!
What the fuck?
As mentioned in the beginning of our episode, it is believed by some that Catalina may have suffered abuse at the hands of a stepfather, which may or may not partially explain her violent and hateful attitude towards the male sex, and her need to express herself through violence in general, though it must be stressed, this remains highly speculative and could not be confirmed. What can be stated with a great deal of certainty, though, is that Catalina was not a woman most men should have taken lightly, and she proved on numerous occasions that she had the ambition, drive, and tenacity to pull off incredible things, such as single-handedly propelling herself to the leader of the Colombian cartel. In the end, her only downfall as a criminal was underestimating her own accomplices. Catalina appeared to be of Mexican, Dominican, and Colombian descent, though how much of each is anybody's guess. Her exact style of dress, hair, and seemingly skin tone changed quite dramatically between the 90s and early 2000s, having medium brown skin and brown eyes while living on the West Coast, and becoming noticeably lighter skinned by the time she arrived on the East Coast, possibly owing to her no longer receiving a regular tan, as well as possibly donning contact lenses. She was a fiery Latin woman whose ability to manipulate and rope in sexual partners thanks to her body was matched only by her endless need for more power and attention. The list of crimes committed by Catalina is almost certainly massive. However, due to a large amount of that crime being obscured by the monolithic Colombian cartels of the 90s and early 2000s, discerning exactly how many she killed, or how many crimes she committed, is a fruitless task. Keeping in mind that what we know is only scratching the surface of this woman's criminal background should give you an idea of just how dangerous she was at the height of her power. The crimes she committed, which we could confirm, are robbing a betting shop in Montgomery and killing a civilian, robbing a liquor store in Blueberry and killing several other robbers, robbing a bank in Palomino Creek and killing several police officers, robbing a gas station in Dillamore, stealing a tanker, and killing the station attendants, participating in 2 illegal races in Red County, robbing numerous banks across the country between 1992 and 2001. The exact number is unknown. Robbing the Bank of Liberty in 2001. Attempting to kill her boyfriend Claude the first time. Possibly being involved in the plot to kidnap the Oriental Gentleman and destroy the Callahan Bridge. Possibly being involved in ransoming the Oriental Gentleman to Donald Love. Ordering the theft of a package belonging to Donald Love from Francis International Airport. Shooting her possible lover and partner Miguel in the back. Organizing a hit on Claude with help from the Uptown Yardies. Killing Miguel and Asuka Kassen. Holding Maria Latour hostage. Being responsible for a massive shootout at Cochrane Dam. Once again, though, we must emphasize that at least according to several sources, at least briefly, Catalina served as the true highest-ranking member of the Colombian cartel, which means that without a doubt the number of deaths and other crimes she is responsible for far exceeds what we were able to find for our list. Never underestimate the power of ambition mixed with crazy.
They say hell hath no fury like a woman scorned, but scorn is not always a prerequisite for invoking wrath when dealing with a woman as insane and violent as Catalina. Our next subject is, on the surface, far more composed. In fact, he was widely cited in the public as nothing more than an ordinary and innocent businessman, but in reality, he was one of the nation's most powerful and notorious mobsters.
Power, paranoia, and prestige. Tonight's subject is a man whose criminal career spans decades, and whose reach at the height of his power was inescapable, owning judges, politicians, and police officers around the country, and most prominently in the worst place in America, Liberty City. We will follow an old-school gangster's rise and fall as one of the most feared and notorious mob bosses in recent American history, and witness the trail of bodies and destruction he would leave in his wake as he struggled to reach and remain at the top. A man whose notoriety and impact lingered in the city he helped shape even long after he was gone, thanks to his longevity as a leader, a businessman, and a crook. Salvatore Leone. This episode of Grand Theft Auto Biographies brought to you by my incredible supporters on Patreon. If you want to support the channel and get access to all the music used in my shows, as well as early access to episodes and a spot in the credits, visit patreon.com/Guinness Walker. And if you like this series, consider checking out Grand Theft Auto Geographies, where I cover the many districts of the Grand Theft Auto games and even break character to examine the real-world inspirations for each. Thank you for watching, and enjoy the show. Salvatore was born in Palermo, Sicily, most likely sometime in the 1930s, as he appeared to be in his mid-50s by the early 1990s. It is believed that Salvatore had at least one sibling, a brother who may or may not have also become involved in organized crime in Liberty City, though the Leone brothers' identity remains a mystery, if he exists at all. At some point, perhaps when Sal was a young boy, his family emigrated from Italy to live a new life in the United States, and a fairly typical American crime drama would unfold following their arrival. Exactly who Salvatore's parents were also remains ambiguous, with some of our reporters believing Leone to be a surname created specifically for America, making it difficult to find the true lineage of the Leones. What we know for sure is that Salvatore's family became heavily involved in the Liberty City criminal underworld early on, and eventually, Sal would rise through the ranks of the growing Leone crime family until taking control of it following a bloody power struggle in the mid-1980s against presumably Salvatore's uncle, who may or may not have founded the Leone family with Salvatore's father in the 30s, though this is mere speculation on our part. At some unknown point, given the timeline of events likely just before or after the power struggle of the 80s, Salvatore would also have his only son, Joey Leone, with his first wife, whose fate remains unknown, and purchase a large mansion estate in Portland Beach, bordering the St. Mark's district. Now in charge of one of the three dominant families vying for control of Liberty City, Salvatore would attempt to expand his operation to the west, after negotiating the terms of a deal proposed by longtime rivals of the Leones, the Sindacos. Sometime in 1992, Johnny Sindaco, son of the Sindaco family Don, would approach Salvatore with a proposal for peace. The three crime families of Liberty would all work together to purchase and operate a lavish hotel and casino in fabulous Las Venturas, San Andreas, Caligula's Palace. Despite initial hesitation on Salvatore's part to ever work with the Sindacos again after they'd killed Sal's cousin, eventually, he would negotiate terms that satisfied his interests, including introducing a supposed neutral third party in the easily manipulatable former Forelli lawyer Ken Rosenberg, allowing him to maintain complete control over the business's books. Although the arrangement was disproportionately beneficial to the Leones, the other two families would agree, due to Salvatore's unique ability to almost single-handedly finance the operation with $5 million of his own vast fortune. And with that, the Leone crime family now had territory on the West Coast. After the casino was established and running, Salvatore would pay a personal visit to Las Venturas and temporarily set up shop in the Jewel of the Desert to ensure that Ken Rosenberg did exactly as he was expected, and listened only to his orders and not those of the other two controlling families. To essentially nobody's surprise, not one of these three families could honor their agreement of managing the casino together on peaceful terms, and inevitably, violence between the three would erupt once again. Salvatore would learn that the Forelli family was sending a group of hitmen to come and take him out, and receive what he thought was a stroke of good luck when Ken Rosenberg vouches for the services of one Carl Johnson, who already had previous association with the Leones, having worked for Salvatore's son, Joey, stealing cars back in Liberty City.
And who's this asshole?
The name's Carl Johnson, sir. Before working with Mr. Rosenberg here, I had the pleasure of doing business with your son, Joey, back in Liberty City.
You know my Joey? I like that. So, kid, what can I do for you?
Well, Ken, vouch for me, I'm a straight killer.
Oh, one-man fucking army. A real dependable. Total fucking maniac, too.
You know the Forellis are sending over a crew to hit me. Their flight gets in soon. Traveling as a string quartet. I was gonna send some of the boys over as a little welcoming committee. But, maybe you can take care of it.
Thank you, sir. I guarantee you, you won't regret this.
Maybe I should go...
You stay where you are, Rosenberg. I don't want you getting yourself lost.
Instantly endeared to Carl, Salvatore would entrust him with the responsibility of intercepting the approaching Forelli hitmen, which Johnson successfully does. Fully believing Johnson to be on board with the Leone family, he would next send Carl to put the Forellis in their place, when he had him fly to the St. Mark's district in the winter of 1992 to assassinate the then head of the Forelli family, Marco Forelli, at the bistro which some believe takes its name from him, famous Marco's Bistro. Johnson would methodically cut through the dozens of Forelli foot soldiers and finally put down Marco himself, leaving the Forellis a scattered mess, a blow they would take nearly 6 years to recover from.
Carl, my man.
Mr. Leone?
Looks like this piece of shit was right. You did a real number on those Forelli losers. Now it's time the Forellis found out what it means to screw with Salvatore Leone. How would you like to hit the St. Mark's Bistro?
A hit in Liberty City? Cool, but I'm gonna need some backup.
Take who you want.
Well, I usually use these two.
Hey, remember all those jobs we did together? Huh? You and me, Carl, remember? Huh? You know, you used to call me Killer Ken. Ken the Killer? Ice Cold Ken. That's me.
And him too, I guess.
Despite trusting in Johnson, Salvatore would learn, shortly after hearing of Marco's death, that Carl had been working against him the entire time, and planning a massive heist of Caligula's palace with the San Fierro triads under Wutsi Mu, who had themselves recently come to Las Venturas, and whose own casino, the Four Dragons, was a direct competitor to the Mafia's venture. Carl and the triads would manage to escape with the undisclosed amount of money, but it was believed to be somewhere in the range of at least $500,000, as Johnson alone pocketed $100,000 for his role in planning and executing the heist. Around this time, Salvatore would also meet his future second wife, Maria Latour, when she was working as a waitress for Caligula's, with Leone instantly being interested in her and presumably taking her back to Liberty City with him following the casino robbery.
I like this girl. What's your name, kid?
Maria. And the service is not included.
Hey, the woman, you fat fuck!
You heard the bird.
Come on. Are you kidding me? See you later, guys.
Furious at being double-crossed, Salvatore would swear vengeance on Johnson, threatening to kill him and anyone close to him, though due to unknown reasons, Leone would never follow through on these threats, despite clearly having the reach to try, and instead moved back to Liberty City to continue managing the family from his luxurious mansion in Portland Beach.
What's up?
You two-bit backstabbing piece of eggplant shit.
Salvatore, nice to hear from you too.
You're dead. Your friends are dead. Your family's dead. I'm gonna fuck you up and your children and your grandchildren.
Well, it's been nice talking to you, but I got some money that needs spending on some expensive trash, so if you excuse me.
You're dead. Dead.
By 1994, Salvatore was back to living in Liberty City and attempting to grow the influence of the Leone family. He would assign low-level operator at the time, Tony Cipriani, to assassinate a made man from either the Forelli or Sindaco crime family, though it is unknown which, and after successfully pulling off the hit, Salvatore would send Tony into hiding for 4 years to let the heat die down, eventually welcoming him back to the city and family in 1998, when the Leones were once again beginning to struggle in keeping up with their rivals. With Tony back in town, Salvatore would assign him to work for Leone earner Vincenzo Chile, but the two would quickly become bitter enemies.
Vincenzo will look after you. You need some money? Ask him. You need a job? Lucky he'll take care of you. What more could a family guy ask for? Even my son done got it so good.
But, Mr. Leone, I thought we got history. I mean, I've done a lot for this family. And now you're expecting me to take orders from this... Well, it just doesn't seem right.
Tony, I know what you did, and no one is more grateful than me, honestly. But the idea that you walk in here and start to question my leadership right away is, quite frankly, out of order. Capiche?
I understand, boss.
So when you need something, give Vincenzo a call down at Atlantic Key. He'll take care of you. Won't you, Lucky?
Of course, boss. Anything you say. Tell you what, we can go there now.
Salvatore's patience at this time would be tested not only by constant territorial conflicts and clever moves by his enemies, but by his deteriorating marriage to Maria Latour, who had been married to Leone for years now and lost nearly all interest in the aging wise guy and begun to fight with him frequently, on top of allegedly adulterous behavior, which Salvatore seemed to be well aware of.
Fuck me! Fuck you! In fact, everyone has!
With a looming war with the Sindacos for control of Liberty City's red light district, as well as growing conflict brewing in Hepburn Heights and Chinatown against up-and-comers the Diablos and Triads respectively, Salvatore Leone would become increasingly frustrated and paranoid as his enemies seemingly surrounded him. While visiting Polly's Review Bar brothel, he would be forced to flee the club when somebody tips off the police to the illegal goings-on inside the club, and only manage to escape unscathed thanks once again to the loyal Tony Cipriani. Fearing that even his trusted allies were failing him, Salvatore would begin giving Tony more and more responsibility as the two became closer, and he would employ Tony's assistance in dealing with a union fiasco at the Portland docks.
Hey, boss, you okay?
Do I look okay?
No.
Then what are you, a fucking moron? You're always saying the obvious. I can't believe I'm surrounded by people like you.
Sorry.
Listen, I'm sorry. Tony, you're one of my most trusted allies. After what you did, you're like a son to me. Better than my son. Better than any son. Your mother is a lucky woman.
So I hear.
Anthony, it's over for guys like us. We're dinosaurs, or dodos, or dildos, or something. I tell you, even in my own family, I feel like Jesus, surrounded by 12 Judases. I mean, listen to this. I got a union boss, abroad no less, that I need to do me a favor, and she asked me for money? All I wanted was 24-hour access to the docks while the strike was going on. Strikes that I helped organize so my boys could offload some drugs. And now I get this horse shit? I mean, these are people that I personally fought for, people I've killed for, honest people. And this is how they repay me?
It's insulting.
It's a disgrace. We're finished. Men of honor like you and me.
A union boss, Jane Hopper, was attempting to shake down Salvatore by blocking all of Leone's imports, during a strike which Salvatore himself originally helped to organize, in an effort to discreetly move drugs. And despite wanting nothing more than to give her a piece of his mind, Salvatore would decide that appeasing Hopper would be easier with the weight of the many wars already stressing the Leone's resources and manpower. Tony would attempt to pay Hopper off, but when she refused to end the strike, Salvatore would send Tony to intimidate the other union bosses, send prostitutes to the picket lines to lure away strikers, and finally, take Hopper on a joyride across Portland in order to finally make her capitulate and end the strikes. With the docks open to contraband again, Salvatore would also have Tony participate in a drug deal with the Colombian cartel, including future second-in-command Miguel, when the meeting is ambushed by the LCPD, although Tony would manage to escape with the cartel's drugs, only further impressing Don Salvatore. Continuing to use Tony's help, Salvatore would order the covert takeover of Polly's Review Bar when manager J.D. O'Toole expresses interest in betraying his bosses, the Sindaco family, and coming over to the Leone side.
Give us a hug. Whoa, you're sticky.
When the treachery is inevitably discovered by the Sindacos, the full-scale war would finally break out, with the Sindacos attempting to bomb a Leone-controlled casino in St. Mark's, and Tony in turn destroying their club, the Doll's House, as retribution. This conflict would escalate to the point where Salvatore was kidnapped by Sindaco soldiers and was very nearly turned into flat Italian sausage at the Harwood car crusher, before he was rescued once more by Tony Cipriani.
What kind of driving was that? You trying to kill me?
Mr. Leone, boss, I'm sorry. I mean, what can I tell you?
Sons of bitches! They think they can do that to me? I'll tear their fucking hearts out. This doesn't end here. For Christ's sake, Tony, you saved my ass. Call me Sal.
Behind the scenes, the conflict between Tony and Vincenzo Chili would reach a climax when Chili attempts to have Tony killed, but is instead killed himself by Tony, with apparently Salvatore's blessing, as no punishment appears to ever have been given to Cipriani. With Tony now Salvatore's right-hand man, the two would exact revenge on the Sindacos, with Salvatore personally taking to the streets on a rampage across the red light district, killing every Sindaco soldier he could find. With the Leones spread thin, Salvatore would learn that the high-ranking Sicilian mobster, Massimo Torini, was coming to Liberty City to supposedly broker a truce between the three warring families, something Salvatore was deeply suspicious of. He would have Tony follow Torini as he flew around town, discovering his meetings with both the Diablos and Triads before Tony is spotted and Torini flees. Believing the Sicilians to be meddling in the Liberty City Mafia affairs, Salvatore's paranoia would only get worse when the Diablos launch a full-scale attack on Leone foot soldiers operating in Hepburn Heights, forcing the Leones once again to play defense. To make things worse, Salvatore would also discover that Mayor Roger C. Hull, who had been pocketed by Don Franco Forelli, was intending to blame the violence in Portland entirely on the Leones. In a brief lapse of judgment, Salvatore's suspicions would lead him to threaten even Tony, believing everyone around him to be working against his interests.
What the fuck? I don't know what's happening to me. Jesus, I'm getting paranoid, Tony. Really fucking paranoid. Just because I think everyone hates me doesn't mean they don't. Know what I mean? Someone is out to get me. It's that fucking mayor! He's gonna blame me for all this shit that's been going down in the neighborhood. All of it! Not just the crap that I did, but all of it! Come on, let's go take care of this.
Now being pushed out of Portland, Salvatore and Tony would flee the island across the incomplete Callahan Bridge, and begin lying low at a safe house in Newport, while he planned his next move against his enemies, who seemed to only be multiplying. Sal's first move in hiding would be to have Roger Hull assassinated by Tony, who after disposing of the mayor would also begin assisting Leone-sponsored politician Donald Love in his bid to replace Hull. In addition, Salvatore would also have Tony work with corrupt police officer Leon McCaffrey and his partner Ray Machowski to hamper their enemies in a chaotic mess of gang wars and shootouts of their own. Still suspicious of his enemies constantly being one step ahead of him, Salvatore would personally go with Tony to intimidate the former mayor's assistant into divulging who was helping the Forellis, and finally receive confirmation that it was in fact the Sicilians who were attempting to force the three families of Liberty City to destroy each other so that they could swoop in and take over afterwards, the Leones considered the main threat by the old country. Seeing opportunity in the same places as his enemies, Salvatore would work to ensure the secret of the Sicilians' involvement remained just that to the other families, even at one point sending Tony to silence a Forelli wise guy, who discovers the truth, before he is able to tell his bosses. The Leones, now playing their own twisted game, would allow the Sindaco and Forelli families to war with each other, and even prevent them from making peace when a truce meeting is interrupted by Don Polly Sindaco's car running over dozens of Sindaco soldiers as it was remote-controlled from a van by Tony Cipriani. Despite all of their efforts, unfortunately, Donald Love would lose the election when his connection to the Leone family is exposed, with the Forelli-backed candidate Miles O'Donovan becoming the new mayor of Liberty City, and Salvatore being blamed for the rise in crime exclusively. Salvatore would be arrested and imprisoned, serving brief jail time at a police station in Pike Creek, while he awaited trial.
He's your lawyer, Mr. Leone.
I know who the hell he is, pal. Come on, give me a break here. Go ahead, kid, run along. Say hello to your mother for me, gabish?
You got 5 minutes.
Listen, Lionel, you're looking good. Look at me, a fine member of the community, and suddenly I'm banged up. It really challenges my philanthropic nature.
Of course, Mr. Leone, we're doing everything we can to get you out of here and, back to helping your community as soon as possible.
Of course. I hope we can sue someone for this outrage. Those Concepcion or those cocksuckers, the Forellis. Who was it? Who ratted me out? Let's hit them both hard. Way I see it, they both could use a good beating for this outrage. Motherfuckers!
It will be my pleasure.
Thank you. Tony, you really mean a lot to me. You know that? Listen, you might need some backup. Use the hoods, okay?
Whatever you think is best, Mr. Leone.
All right. Get out of here, Lionel.
Even from jail, however, Don Salvatore would continue to make moves using his many soldiers, most prominently his number 2, Tony Cipriani. Sal would order the death of Paulie Sindaco from inside, which Tony carries out personally and effectively wipes the Sindacos off the map. Following it up by having Tony work with Leone associate 8-Ball to plant explosives underneath the Forelli-controlled Fort Staunton neighborhood, which while resulting in the deaths of thousands, also effectively kneecapped the Forellis as well, leaving Leones free to deal with even more up-and-coming rivals in the Yakuza. Thanks to the incredible efforts of Tony Cipriani, which you can see more of in our episode on him, the Yakuza would soon be dealt with as well, and soon Salvatore's trial would take place. Despite the Sicilians' attempt to have Sal killed en route to the courthouse, Salvatore would attend his trial unharmed, and be found not guilty, returning as a free man to his estate in Portland to tie up loose ends with a little more help from Tony. Though the Sicilians would try to broker peace at this point, fearing Salvatore's retribution, Salvatore would instead refuse, seeking peace only on his own terms, causing the Sicilians to kidnap Mayor Miles O'Donovan in an attempt to keep Salvatore from reaching him, an effort which ultimately proves unsuccessful. Sal and Tony would chase the Sicilians across the waterways of Liberty City until cornering Massimo Turini, holding the mayor hostage at a lighthouse off of Portland Beach. Tony would kill Turini, and the Leones would safely escort the mayor back to Salvatore's Gentlemen's Club to explain his new obligations.
Hey, Mr. Mayor! We just saved you from a bunch of crazed Sicilians.
Yeah, thanks.
And that means?
The city is grateful to you. Ow!
Try again.
That you work for me, right?
Oh yeah, that I work for you.
Good. Now don't call us, we'll call you. Get out of here, prick.
Thank you, Mr. Leone.
Tony! We did it! We run things now, you and me. We're a team, huh? Now I just need you to do one small thing for me. I got some problems that I've been dealing with.
Making peace his way, Sal would meet with his uncle of the Sicilian mob and finally put to rest the conflict with the old country, as well as making Don Salvatore Leone the undisputed boss of Liberty City.
All we really wanted was clarity.
Yes, Uncle, I appreciate that.
So, we are at peace now. You and the old country.
Of course, me and all my people.
Good, very good.
Sneaky little bastard. I wouldn't trust him a fucking inch.
Every dog has his day.
Yeah, but we did it.
Yeah, we cleaned up. You did good, Tony. You did real good. I always knew you was a good kid. You saved my ass a few times, and I appreciate that kind of loyalty.
Thank you.
A good worker? I like that. Respectful. So I got you that $500,000 I promised.
Half? Ooh, I thought you, said a couple.
I said $1 million. For what? You can put a price on friendship? The kind of friendship you and me have? Shame on you. Come here. You're a good kid. But shame on you.
Enjoying his status as Liberty City's kingpin, in April of 2001, Salvatore would manage to once again avoid criminal charges when, for the 5th time, the state attempted to bring a case against him for $450,000 of undeclared income. From an article in the Liberty Tree dated April 1st, 2001, by Julius Cohen, quote, Salvatore Leone walked free from a federal court yesterday, as the case against him collapsed. Leone, who had been on trial for tax evasion, a case that the state prosecutor intended to turn into a racketeering charge, smiled as he walked away free from the courts in downtown Liberty City today. Leone had been on trial after Inland Revenue experts found serious accounting irregularities on the Leone books, including $450,000 of undeclared income. The state had been very confident of making the charges stick. The prosecution's case had been based largely on the sum of undeclared income. The jury, however, unequivocally accepted Mr. Leone's explanation that the money had not been accrued by racketeering, but by illegal importing of tomato sauce from Mr. Leone's hometown of Palermo, Sicily. Although Mr. Leone was subsequently found guilty of a minor charge of importing fresh foodstuffs without a license and paid a cursory fine, as well as all unpaid revenue, he has stayed out of prison again. This is the 5th time the state has taken Leone to court since, they allege, he took control of the Leone crime family in a bloody power struggle in the mid-1980s. It is also the 5th time he has walked free. He has paid numerous fines, but no matter how serious the evidence, he has always avoided conviction. Upon leaving court, Leone said to waiting reporters, I am just a businessman from Sicily. I have made a few mistakes, and perhaps I have not always followed the law to the letter, but I always believed in its spirit. The police associate me with my brother, but I never do these things they blame me for. Leone's lawyer, Maurice Goldberg, commented, Mr. Leone is dyslexic. Court tests prove it. His accounts are always in a mess, but he is not dishonest. Nor is he in the mafia. As a Sicilian, he knows some unsavory characters, but what kind of America is it when a man is found guilty because of the friends he has? I don't want to live in an America like that. Do you? No, Mr. Goldberg, we certainly don't. End quote. Salvatore would rule over Liberty City's criminal underworld nearly uncontested for the next 3 years, until a series of small mistakes ultimately spelled the end of his long and notorious career as a powerful mafia boss. In 2001, the Leones would employ the assistance of rising independent contractor Claude, who had a history with one of Leone's main rivals in Portland around that time, the Colombian cartel. Using Claude to assist in a new war against the Chinatown Triads, now Capo Regime Tony Cipriani would personally introduce the Reaper Man to Don Salvatore, who becomes endeared to the silent but effective killer. Still in an unhappy marriage, however, Maria Latour would take a liking to Claude, and eventually, in an effort to make Salvatore jealous, even lie about having had sex with Claude behind Sal's back, which enrages the Leone Don beyond reason. Salvatore would attempt to organize a hit on Claude by having him investigate a vehicle in the red light district which had supposedly been covered in brains and needed disposing. In reality, the car was a trap, which would have exploded when Claude got inside. But thanks to a tip from Maria, Claude would manage to escape this fate. Running away with Salvatore's wife, Claude would return under orders from the Yakuza to prove his ties to the Mafia had been truly broken, and assassinate the Don of the most powerful crime family in Liberty City history. As Salvatore was leaving Luigi's Sex Club 7, Claude would manage to kill the Leone Don, proving Salvatore's uncle correct in the end, that every dog has his day. Salvatore Leone was an intelligent and ambitious man with a serious temper. Jovially crude in his younger years and bitterly content in his old age, Salvatore always found a way to make it in life through his own persistence and willpower as a leader and a wise guy. Though he grew increasingly paranoid following the late 90s mob wars, Sal would manage to keep at least one true friend through his many years as an unforgiving and likely unapproachable authority figure in Tony Cipriani, who he eventually promoted to Capo Regime, and who may or may not have taken over for dearly departed Don following his assassination. A womanizer and a tough guy, Salvatore would marry at least twice, his first marriage producing his son Joey, and his later marriage to Maria Latour ultimately getting him killed. To those who knew him personally, Salvatore could be quite a pleasant and loyal friend, but to his enemies, the Leone patriarch would never show mercy. There is a reason that despite ultimately causing his own downfall, Salvatore Leone remained in control of the most powerful Liberty City mob for as long as he did, his unshakable persistence and ruthlessness, negotiating beyond his hand in the casino venture, refusing peace until it is made on his own terms, and instantly calling for the death of the man who would ultimately kill him when he suspects him of foul play. At the height of his power, Salvatore's influence over the city made him a known figure among not only the criminal underworld, but the mainstream media, with his association to organized crime being an open secret. Salvatore's relationship with his son is thought to have been less than ideal by his own standards. While Sal clearly had a great affection for his son, it remains highly speculated that the elder Leone Don was at least in some capacity disappointed that Joey was far more interested in cars and women than following in his father's footsteps as the next boss of the family, and this may explain Salvatore's fondness for Tony Cipriani, being closer to the son he wanted and able to potentially replace him if the worst ever befell him, which of course we all know it did. Salvatore's relationship with his family was also strained, with conflicts being frequent, be they dangerous wars with open bloodshed on the streets, or wars of words exchanged by lovers unhappy with where the relationship took them. Salvatore Leone was an Italian man raised predominantly in America with light skin and, in his youth, light brown hair, which grayed as he aged. Being on the shorter side, Salvatore for most of his life was relatively slender, but began to gain weight in his older age, which only became more apparent due to his height. Almost universally, Salvatore preferred to wear expensive Italian suits of many varieties, and carried himself with an exaggerated swagger to perhaps make up for the possible insecurities regarding his height. Even if entirely due to influence, at the height of his power, Salvatore Leone was an intimidating presence, if only because of his outright cutthroat attitude when it came to his enemies, and sometimes even his friends. Unlike many people we've examined on GTA Biographies, Salvatore's most impactful time as a criminal was spent not as a soldier, but as a boss. As such, though Mr. Leone is suspected to have participated in plenty of carnage himself, the vast majority of violence and crime attributable to Salvatore Leone remains detached, and we must stress for legal reasons, highly speculative. That being said, let's take a look at the list of crimes Salvatore is suspected of being directly or indirectly responsible for. Ordering a hit on Marco Forelli. Ordering a hit on a mafia-made man. Using the services of a prostitute at Polly's Review Bar. Organizing a fake strike in order to move a drug shipment. Attempting to bribe Jane Hopper. Ordering for the intimidation of several union bosses. Ordering Tony to personally intimidate Jane Hopper. Ordering Tony to participate in a drug deal with the Colombian cartel. Killing numerous Sindaco soldiers. Evading the police in Portland and fleeing to Newport. Ordering a hit on Mayor Roger C. Hole. Attempting to rig the mayoral election. Ordering the deaths of numerous Forelli and Sindaco soldiers by having Tony disrupt a meeting. Ordering the death of a Forelli wise guy who had learned the truth about the Sicilian mob. Hiring Leon McCaffrey to continue stoking a war between his rivals. Ordering the death of numerous Forelli soldiers in Wichita Gardens. Ordering a hit on Polly Sindaco. Ordering the destruction of Fort Staunton. Ordering the death of Massimo Torini, numerous Sicilian soldiers, and manipulating the new mayor of Liberty City. Failing to declare income of $450,000. Importing fresh foodstuffs without a license. Failing to declare income of an unknown amount 4 more times. Ordering the death of Curly Bob. Ordering Claude to destroy the Colombian cartel's freighter in Portland Harbor. Ordering the death of Claude. In addition to all of these crimes, it is also not a stretch to say that Salvatore Leone could be held responsible for almost every crime committed by capital regime Tony Cipriani, as well as potentially every other Leone soldier, captain, and street thug who ever killed or exploited someone while working for the family. If all of Tony's crimes are umbrellaed underneath Salvatore, without a doubt he is one of the most savage and destructive men in American criminal history, and responsible for shaping one of the most iconic cities into what it is today.
The Italian mob, a group who has had their hands in the cookie jar of American crime for many decades, and whose sphere of influence stretched far and wide. In fact, the allure of that power and money played a large role in the downfall of our next subject. A warning in talking the talk without walking the walk, we journey next to the sunny beaches of Vice City, Florida, for a tale of brotherly love, dangerous ambition, and a whole lot of cocaine.
Insecurity.
Stop yelling at me!
Dance moves.
Okay, Mr. Lance Vance, dance.
And cocaine.
It's my coke! It's all my coke!
Tonight we will examine the tragic story of a man whose demons defined him, and the many mistakes he would make in pursuit of genuine recognition from his brother and his criminal colleagues. We will see a man rise from the deepest depths of poverty to second in command of one of the largest drug distributors in Florida during the 1980s, only to lose it all on a bad gamble made from his own inadequacies. A man with a profoundly inflated sense of self-worth who would struggle to find his place in the criminal world he so desperately wished to be a part of, Lance Vance. This episode of Grand Theft Auto Biographies brought to you by my incredible supporters on Patreon. Sign up today to get all the music I use for my shows, early access, and a spot in the credits. Thank you for watching. Like his brother, and many other criminals we've examined on GTA Biographies in the past, there isn't a great deal of information on Lance's early life prior to entering the drug trade with his brother in the mid-1980s. What we do know of Lance's youth comes from records obtained on the elder Vance brother, Victor, from his time serving in the military at Fort Baxter. Lance was born in 1954, the middle child of 3 brothers, to a white mother, Janet Vance, and a black father who immigrated from the Dominican Republic, but whose identity and fate remain unclear. Due to their mother's drug addiction, which plagued the Vance family throughout the brothers' lives, Lance grew up in poverty in an unknown city, and was raised predominantly by his mother's sister, Enid, along with older brother Victor and younger brother Pete. Unable to care for her children properly, the Vance brothers, most especially Lance, would view their Aunt Enid as their primary maternal figure, and continue living with her well into adulthood. Having the surname Vance, Lance was teased incessantly at school, and as a result often went by nicknames to those he introduced himself to, as well as becoming generally more abrasive and hostile to teasing of any sort. This insecurity carried over into many other aspects of Lance's life, often getting himself and his brother into trouble with his careless and impulsive behavior, such as getting kicked out of the Boy Scouts for undisclosed reasons, among other reckless incidents. At some point, the youngest Vance brother Pete would develop severe asthma, and Victor would leave home to join the military to help provide for Pete's medical expenses, knowing that he could not rely on Lance to help, being sick in another way. At some point in Lance's life, though it is entirely unclear when, he would take professional flying lessons and learn to pilot helicopters and possibly even planes. Due to information on Lance being highly ambiguous prior to the age of 30 and his arrival in Vice City, we cannot say with any certainty why, how, or when Lance would have found the time to take up this activity, but it is this reporter's speculation that Lance had already been trying to make moves of his own in the brothers' hometown, which remains unknown, and acquire the lessons as a means to facilitate making easily escapable deals, something that would save his life many years later. In 1984, while living in Vice City, Florida, Lance's brother Victor would be kicked out of the Army on false charges due to a scuffle with his superior officer, and Lance, sensing an opportunity, would take this time to fly down to meet his brother, who was less than thrilled to see him again so soon.
Hey, bro!
Lance!
Hey!
What are you doing here?
You don't sound so pleased.
I'm not so pleased.
Thanks, bro. Who was you expecting? What a greeting, man.
Not you. Someone useful.
So what am I? A handicap, huh? Your dumbass, low-life, no-good brother?
Something like that.
Yeah, well, I'm not the one who got kicked out of the Army.
No, you're the asshole who got kicked out of the Boy Scouts.
Oh, come on, man. I come all this way to see you and you treat me like I got herpes.
Maybe that's because your whole life you've gotten us into trouble.
Oh, give me a break, man. I've changed.
Okay, I'll give you a chance. One chance.
Oh, yeah. Hey, come here, man. You won't regret it, baby. I love you, man. And love can change the world. But Vic.
What?
I have got herpes.
Get off me, man. Just get in the damn car.
I'm just kidding.
Arriving unexpectedly at Escobar International, Lance would surprise Victor before the two were immediately forced into a chase halfway across the mainland by enemies of Victor, the Cholos, with the pair just barely managing to escape safely after Lance takes the wheel to drive the brothers to safety, with Lance trashing Victor's brand new car given to him by Phil Cassidy in the process.
You're never driving again.
I had it with you, man. You put me off. You always treat me like a kid.
Though Lance would insist he was in town only to help his brother and promised not to make things difficult for him, this would prove to either be a lie or an outright impossibility for the character of Lance Vance, who within days began exploiting Victor's entry into the criminal underworld of Vice City and attempted to set up a major drug deal for the pair. At this time, the Vance brothers would also be visited by their estranged mother, Janet Vance, and her new lover, Javier, who came to Vice City seeking to leech off the brothers for drugs and money.
Hello, boys!
Mom!
Victor, put your brother down.
What are you doing here, Mom?
I'm cleaning up my act. I'm off the drugs for good.
Here we go again.
Can I get a drink, Lance, honey?
Who's that?
That's Javier. He's been very sweet to me.
Oh, give me a break.
I'm tired of your bullshit, Mom. You come here to ruin things for us again.
How can you say that? I raised you!
Aunt Enid raised us, not you.
I'm clean. Give me a chance, Victor. Please?
Nah, you can stay with Lance, Mom.
What?
But I don't want any trouble. I got enough horse shit dealing with him.
Vic, we gotta go meet that friend of yours at the airport.
What?
I'll explain on the way.
Oh, right. You two, stay out of trouble.
Lick me, senora.
While Vic continued to do the heavy lifting around town for the brothers, Lance would spend hours on the phone and in clubs attempting to find a contact who would satisfy his Scrooge McDuck-esque obsession until finally finding a prospective business associate in Brian Forbes.
What was that?
Nothing.
Didn't sound like nothing.
Vic, look at me. It was nothing.
And you look at me. What was that about?
You thank me.
Like I haven't heard that before. What have you done?
I found a way in. 2 kids, broken home, no education, no father.
What?
And rich as shit. It's the American dream, baby. People with good medical treatment.
We are not kids.
We're young at heart. Listen, look, I met a big player. And we'll get big money for doing absolutely nothing.
This better not be drugs.
We won't be touching no drugs, man. Come on. You know, I'm your brother. You can trust me.
Forbes would set the brothers up with an opportunity which Lance insisted wouldn't actually make them real drug traffickers: steal a drug shipment from an unknown gang and distract the cops with a decoy. Lance and Forbes would take the van full of product to a secure location for holding, while Victor lured the authorities away using an identical decoy van. Victor would manage to successfully keep the police off of the pair, but upon reaching the lockup, Lance would express his suspicions of Forbes, before confronting him outside of Hyman Memorial Stadium.
You got everything sorted? No trouble?
Of course. Hey, I was just giving you shit, you know.
Yeah, whatever.
Great, great. Here's your brother. What's poppin', baby?
You!
Lance, what's going on?
You're a freaking cop! You think you can mess with Lance T. Vance, you
Hey,
bum?
chill.
Chill?
Yes. You're right. I am a cop. I was gonna tell you. I need money. I want to work with you guys. I ain't gonna bust you.
Not now you ain't. I'm gonna bust you!
Let's go!
I am going!
Having discovered the truth about Forbes, that he was an undercover VCPD detective, Lance would confront Forbes, who attempted to escape the Vance brothers in a car chase across downtown Vice City, before being caught and subsequently kidnapped by Lance and Victor. They would hold him at a warehouse in Little Havana, while Lance attempted to extract information out of Forbes, regarding other deals they could rip off. But lacking the ability to accurately judge character, Lance would twice more get the brothers nearly killed by continuing to trust Forbes' word. Forbes would first tell the brothers about a deal being done in Viceport in which the dealer did not believe in bodyguards, which proved a rude awakening for Lance, who upon arriving at the deal with Victor to intercept, was promptly kidnapped and taken for holding at the gang's freighter docked at the port. Vic would once again manage to save Lance, and the two would even escape with the gang's product, but Forbes would continue to try and escape his desperate situation.
I know there's a major shipment coming in real soon. I've been to your apartment and I've read your files.
Yeah, I was gonna tell you about that. The contact is at the White Stallion's bar. They'll give you exactly what you need.
You better not be screwing us!
Me? Give me a break. I'm your best buddy.
Lance would interrogate Forbes regarding a supposed big deal coming down that he'd learned about by tossing his apartment, and eventually Forbes would relent, sending the brothers to supposedly meet the contact at the White Stallion's bar, which turns out to be yet another trap. Surviving another ambush, Lance and Vic would rush back to the warehouse they were keeping Forbes at, and arrive just in time to spot the undercover cop fleeing the building. Victor would catch and gun him down, but Lance would remain single-mindedly determined to sniff out Forbes' real big deal, and make the brothers, but mostly himself, richer than their wildest dreams.
Just in time, bro. Yeah.
Lance, I'm through with this, man.
What you mean, this dump? Yeah, me too.
No, I'm through with this bullshit. I don't want to be a damn drug dealer. It's for assholes.
Vic, don't go soft on me now. I got what we finally needed. I know how we can get our hands on one big shipment completely free. We can finally get Pete the healthcare he needs.
Look, Lance, I am a long way from being a good guy, but drugs just mean trouble.
I agree, man. 100% agree. That's why we're gonna get this one big payday for all the hard work and split. Jerry Martinez. It's his coke.
Fuck it. You know what? Let's do it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is a real man. Let's pop.
Lance would discover that the big deal Forbes had been sitting on was a shipment apparently belonging to Jerry Martinez, Victor's former commanding officer during his time in the military at Fort Baxter, who had betrayed Victor and gotten him a dishonorable discharge. Lance would manage to convince Victor that getting back at Martinez and making a hefty payday in the process more than outweighed the risks involved in stealing the shipment, and the two would intercept the deal taking place at the western docks of Little Havana. After weaving through the traffic and dodging missile barrages from Martinez, who pursued the brothers in a hunter-attack helicopter, the two would safely store their newly acquired product at Lance's new penthouse in Ocean Beach. At this time, Lance would also find a prospective buyer for their product in film director Spitz, who after hiring Victor to serve as a stuntman, agrees to not only purchase some of their product, but also connect the Vance brothers with cokehead and eccentric personality Remy Wasselmeyer, who begins working with Victor to help offload their product.
We don't have to worry about a thing. Once we sell the coke, we can pay off the feds and handle anything the Mendez brothers throw at us. Listen, I got a buyer. Let's go see him.
However, yet another roadblock would present itself at this time when the Vance brothers' ticket to riches is stolen by their drug addict mother and her new boyfriend, meaning despite Victor's wishes, the brothers would have to continue to operate as drug traffickers for the time being, instead of making one big sale and getting out clean.
Where is she?
Never mind, man. Just get the yayo.
Yeah, it's in the spare room. Oh, shit!
What?
It's gone!
What?
And Mom's stuff is gone, too!
Oh, Mom! Lance!
Ain't that a bitch? I can't believe she took our coke!
Yeah. So what do we do now, moron?
Wait. Let me think. I know we can make it right. We'll just, we'll explain things to the Mendez brothers, you know.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure. And between chopping us up and feeding us to their dogs, they'll be very understanding. Lance, if we get out of this, I'm gonna kill you! Asshole!
Aye.
Unfortunately for Lance, not long after purchasing his lavish new digs, 3 expensive and flashy suits, and a brand new Infernus sports car, he would learn through Vic that the cocaine they'd stolen in fact belonged not to Jerry Martinez, but the feared Mendez cartel, and that now the Mendez brothers were planning to kill Jerry, Victor, Lance, and anybody else they could find who was even remotely responsible for stealing their shipment. Lance would go with Victor to help secure Vic's growing criminal empire, which Lance considered himself an equal partner in, and after successfully fending off the Mendez assault with his brother, he would even manage to broker a peace meeting with the Mendez brothers, who make the pair an offer they can't refuse.
Ah, siblings, just like me and Diego. How apt.
Listen, Mendez, we don't want no crap.
Hey, mother.
Listen, Vance brothers, you want me to kill you now? No problem. Or we can work together. Your call.
The hell kind of choice is that?
All right, I guess we're gonna work together.
Good. Diego?
Sí, ya.
So, Victor, Lance, who has been ripping us off? All of us, because now we are partners. A team, as it were. 4 brothers.
Yeah,
It was Martinez.
Really? Okay. Prove it. I mean, prove it now.
Lance would successfully convince the Mendezes of their innocence after Vic manages to acquire proof of Martinez turning state's evidence, and Lance forges fake identification using Brian Forbes' papers to fully sell the ruse that Martinez had not only been the one to betray the Mendez brothers, but also an undercover cop. Now working under Armando and Diego, Victor would continue to make moves, while Lance would slowly spiral downward into a binge of coke, partying, and upscale living. Believing their problems to be behind them now that they had peace with the Mendez brothers, Lance's downward spiral would begin accelerating as his newfound money amplified his tendency to make impulsive decisions. Lance would start to consume large amounts of cocaine taken directly from the brothers' own supply on a near daily basis, to the point of becoming functionally useless to help his brother's empire, despite continuing to cause problems for them both. Lance's addiction would get so bad that he consumed enough of their own product to raise suspicion with Victor, who began wondering where the missing coke was going. Lance would initially blame the loss on a theft by the Vice City bikers, and even drag Victor into a massive firefight in which Lance nearly dies, all to maintain the lie that he was not solely responsible.
Look, I gotta go. Later.
So, who was that?
Oh, bro, that's just the accountant. He's getting us a better rate at cleaning the money.
And you call the accountant baby?
Well, yeah, I'm a friendly guy. And baby is slang, you know. I don't love him. I ain't like that.
Yeah, hey, whatever you say.
Anyway, we got real things to worry about. Someone's been helping themselves to the stash. The Mendezes are freaking out, and I told them we'd take care of it.
It's the last thing I need on top of everything else.
What are you talking about? What's wrong?
Man, it's just Louise. I really thought we had something, but we just don't get to see each other.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, you know, relationships can be tough. Believe me, I know. Uh-huh. Yep. Hey, come on, man. We got some fees to deal with. And you could take out your sexual frustrations on them. Hey, come on. Let's pop.
Yeah.
You know I love you, bro. Aye.
Eventually, Victor would learn the truth when walking in on Lance performing his signature Lance Vance dance, clearly high as a kite in autumn, and partying with Victor's prospective lover, Louise Williams. Victor even suspected Lance may have slept with her, either out of frustration for his brother's patronizing attitude, or sheer drug-fueled delirium. But either way, the two were certainly getting wasted together, and fueling each other's addictive personalities, which only furthered the divide between the brothers.
Whoa!
So this is where the coke is going? Up your nose?
Hey, Vic!
Hey, Vic?
What are you doing here?
You had me running around town like a psycho, and all the while you're siphoning it off for your personal use. You are unbelievable.
Hey, I'm sorry. Look, can we talk about this later?
Oh, hey, Vic. Shit.
Louise, what the hell is going on?
Well, bro. Hey, bro, it ain't nothing like that.
I wouldn't do that to you. I just needed something to take my mind off things.
So you fucked my brother?
No! We just get high together. God damn, you are so judgmental, like you're a damn saint or something. Why are you being such an asshole?
You are a mess.
And you're wonderful. A wonderful drug-dealing, thieving murderer.
Come on, guys.
I was doing it for us.
Who you trying to kid? You don't give a shit about me.
Not now, I don't.
You know what? You make me want to puke, you self-righteous dick!
Get lost!
Stay away from me, you sick bastard! You're a phony, Vic Vance.
What are you gonna do?
Thanks a lot, Lance.
What? Listen, who cares? It's my coke. It's all my coke, and I'll do with it whatever I damn well please.
Around this time, Lance and Victor would receive an ultimatum from the Mendez brothers, having outlived their usefulness after Victor helped the pair to make up for their perceived attack on Mendez assets. Armando and Diego would tell Victor and Lance that they had two options: leave Vice City altogether and abandon their businesses to be controlled by the Mendezes, or die. And when the reaction is less than enthusiastic, the choice is instead made for them, and they are knocked unconscious and delivered to the airport fuel depot to be executed.
If you think getting screwed in the ass and then paying for it is fair, then it sounds like a great deal.
I find your attitude and your language terribly distasteful.
Puta madre.
Hey, hold on. Listen, hey, Mr. Mendez. Listen, we have done a lot of things for you. We kept up our end of the bargain. Now you want us to give up our interest?
You came to my town. You run around like a maniac. You bring the police and the DEA into my life. And now I want you gone. You're very lucky you're not dead.
Hey, listen, I made a ton of money for you. Money I didn't lose.
And now, You're done.
Oh.
You're obsolete.
You know look what? Look out, Vic, the mule! Oh.
Once again, Victor would manage to rescue Lance, and the two would escape their captivity. But now realizing they were at war with the Mendezes, he once again put into a precarious and life-threatening situation. In a rare smart move, Lance would get together a group of Victor's allies in gun nut Phil Cassidy and the Cubans of Little Havana under Umberto Rubina to help defend the Vance crime empire, and also put his own life on the line once again during one of his brief periods of sobriety as he helped Victor in their war against the Mendezes.
Hey, Lance, come here, man.
Yo, bro, what's up?
What the hell's going on?
We're about to get hit by those Mendez guys. Thought we could use some of your buddies to crash the party.
What?
Help out. What, did I do wrong again?
No, man. For once, you did very right. Let's go deal with these pricks.
Yeah, let's pop!
Perhaps initially seeking to make up for his many failures up to that point, Lance would also begin working with notorious Vice City drug lord Ricardo Diaz under the name Quentin Vance, to avoid ridicule and rope his brother Victor into working for him by proxy, with Lance still frequently too inebriated to be of any help. Still heavily handicapped by his addictions, however, Lance would also borrow a large amount of money from Diaz and promise that he and Victor would pay him back in interest, without Victor's approval.
Good stuff. Or I kill you and your brother with a blunt instrument. Vic, we were just talking about you. Yeah? About you boys repaying that money I lent you, huh?
What fucking money? Hey, what's he talking about?
Look, I borrowed some money for us from Ricardo, and we're gonna pay him back, okay?
What the fuck have you done now?
I invested back in the business. I'm sorry, Ricardo, baby, but sometimes brothers get out for mail on you, you know. I know. That's why I killed mine. Boys, relax. Just go do that thing for me and all will be good. Yeah!
Wait, hold on. What is he talking about?
Look, Ricardo wants us to destroy all of Armando Mendez's bearer bonds. And I know it sounds risky, but trust me, I got it going, because I've done this a million times. Let's just pop, baby. You know, let's just pop.
Guess I'm doing this one on my own.
Either ignorant or indifferent to his brother's true feelings, Lance would at this time once again undermine his relationship with Victor when the two learned of Vic's lover, Louise Williams, being kidnapped by their old rival Jerry Martinez, and Lance attempted to convince Victor to move on and find somebody else regardless of what happened to Louise.
Let's you and me just go make some money.
You're kidding, right?
Oh man, get your priorities in order.
Victor would force Lance to help save her, and inadvertently end up in a divide and conquer play by Martinez when Louise turns out to not be in danger at all, and Lance is once again nearly killed. Vic and Louise would swoop in with a stolen medical helicopter to save Lance and deliver him to a boat off the coast where Martinez's men had stolen Vance merchandise. Not long after, however, Louise would be kidnapped for real, and the Mendez brothers would deliver one final warning to Victor and Lance by blowing up Lance's shiny new Infernus, which finally prompts Lance into action.
My car!
Lance would recklessly charge at the Mendez mansion, putting himself in immense danger, and despite making his way through the front doors, he would quickly be captured and held captive alongside the dying Louise Williams, forcing Victor to fight his way through the Mendez cartel and Armando Mendez himself to try and save his lover and his brother. Victor would arrive moments too late to save Louise, and a callous Lance would try again to convince Victor that she wasn't right for him, and that the only thing that mattered was family, namely, him.
Hey, Vic, I know you cared about her, man. But she wasn't right for you. Vic. Hey, Vic. Family's what matters. Oh, damn. All right. Okay, I'll make it. I can make it. I know I can, man.
Victor would proceed to go on a rampage, destroying all of their enemies, while Lance presumably waited at home until finally summoning the courage to try and help his brother, only to arrive conveniently too late to help. Vic, having killed Jerry Martinez and the Mendez brothers, would plead with Lance to get out of the drug trade for good. But Lance, being Lance, would instead tell Victor that he managed to acquire 20 more keys of cocaine from an unknown source, though likely from the Mendez mansion as part of their stash, though we cannot confirm this with any certainty. Lance argued that the smart move would be to sit on their stash for a time and then sell it all at once to make a huge payday, but Victor would be thoroughly unconvinced. Eventually, either Lance or Victor would purchase a small farm in Panama to safely store the coke, while presumably continuing to live out of Vice City and ramping down their empire's production for shutdown.
Right! Look, I'm gonna send some money to Pete.
Cool! But bro, I don't want you thinking it's just about you. That is all about you.
Hey, I don't. It's about you, me, Pete, Bob, wherever the hell she is.
But wait! I've been making moves! I got a hold of 20 keys,
Are
man.
you crazy? Get rid of it!
No! All we gotta do is sit on it! It's hidden out of sight! Out of town, man! We lay low and then sell it!
No! I am not interested! Got it?
Okay, man! Whatever you say!
That's right!
Come on! Let's pop!
A little less than 2 years later, however, in 1986, and presumably after much prodding from Lance, Victor would agree to try selling the cocaine in a deal he sets up with the Liberty City-based Forelli crime family's lawyer, Ken Rosenberg, at the docks in Viceport. Using his skills as a pilot, Lance would transport the brothers to the meeting and Victor would meet with the Forelli wise guys on foot, including their main representative down south, Tommy Vercetti. In a blaze of gunfire, Victor Vance would be tragically killed by hiding assassins who had been tipped off about the deal, and Lance would just barely manage to escape thanks to his quick skills in a helicopter, with the only other survivors being Vercetti and the Forelli lawyer. Lance would mourn his brother's loss and begin seeking revenge, while also continuing to seek opportunity wherever he went.
Come on, get out of here! Drive!
With his brother dead, Lance would begin snooping around Vice City's criminal underworld looking for clues, and stumble onto the same lead as one of the other survivors, also trying to find out who ambushed the deal, Tommy Vercetti. Lance would shadow Tommy, who had learned of a lead on a chef moonlighting as an assassin named Leo Teal, living in Ocean Beach, and catch up with Vercetti just as he was beating Teal to death and extinguishing their only lead. Lance would have Tommy's back and offer to show him the ropes of crime in Vice City, while continuing to watch him from a distance to see what he would do.
Oh, way to go, tough guy. Beat him to a pulp. That should make him real chatty.
You want some too?
Hey, chill. I want what you want, brother.
Oh, yeah? And what's that?
Your green and my dead brother's white lady. Unfortunately, you just silenced our lead.
Accidents happen. Get lost.
Hey, whoa. No need to go all Lone Range on my ass. The way I see it, we two hombres in a strange town. We need to watch each other's back.
My back's just fine, brother.
You sure about that? Here, take this. Follow me.
Returning to work for Ricardo Diaz once again, still under the name Quentin Vance, Lance would slowly become suspicious of Diaz, as well as continue to run into Tommy Vercetti while he investigated the pint-sized drug baron. Lance and Vercetti would both attend a meeting serving as guards for Ricardo, while still being unsure of his guilt, and begin forming a loose friendship. Lance would begin working with Tommy regularly for Diaz, while continuing his sleuthing, and eventually conclude that Diaz was more than likely responsible for ambushing their deal and killing Victor, a conclusion that Tommy comes to as well, who attempted to convince Lance to hold off until the time was right to strike at Diaz.
I can take Diaz!
No, listen to me! I'll handle Diaz! He's beginning to trust me!
Lance's impulsivity would have other plans in mind, however, as eventually he would decide to confront Diaz himself alone, and ended up being kidnapped and brought to the Vice City dump to be tortured, forcing Tommy to save him, much like his brother Victor had done many times in the years prior.
He killed my brother! What do you expect me to do, mow his lawns?
We're gonna have to take out that prick Diaz before he takes us out. You okay to use a gun?
Sure, I guess. Nice to see you too.
Let's get out of here.
Frustrated with Lance's inability to wait, but convinced of his usefulness as an asset and possibly even a friend, Tommy would rescue Lance and deliver him safely to the hospital, telling him to prepare for the final assault on the Diaz mansion. Providing the two with the firepower they would need, Lance would meet Tommy on Starfish Island and strap up for an all-out war on Diaz turf, with the two men ripping through Diaz's forces to reach the drug lord himself and finally put him down. Together with his new friend and partner, Lance Vance would finally take the revenge he'd been seeking and kill Ricardo Diaz once and for all, leaving Tommy Vercetti the new king of Vice City and Lance his right-hand man.
You stupid pricks! My beautiful house! Look what you've done to it!
This is for my brother!
I trusted you, Tommy. I would have had you made.
Say goodnight, Mr. Diaz.
Yo, Tommy, it's Lance.
Yeah?
Oh, nice to hear from you, Lance. Come on, man. Be cool, be cool.
I'm in the middle of something. What do you want?
Nothing. Just to say, look, Tommy, we can do this thing. You and me, no problem. You know what I mean?
We're going to have to do it, because otherwise we're going to be dead, Lance. We're in too far now. But thanks for the call. Speak to you later.
Now arguably the second most powerful person in Vice City for the second time in 2 years, Lance would almost immediately begin questioning his position in the Vercetti crime family, while attempting to remain useful to Tommy in between his likely inebriated phone calls, begging to be taken seriously. After years of being patronized by Victor, Lance's insecurities and vulnerabilities would resurface following Diaz's death, and though Lance would continue to help Tommy grow his empire, he would constantly run afoul of Vercetti for his lack of initiative and constant complaining.
What's the problem? Some bars refusing to pay. They reckon they're protected by a local gang of thugs. But don't worry, Tommy. I can handle it.
You call this handling it? You two, off your asses.
Let's go.
Though Lance would do his best to maintain his composure and keep cool, his macho front would frequently vanish in a series of phone calls to Tommy pleading to be given a fairer slice, even with his constant slip-ups as a high-ranking member of the Vercetti crime family. Something which also likely infuriated Lance, who viewed his partnership with Tommy as a joint operation, despite Tommy making it clear on numerous occasions that he considered the business his, and his alone.
Tommy, we gotta talk about stuff.
What's the problem, Lance?
It's you, my friend. I feel you're not giving me a fair slice. And more than that, you've been embarrassing me in front of the boys. I can't have that.
Lance, it ain't like that. You've been making mistakes.
Tommy, I'm not your message boy. I'm not your running boy.
Lance, don't screw up and we won't have any problems. I screw up, you can lay into me anytime.
Tommy, I've done everything for you. You treat me like a fool. Don't do that.
Lance, I won't rip you off or stab you in the back, okay? Just take it easy. This is tough enough without you getting all emotional on me. Trust me. Do you hear me? Do you hear me?
I hear you, Tommy, but I can't take this much more.
Lance, don't be like this. Now I'm warning you. Do you hear me? Just relax. Take a few days off, okay? I'll talk to you.
It seemed the larger Tommy's empire grew, the smaller Lance felt as a part of the larger machine, and the less he felt useful or needed to Tommy, who he viewed as a friend and perhaps even a pseudo-brother, still missing the connection he'd had with Victor, and emotionally attached to Tommy for helping him avenge Vic's memory. Eventually, Lance's insecurity would get the best of him, when he began speaking with members of the Forelli crime family behind Tommy's back, in an effort to get back at Tommy for his perceived disregard for him.
Tommy, it's me, Lance. Keep your mouth shut there, Tommy, because I ain't got no time to talk. I ain't interested in what you gotta say. Why should I be? You don't care about me, do you? You gotta look after me a bit better. Give me a spare slice, you know? Hey, Tommy, man, look, hey, I'm sorry. It's just that people patronize me all my life, treat me like a little kid. My brother would do that. Please, man, don't do that. I gotta go.
When Tommy learns that the Forelli crime family intends to come to Florida and tax his businesses, he uses one of his new assets, the Printworks, to forge $3 million, or according to some reports, $20 million, in counterfeit bills to present to the Forellis as a tribute. But Lance would take this opportunity to tell the Forellis about the fake bills and betray Tommy.
But at least someone in your chicken shit organization knows how to do business. Isn't that right, Lance?
Sorry, Tommy. This is Vice City. This is business.
You sold us out.
No, I sold you out, Tommy. I sold you out. The real cash is upstairs in the safe.
Infuriated, Tommy would kill all the intruders in his mansion before turning his attention to Lance and chasing him to the roof for a final confrontation. With help from his Forelli backup, Lance would try to make a last stand like his brother had done against Mendez and Martinez 2 years prior, but in the end, Tommy would gun him down, and Vice City would finally see the last dance of Lance Vance.
This is the last dance for Lance Vance.
Lance T. Vance was an impulsive, insecure, and childish drug addict who spent the majority of his life lingering in obscurity and doing little work, while his older brother helped to keep their struggling family afloat. Lance appears to have lived with his primary caregiver, Aunt Enid Vance, until at least the age of 30, and seemingly had no interest in anything short of becoming a millionaire, so long as he could make it happen quickly and with minimal effort. Lance's tendency to act impulsively was a source of constant stress on his family his entire life, and this may have at least partially been due to Lance's lack of a paternal figure in the household, outside of Victor, due to their father either abandoning the family or perhaps dying when the Vance brothers were still very young. With their father gone and Victor often working to provide for the family, Lance would seek entertainment and fulfillment by thrill-seeking, such as learning to fly a helicopter, mad partying, or massive amounts of illicit drugs, or a combination of the three, and rarely thought about anyone but himself when making his reckless decisions. Lance was apparently always insubordinate and prone to talking back and acting out against authority as well, as evidenced by the fact that he was kicked out of Boy Scouts for unknown reasons, though it could just as easily have been drugs as well. Lance's priorities in life appeared to be drugs, fun, and family, and unfortunately in that order. Clearly loving his brothers and even claiming to seek riches partially to help pay for his younger brother Pete's exorbitant medical bills, but also frequently putting his brothers in danger, most often Victor, by involving them in his own desires to avoid blue-collar work and instead live the American dream by making it big. Lance likely felt immense grief being partially responsible for Victor's death by insisting on the deal when Victor wanted to get out of the drug game entirely, and this may have only fueled his descent into further drug addiction, heavy drinking, and perhaps even depression as he went from one of the leaders of the Vance crime family to the number two in another crime family entirely, one which he didn't feel valued him as an asset. It is arguable, therefore, that in the end it was Lance's insecurities which got him killed. Following Tommy's takeover of Vice City, Lance would slowly see himself as being patronized by Tommy the very same way his brother Victor had done his whole life. And these feelings, combined with his grief for getting Victor killed, may have contributed to his rash and impulsive, though altogether in-character decision to betray Tommy and try to take control of a situation in which he felt helpless. Lance Vance was a tall, possibly 6 feet or higher, man of mixed race, having a white American mother and a Dominican father. Like his brother, Lance was dark-skinned and was fairly lanky his entire life, lacking upper body strength, but also being an agile, if aloof, dancer. For most of his life, Lance wore glasses to see, but upon moving to Vice City and making it big with Victor, he would presumably begin wearing contact lenses, as by the time he and Victor moved into new penthouses in 1984, Lance had dropped the glasses permanently. He most often sported a jerry curl haircut and preferred, when his style afforded him the luxury, to dress for success, buying a trio of white, pink, and blue suits in preparation for celebrating a then yet unsuccessful deal to pay for them. And following his acquisition of the wealth he'd been seeking his whole life, Lance never missed an opportunity to flash his style. Lance Vance's criminal record prior to his arrival in Vice City, if it exists, could not be obtained by our reporters here at GTA Biographies. However, given his participation in the formation and propagation of the Vance crime family, and his direct involvement in numerous deals and turf wars for the Empire, there are no lack of crimes we do know he committed while operating out of Vice City in the 1980s, prior to his death. While we can't be certain that this is everything, let's take a look at Lance's known crimes between 1984 and 1986, while working for the Vance crime family, and later, the Vercettis. Dangerously driving through the city as he and Victor escaped the Cholos upon arriving in Vice City. Helping to steal Brian Forbes' impounded car. Stealing drugs from an unknown gang with Forbes. Threatening and kidnapping Brian Forbes. Holding Forbes against his will. Killing members of the White Stallions. Stealing a drug shipment from the Sharks. Helping Victor to hunt and kill Forbes. Killing bikers with Victor to steal the information on an upcoming deal. Stealing a shipment of drugs from Jerry Martinez. Organizing a drug deal with Spitz. helping Victor to kill numerous Mendez soldiers attacking their empire, framing Jerry Martinez as an undercover cop in an attempt to get him killed by the Mendez brothers, helping Victor destroy numerous VCPD bugs planted in their apartments and in their businesses, killing numerous bikers with Victor for supposedly stealing their cocaine, killing Mendez soldiers while escaping the airport fuel depot, killing numerous Mendez soldiers while defending their empire again, conspiring with Diaz to destroy the Mendez's bearer bonds, killing some of Jerry Martinez's men aboard a yacht off the coast, killing numerous Mendez soldiers while assaulting their mansion on Prawn Island, purchasing or stealing 20 keys of coke from an unknown source, participating in a drug deal with the Forelli crime family, helping Tommy to kill Leo Teal's business associates, killing numerous Haitian gang members while defending a deal for Ricardo Diaz, flying Tommy to Prawn Island to kill dozens of Shark gang members, trying to kill Ricardo Diaz the first time, killing numerous Diaz soldiers and Diaz himself alongside Tommy Vercetti, impersonating a cop to help plant a bomb at a cafe in the North Point Mall, working for an organized crime ring, and attempting to kill Tommy Vercetti. Despite having a considerably lower death toll than his brother, Lance Vance still killed more people in the 2 years we know he was heavily active than the average person will kill in their entire lives, which for you, our lovely audience, we hope is only 7. Lance may not have been the most effective or efficient killer like his brother Victor or his boss Tommy, but Lance was nonetheless a chaotic and often unpredictable storm of irrational thinking and incredibly lucky, likely drug-fueled vendors. Perhaps it was the amount of cocaine he consumed on the regular that made him feel invincible, or his relentless drive to prove to everyone that he was just as good as his brother that allowed him to live for as long as he did. But ultimately, it was only a matter of time before karma caught up with the man known as Lance T. Vance, and as we all know, dear viewer, karma can be a real bitch.
Vice City may have been the epicenter of the cocaine epidemic in the 1980s, but by the 1990s, attention had shifted to the West Coast and the golden state of San Andreas. It was this environment that allowed for the rise of men like our next subject. While we often think of criminals as degenerates operating intentionally outside of the law, sometimes the most dangerous criminals are the cops themselves. Some say power corrupts absolutely, and in this case, that couldn't be more true.
Authority,
I took the trash out. I did.
manipulation,
Yo, Carl, pay the man.
and self-preservation.
I got a fire truck to catch.
These are the tools and guiding principles of tonight's subject. A man whose notorious time as a crooked police officer for the LSPD's infamous Crash Division helped shape the city he controlled for the worse. We will see the abuse, death, and destitution that a single police unit was capable of raining down upon the gangbangers of Central Los Santos and the man in charge of the entire operation. An officer of the law who saw fit to prioritize maintaining his power and remaining in charge over any obligation to protect and serve the communities he terrorized, and whose own delusional aspirations caused the downfall of the LSPD's gang-busting operations during the 1990s and forever tainted the reputation of police departments in San Andreas, even to this day. Officer Frank Tenpenny. This episode of Grand Theft Auto Biographies brought to you by my incredible supporters on Patreon. Sign up today to get all the music from my shows, early access, and a spot in the credits. Thank you for watching. As has become a theme here on GTA Biographies, the early life of Frank Tenpenny is covered in black ink and citations needed from the various criminals, police officers, and citizens we were able to speak to regarding his rise through the ranks of the LSPD and the life he lived before joining the force, which Tenpenny worked hard to keep ambiguous. According to our research, Frank Tenpenny was most likely born in the late 1940s or early 1950s, and by 1992 he would gain most of his notoriety while around the age of 44, though the exact dates remain inconclusive. It is the speculation of this program that Frank himself likely grew up in and around gang territory of one of the many gangs ruling Los Santos at the time, many of whom are still around in some capacity to this day. There are even some who believe that Tenpenny may have had some formal or informal connection to the Ballas gang, due to his own connections with them later on, and his shared hatred for the gangsters of Grove Street families, particularly the Johnson clan, who'd been running the gang since at least the mid-1980s. All we know for certain is that at some point, Frank Tenpenny decided to join the LSPD, and began serving the department and helping to deal with the city's growing gang problem. Although we must stress, the exact details of Tenpenny's early time in the academy and subsequent time on the streets is incredibly vague, and many believe the information was covered up due to the many controversies that would come to surround Officer Tenpenny, which we will get to later in tonight's episode. We also believe that Tenpenny was married to a woman, although any further details remain vague, and it is entirely possible that in fact Frank simply enjoyed joking about having a wife while remaining single and untethered to any one person. Something which seems increasingly likely given Frank's tendency to close himself off to anyone who tried to get close to him, regardless of who they were or his relationship to them. Another detail of Frank's early life and career as a police officer which remains unclear is exactly when he first became corrupted. It is possible that Tenpenny initially joined the force with a genuine desire to clean up the streets and make a safer city for himself, but many believe that Tenpenny's motivations from the get-go were simply to continue accruing power and influence, as we previously speculated. Some even contend that Tenpenny may have gone from gangbanger himself to police officer, in order to continue terrorizing, intimidating, and murdering others with a government seal of approval. Whatever the case, by the early 1990s, Frank Tenpenny had risen through the ranks of his local department and become head of an experimental crime unit tasked with managing the city's gang crisis, and by 1992 he had recruited and indoctrinated fellow officer, Eddie Pulaski, into his line of thinking, and begun taking the fight to the streets. Also by 92, Tenpenny and Pulaski would bring on a new recruit to the Crash Division, Jimmy Hernandez, and slowly begin to open his eyes and reveal the true purpose of their unit to the fresh face. Though Hernandez would initially be under the impression that he was going to be on the front line in a war against the gangs of Los Santos, he would quickly learn from Tenpenny that he was nothing more than a tool to his bosses, and Frank would make it explicitly clear that Hernandez would have to toe the line or face the consequences of defying his authority. By this time in Tenpenny's career, he and Pulaski had begun aligning themselves with the Ballas gang, and Frank was orchestrating, or at least participating in, the largest crack cocaine epidemic in the city's history by allowing the controlled sale of drugs while taking a cut from the suppliers. At some point in 92, although it's possible the discovery was made earlier, a straight-laced LSPD officer named Ralph Pendlebury, who was working for the department's Internal Affairs Division, would learn of the crooked methods Crash was using in their war on crime, and particularly learn the truth about Tenpenny's involvement in the drug trade. Pendlebury would threaten Tenpenny and Pulaski with revealing what he'd learned to Internal Affairs, but Frank would opt to let the situation solve itself when a new opportunity to circumvent the consequences of his actions presents itself. With a long-standing hatred for Grove Street families, main rivals to the Ballas, likely due to their firm anti-drug stance, Tenpenny would begin working to corrupt the gang from the inside out, by offering a deal to high-ranking GSF member Melvin Big Smoke Harris, who in turn brings on Grove Street Lieutenant Lance Ryder Wilson. Tenpenny would allow Big Smoke to head the Ballas drug operation in secret, and task Smoke with helping to organize a hit on then-leader of the GSF, Sean Sweet Johnson. But when the hit is botched and the Johnson matriarch Beverly is killed instead, the first domino in Tenpenny's downfall would topple, when her death ushers the return of Grove Street Lieutenant and brother to Sweet, Carl C.J. Johnson. While some believe that Tenpenny in actuality ordered the death of Sweet and Beverly in a deliberate attempt to lure Carl Johnson back to the city, this remains unclear, and it is this program's contention that it was Tenpenny's aim to eliminate Sweet for his stance against drugs harming his operation, and that the events surrounding Carl's subsequent return were simply, at the time, a convenient excuse for Tenpenny, who had already had a long-standing hatred for the Johnsons and Carl in particular. Whatever Tenpenny's motivations or intentions in the death of Beverly Johnson, he would use Carl's return to the city to kill two birds with one stone. With Johnson on his way to LS by plane from the East Coast, Tenpenny and Pulaski would take the opportunity to ensure that their new recruit, Jimmy Hernandez, remained loyal and silent, by ordering him to kill Ralph Pendlebury after kidnapping him and bringing him to the ocean docks for execution.
Passenger, show us your hand. Stop. Get down on your knees. Now down on your stomach. There you go. I'll take that, Hernandez.
Hey, that's my paper, man. That's money.
This is drug money.
My money, man.
Hey, don't worry about it. I'll fill it out later.
Welcome home, Carl. Glad to be back. You haven't forgotten about us, have you, boy?
Hell no, Officer Tenpenny. I was just wondering what took y'all so long.
Get in the car.
Ease up, man. Damn.
Watch your head. Oh, my bad.
Get out of here, you greaseball bastard! Stupid Mexican. Oh, hey, sorry.
My bag. Hey, man, my bag.
Not 10 minutes later, the crashed trio would intercept the taxi of Carl Johnson on its way back to Grove Street from the airport, and proceed to strip Carl of his cash, dignity, and luggage, before framing him for the death of Ralph Pendlebury and dumping him in hostile gang territory.
So what else you got shaking, Carl?
Nothing. I live in Liberty City now. I'm clean. Legit.
Nah, you ain't never been clean, Carl.
Well, what do we got here?
This is a weapon, Officer Pulaski, that was used to gun down a police officer not 10 minutes ago. Officer Pendlebury. A fine man, I might add. You work fast, nigga.
You know I just got off the plane.
Well, that's a good thing we found you and retrieved the murder weapon.
That ain't my gun.
Don't bullshit me, Carl.
Yeah, don't bullshit him, Carl.
What the fuck you want from me this time?
When we want you, we'll find you. In the meantime, try not to gun down any more officers of the law.
Y'all can't leave me here. This baller's country.
I thought you said you was innocent, Carl. But you don't bang.
This is car 58.
See you around like a donut, what? Carl.
Officer Pendlebury's down.
Tenpenny would have Hernandez warn Johnson not to leave town, and effectively place the former Grove Street OG directly in their pocket for use in the future. With Johnson now informally working for Crash under the threat of being framed for Pendlebury's murder, Tenpenny would return to exercising his power and authority over the gangs of Los Santos, and enjoy torturing Johnson specifically as he continued to work with Big Smoke and Ryder behind the Johnson brothers' backs. Tenpenny would tip off Johnson and Ryder to the arrival of a train containing weapons in an effort to even the odds and avoid any single gang becoming too dominant in the city, and even demand drugs from Ryder's own personal stash. He would tip off Big Smoke to rival startup drug operations, who in turn hired CJ to help in taking the prospective players down, and later warned Smoke of a group of San Fierro Rifa meeting with Los Santos Vagos at Unity Station to broker a new deal, which also threatened Tenpenny's operation.
Hey, Carl. Keeping busy, I hope.
You know me, Officer Tenpenny.
Yeah, I know you, Carl. I know everything about you.
Don't touch me, you pig hands.
That's right, Carl. I got my eye on you.
And? Like I give a fuck.
We're watching you, Carl.
Motherfucker!
Despite technically being most closely aligned with the Ballas, Tenpenny would also unintentionally use Johnson to prevent them from becoming too large for their own good, and possibly threatening his own power when he warns Big Smoke of a threat in the Russian Mafia arriving in Los Santos, and later directly hires Carl to intercept and stop a major weapons deal between the Russians and the Ballas' leadership.
What's happening?
Don't try to hit me up with that ghetto babble, boy.
Officer Tenpenny, how you get my number?
Ways and means, you piece of shit. You been trying to avoid me?
No, sir. I just been busy, that's all.
You're not busy unless you're doing something for us, you understand?
Yeah. Loud and clear.
Nice to hear it, Carl. Call in to the donut place in the middle of Market. We need to talk.
Carl!
Damn!
Where are you off to?
Shit!
Where you running off to, Carl? I thought we were friends.
Yeah, whatever.
As an officer in charge of putting an end to gang violence, I find myself in a difficult moral position, Carl.
Yeah, right.
Carl, I'm hurt. I truly am. And just as I was about to help those poor Grove Street boys.
Oh yeah? How?
I like the status quo, Carl. I like having all you bastards doing my job for me, blowing each other's guts all over the sidewalk.
Dumb bastards.
Now, if it's brought to my attention that one tribe gets an unfair advantage over another, that truly troubles me, Carl.
So what you saying, man?
I'm saying the Ballers have brains, Carl. They watch the news. I'm saying they're making friends, cutting deals, and tooling up for more than half-assed drive-bys. Lots of cheap guns coming into America since the fall of the wall, Carl.
Man, cut that bullshit, Tenpenny. Just say what you mean, man.
Go check out a busy freight warehouse down the Docklands and you'll see what I mean, Carl.
Yeah, okay.
Y'all take care now.
For sure.
He would also force Carl to deal with another gangbanger causing trouble for Crash's agenda by forcing him to burn down a building in northeast El Espago territory, which Carl successfully does, before finally discovering the truth about Tenpenny's role in his mother's death through his friend and Varios Los Aztecas leader, Cesar Villalpando.
Just watch, homie.
What the fuck? Oh, no. Shit, Smoke, what you into?
Shh, that's it. Look at that ride.
That's the motherfucking Green Saber. shit, Smoke? Crash making you sell us out? Moms!
Sorry, Issy. I heard a rumor and poked around. I didn't believe it myself, but...
Nah, you did the right thing.
Tenpenny would organize another attempt at having Sweet Johnson killed or arrested, and this time be successful, when he likely tips off the Ballas gang leadership to an upcoming plan by Grove Street to reunite their fractured group, which had split into several factions following Carl Johnson's departure in the mid-1980s, and the rise of crack cocaine in Los Santos' poorer neighborhoods. Both Sweet and Carl would be captured and arrested under the Mullihan intersection, and using his power of jurisdiction as head of Crash, Tenpenny would personally pick up Carl and drive him all the way out to Flint County, to maintain control of the situation now that Johnson knew of his former friend's true allegiances, and therefore represented a threat to Tenpenny's criminal dominion.
You got a bag over your head, boy. How you feel about that?
Man, take it off! Please, man! I can't breathe, please!
Oh, all right, but only because you said please.
You fucking sick motherfucker!
Intimidate those who intimidate others, Carl. It's my job. Right, Ed?
Yeah. Hey, man, where we at?
The middle of fucking nowhere. Nice, clean air.
Fucking Smoke. Oh, Sweet!
Sweet is alive. Alive and inside. He's in a prison hospital, being treated for gunshot wounds. Awaiting trial.
Yeah. Somehow nobody's caught you yet.
Oh yeah, you should be glad, Carl. Your moron brother's alive, your street trash soon-to-be turned-out sister's alive, and she's only sucking one greaseball's dick. Things are going pretty well for you, Carl. So behave, nigga.
We want you to do a little favor for us, Carl.
With evidence and pressure building against Tenpenny and his fellow Crash officers, Frank would relocate Carl to Angel Pine, Flint County, and task Carl with eliminating an ex-police officer in the Witness Protection Program under guard by the FBI near Mount Chiliad. The witness, who apparently had incriminating evidence against Tenpenny, who was now being actively investigated at every turn, would be killed by Carl shortly after his arrival in Angel Pine, and Tenpenny would slowly begin to relax again, but his respite from pursuit wouldn't last long at all. With testimony on the streets and increasing scrutiny from his fellow officers, Tenpenny would remain calm as a cucumber, even in the face of a San Andreas district attorney beginning an investigation into Crash, which Frank planned to deal with by once again using the services of Carl Johnson, whom he now had even more leverage on with Carl's brother in jail, and the murder of Ralph Pendlebury still dangling over the younger Johnson brother's head. Tenpenny would hire the conspiracy nut and marijuana cultivator known only as The Truth, and order Johnson to pay for an enormous shipment of weed, which Carl would plant on the DA at a later date to ruin his career.
Check this shit out. What do we have here?
Yo, Carl. What up, kid?
Hey, what's happening? Oh, is this undercover training? Oh, no, you must be off duty.
Yeah, whatever. Hush up, man. Mr. Truth here is going to be supplying you with some of the finest weed, and you are going to deliver it for us.
Hey, man, you losing it. You hallucinating this shit.
What? Oh. Yo, Truth, come here, man.
Welcome, friend.
What's up?
Carl here is gonna be paying you your money.
What you talking about?
Now, Carl, I got a real do-gooder fucking with me, and I want you to take this evil green poison and drop it on him. It's gonna ruin that asshole's career.
Ah, bullshit.
Dudes, you want mushrooms, you lose? How about some DMT?
No, not for me, man. I got a jet. Whew, shit. I'm fucked up. Yo, Carl, pay the man.
When the time came for Carl to collect the shipment of weed from The Truth, it's possible Tenpenny attempted to have Truth, and possibly Johnson, although it's likely had Johnson been arrested he would have again been let loose, arrested, and collect the order while also taking the money that Carl had paid Truth for it. With Carl's assistance, however, the two would escape the Truth's farm and burn all evidence of his former crop, with Johnson conveniently moving to San Fierro afterwards, following his effective exile from Los Santos, and Tenpenny apparently deciding to leave Truth alone while he worried about bigger fish that needed frying. It isn't known for a certainty that it was Frank himself who ratted out the Truth's farm, given the potentially negative ramifications for his own agenda, but given that he was the only known officer at the time who was even aware of the Truth and his secretive farm, it seems entirely likely that Tenpenny intended to squeeze every ounce of usefulness out of the aging hippie before disposing of him when he was no longer relevant.
What the fuck's that noise?
Hey, that sound like a chopper.
Oh, man. Narcs, you fucking rat.
Dude, don't put that on me. You the one deal with Tenpenny.
Tenpenny would continue to oversee the operations of Big Smoke and the Loco Syndicate, running drugs between San Fierro and LS, while Johnson covertly worked with his new allies to slowly undermine the Syndicate and infiltrate it from the inside. Eventually, the time would come to have Carl plant the weed he'd obtained from Truth on the DA, and for once, Tenpenny would barely need to manipulate Carl into doing his dirty work at all, when Johnson learns that the target he will be snitching on is a district attorney.
Hey, motherfucker, the code of the streets is that I don't snitch. I don't give a fuck if it kills you, me, my brother. Street cats don't call no cops.
Carl, he's a DA.
Oh, yeah? Well, where I go find him?
He's at the Vankoff Hotel in the Financial.
Oh, for sure.
Carl would pose as a valet for the Vankoff Hotel and steal the DA's car in order to plant the marijuana inside, and promptly phone 555 We Tip, who dispatch officers and arrest another one of Tenpenny's multiplying enemies.
Police, don't move! Get out of the car with your hands in the air! Do you know who you're fucking with here? I'll have your badge, you moron! Shut up! You find anything back there?
Found anything? He's got half of Mexico in here. Must be 2 tons of Mary here.
What? But I've never seen. How could it be? Hell of a defense you got there, buddy!
With the media unable to ignore the mounting calls of conspiracy and mysterious circumstances surrounding seemingly every person who tried to speak out against Crash, Tenpenny would be forced to send Carl after an aspiring news journalist, who had supposedly obtained hard evidence against Frank's partner, Eddie Pulaski. Once again, Carl would follow Tenpenny's orders without a choice in the matter, and follow the journalist from Cranberry Station all the way to Santa Maria Beach, to kill both him and a second journalist whom he was meeting.
What y'all want this time?
Well, what we want is to get on with our jobs in peace without some damn bleeding heart liberal poking his nose into affairs he won't even understand.
The press on the
What the hell would you know about it, boy?
Whoa, easy there, Eddie. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Some young journalist out there is trying to get a name for himself.
He doesn't know how the streets work. That he's supposed to report what he's supposed to report.
Yeah, anyway, we need you to shut him up for us.
And that Stooley. Shut him up, too.
Yeah, there's some reporter who's digging up dirt on Pulaski. We don't know who's talking, but we know the reporter's meeting him today.
Take care of him.
Oh, this is a nice place, Carl.
Although Johnson would manage to kill the journalist for Tenpenny, on top of ruining the DA's career and killing an ex-police officer, none of it would be quite enough to keep Tenpenny and the rest of Crash out of hot water. After months of attempting to lay low and avoid further controversy following Carl's dismantling of the San Fierro end of Big Smoke's and by proxy his drug operation, he and Pulaski would learn of a secretive meeting meant to take place out in the desert of Bone County between the DEA and FBI, both looking to find solid evidence against Crash. Either no longer concerned primarily with his income through the now shrinking Los Santos drug operation, or perhaps more concerned with pressing matters, Tenpenny would once again hire Carl to intercept the meet and kill everyone involved, while also obtaining the dossier being held by one of the agents containing damning evidence against him.
I'm sure you'll find some way to keep your badge. Your kind always do.
You still don't get it, do you, Carl? This ain't about keeping some fucking badge.
Hey, listen to the man.
We all the same, Carl. You, me. We all trying to pull ourselves out of the hole. Somebody steps on me, I gotta step on you.
Where's Hernandez with that fucking meat? He's been gone too long, Tenpenny.
Getting a little edgy, fellas?
Oh, how you like that, you piece of shit? That give you any idea how edgy I am?
Whoa! What the fuck?
Get up, bitch! You paying attention? Now there's a ruined town out west of here. Aldea Malvada. And there's some piece of shit DEA officer meeting with an FBI agent with a dossier. Now you get the dossier and you make both of them disappear.
As reliable as ever when it came to killing, Johnson would, amazingly, manage to do just what he was asked yet again, and kill numerous highly skilled government agents to obtain the dossier for Frank, before being told to meet up at a ghost town in Bone County called Las Brujas, to covertly pass the files on to Crash for disposal. Having been doing a fair bit of snooping of his own, however, Tenpenny's true motivations for meeting in such a remote location would reveal themselves when he violently assaults fellow Crash officer Jimmy Hernandez for apparently being the one responsible for Frank's constant scrutiny by the government and the media. Tenpenny would order Pulaski to deal with the situation while he fled the scene, intending for both Johnson and Hernandez to be buried in the empty desert and forgotten, once again absolving Frank's responsibility by destroying the evidence.
You sold us out! Time to dig, Carl. You take care of things.
Huh? Where are you going?
To get drunk and get laid. You got a problem with that?
No, Frank, relax.
Good. I'll see you back at the precinct. And I'll see you in the next life, Carl.
When Johnson manages to turn the tables on Pulaski, however, and even kill the one man who may have considered Frank their friend, even if the feeling wasn't mutual, Tenpenny is forced to flee back to Los Santos to attempt damage control, but the disappearance of Pulaski sparks enough media sensationalism to force Tenpenny into panic mode as the court system loomed over him. Finally, a trial would be organized against Crash, but most prominently Frank himself, and the now missing Officer Pulaski. Despite the walls seemingly closing in on him, Tenpenny would be found not guilty, along with the rest of Crash, likely due to his long career as an officer of the LSPD, and the city of Los Santos' unwillingness to punish the police who break their own laws, and walk away from the courthouse a free man with a new plan.
Oh wait, they're exiting the courtroom now.
That bastard Pulaski will probably turn up dead just like the rest of them.
In light of the lack of evidence against my client, the district attorney's office has seen fit to drop all charges against this innocent man.
That's bullshit.
You see? You can't trust the system, man.
This surprise decision is wholly unprecedented.
Oh man, ain't no justice. It's just us.
No, I've been arrested numerous times for total natural behavior.
Los Santos will burn tonight.
Ain't nobody gonna be riding in my hood.
I don't know about that, Holmes. Look, the whole city is going up. People are fucking pissed off about this.
People don't know what they want. We all being used.
You see, man, it's always the same, friend. Power systems corrupt everyone.
Look, I said we gonna secure the hood. We ain't getting shit together so some idiot can burn it down.
Tenpenny would begin preparations to get his affairs in order and flee the city of Los Santos as it erupted into utter chaos following his not guilty verdict, which sparked mass protest and anger across the poorer gang-controlled parts of the city and even beyond. No longer primarily concerned with Johnson and instead prioritizing saving his own life, Tenpenny would ambush Carl just as he finished pushing his way through Big Smoke's crack palace in East Los Santos, and force him to fill a briefcase with cash for Tenpenny's escape, before attempting to kill him where he stood.
Carl Johnson, my man. I need you to do me another favor. You kill Pulaski, now this fat fuck? There's no stopping you. Drop the gun.
You ain't leaving here alive, man.
Where's your brother at, huh?
Why you just didn't shoot me in the back? Feeling exposed, huh?
Shut your dumb ass up and load the bag. Come on, let's go. I ain't got time to fuck with you.
So what it's like, Tenpenny, huh? All alone? Nobody got your back? Suck, huh?
Why you think I'm alone? I got a couple of rookies outside. But I gotta open their eyes slowly, you know. Little truth here, little truth there. Alright, fuck it, that's enough. Chuck it over. I got a fire truck to catch.
You crazy, man. Lost it. You gone.
Half the city's looking for cops to kill, Carl. And I ain't about to get dragged out of a patrol car and get beat to death by some angry mob. No, not tonight.
What you catching? A plane?
Ding, 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 ding! Good answer, Carl! You know, you're gonna thank me one day for opening your fucking eyes. Oh, I almost forgot, Carl. Time to die.
Sweet!
What? It ain't over, Carl. It ain't over.
With quick thinking, Carl would manage to stay alive as Tenpenny fled the building to board a fire truck outside and reach Los Santos International Airport, but a now free Sweet Johnson would run after Frank's escaping vehicle, clambering aboard the truck using the fire ladder. Carl would catch up to the truck and save his brother, and the two would chase Frank all across Los Santos before he finally made his last wrong move and lost control of his truck on the Ganton Bridge just above the Grove Street cul-de-sac. Frank Tenpenny would crash into the street below and suffer fatal injuries, dying from his wounds shortly after. A legacy of death, corruption, and abuse had finally come to an end, and a city, all in unison, seemed to almost rejoice.
Come on, assholes! I'll take you all! You're mine! Mine! I run this town! Hey! Over here! Hey! Officer down, come on! Hey! Assholes! You never understood what I did. 50 of me, and this town would be okay. I took the trash out. I did. And I'd do it all again.
In the hours that followed, as the riot subsided, his body was picked clean by looters and mutilated, likely by the many people of Central LS whose lives he'd terrorized for so long.
See you around, officer.
Frank Tenpenny was a violent, manipulative, and downright sadistic man with an intense god complex, to the point of believing his own hype all the way up to his dying breath. Never missing an opportunity to make others feel small, exercise his authority, and remain in control, Frank was among the most hated but feared individuals in Los Santos at the height of his influence as an LSPD officer, and the head of their crash division. He was arrogant, rude, and seemingly indifferent to the suffering of all others, even rejecting any possible friendships with his fellow officers by always making it clear who was in charge and what their role was to him. While it is alleged that Frank was married, it is our speculation that even if Tenpenny was, he likely did not spend much time with his family, and may have even found fulfillment by other illicit means given his own lack of objections to partaking in the drugs he himself made a living off of selling and arresting others for consuming. In fact, it could be argued that Frank was, on top of everything we've already mentioned, a drug addict, as he was known to steal samples of hard drugs such as PCP, or water, from Lance Ryder Wilson, as well as lighter drugs such as marijuana, which while less addictive, he still consumed while on duty, making his already questionable judgment as a police officer even more suspect. Frank was also fond of manipulating Carl Johnson in particular, whom his partner Eddie Pulaski had wished to kill on several occasions, but whom Tenpenny spared not out of a respect for Carl, but out of a desire to remain in charge in every situation, clearly enjoying his ability to toy with Johnson on numerous occasions due to the leverage he held over him. A true psychopath, however, it is clear that Frank Tenpenny never cared for any single human being that wasn't himself, and even Carl would eventually outgrow his usefulness to the officer, at which point he attempted to have him killed, like everyone else before. Many even believe that Eddie Pulaski, had he not been killed by Johnson himself, would have eventually fallen at Frank's hands due to his seemingly lack of any empathy and single-minded determination to remain in control of his life and the lives of whoever else he saw fit. Frank Tenpenny was willing to murder, fabricate evidence, burn down buildings, and even kill fellow police officers and government agents, all just to keep himself clean, and effectively served as a gang leader for the most corrupt elements of the LSPD for the entire duration of his leadership. While he claimed publicly, even to himself, to be motivated by taking out the trash and having a no-nonsense approach to handling gang violence by encouraging them to kill each other, Frank's true motivations, we speculate, were far more sinister and self-serving. In truth, Tenpenny had chosen to align himself with the gangs of Los Santos who facilitated his drug habits and corrupted morals, allowing himself to grow rich off the work of others, all the while exercising absolute authority over anyone who tried to stand in his way, be they gangbanger or police officer. Up to this point, every single person we have examined on GTA Biographies has shown at least some surface-level emotional empathy towards at least one other person in their lives, and while we remain uncertain as to the details of much of Tenpenny's personal life, at least given what we know, he may be the most purely psychotic and perhaps even evil individual we have yet examined on this series. Frank Tenpenny was an African-American man believed to be in his mid to late 40s at the time of his death. He was of average build and throughout his career, possibly his entire adult life, shaved his head bald, while maintaining a simple mustache. He was relatively tall, being just slightly shorter than Carl Johnson, and was an overall intimidating presence, not necessarily because of his size, but his badge and his reputation as a ruthless man. Given that almost nothing is truly known about Frank's private life, he was effectively never seen outside of his uniform, and as such maintained an air of superiority at all times, thanks in part to the gun he constantly had at his hip. A common story here on GTA Biographies, the true extent of crime committed by Frank Tenpenny remains highly speculated. When one considers that he served with the LSPD for decades, and as the head of Crash for many years on top of that, and given what we know about Tenpenny's violent and ruthless attitude, it can be safely said that however many crimes we can confirm he was responsible for, the true numbers could be tenfold, and will likely never be known. All this being said, let's examine what crimes we do know he committed, which almost exclusively come from his time in Crash in 1992, due to the subsequent trial and media-released information. Abusing the authority of an LSPD officer. Selling and distributing drugs by proxy through Melvin Big Smoke Harris. Threatening a fellow police officer with death if he did not comply. The attempted murder of Sweet Johnson on his orders. The unintentional murder of Beverly Johnson on his orders. The murder of Ralph Pendlebury on his orders. Framing Carl Johnson for the murder of Ralph Pendlebury. Conspiracy drug dealing when tipping off Big Smoke to a deal in East Los Santos. Conspiracy weapon dealing when tipping off Big Smoke to a deal by the Russian Mafia. Conspiracy accessory murder when tipping off Big Smoke to a meeting between the San Fierro Rifa and the Los Santos Vagos. Conspiracy accessory murder and weapon dealing when tipping off Ryder and Carl to a shipment coming in by train. Conspiracy arson when ordering CJ to burn down a house in East Los Santos. Conspiracy accessory murder when ordering Johnson to intercept a meeting between the Russians and the Ballas. Illegally freeing Carl Johnson following his arrest at Mullahan for his own purposes. Conspiracy accessory murder when ordering Carl to kill an ex-police officer in witness protection. Conspiracy distribution, drug dealing, and sabotage when ordering Carl Johnson to plant evidence on a district attorney. Accessory murder when ordering Johnson to plant the evidence and Carl kills a valet. Conspiracy accessory murder when ordering Johnson to follow and kill 2 journalists. Conspiracy accessory murder and destroying evidence when ordering Carl to obtain a dossier from the FBI and DEA. Accessory murder of Jimmy Hernandez. Conspiracy accessory attempted murder of Carl Johnson. The second attempted murder of Carl Johnson. Dangerously driving a fire truck through the streets of Los Santos. The legacy of corruption and death that Frank Tenpenny left on the city of Los Santos, and to a certain extent the whole state of San Andreas, can never be truly washed away. While Tenpenny represents the very worst of the worst where crooked cops are concerned, his ability to reach the position he did, and the fact that he was even exonerated following his trial, and that he never truly sought justice by the powers that be, just goes to show how badly the authorities of San Andreas were in the 1990s, and some argue still are in modern times. There may never be another better example of just how absolute power corrupts a man.
Although Frank Tenpenny was the true mastermind behind the crash scandal of the 1990s in Los Santos, he also helped to prop up one of the state's most notorious drug kingpins. Staying in the hideous city of Saints, we turn our attention to that most infamous of streets, that many say was the very center of gangland violence just prior to the riots of '92, Grove Street.
Image, success, and legacy.
I can't be touched!
These are the main motivators for tonight's subject. We will take a look at the life of a man whose ambitions and aspirations took him to the top of the criminal heap in San Andreas during the 1990s, and whose manipulative persistence as a pusher, a player, and a money maker were practically unmatched. We will examine a man who lied, killed, and smoked his way to the most powerful and notorious narcotics distributor on the West Coast, and the many acts of treachery and moral depravity which facilitated his rise and subsequent fall. A man whose dreams may have been too big for his sizable britches, and whose actions nearly brought a city on the brink of chaos to its knees. Melvin Big Smoke Harris. This episode of Grand Theft Auto Biographies brought to you by my incredible supporters on Patreon. Sign up today to get all the music from my shows, early access, and a spot in the credits. Thank you for watching. Melvin Harris was born most likely sometime in the early 1960s in Ganton, San Andreas, though as our regular viewers may already suspect, the details are incredibly hazy. It's possible Harris was born outside of Ganton, but it is with near certainty that he grew up on or very near to Grove Street, as from a presumably young age, he had joined the gang and begun slowly building a friendship with its leadership in the Johnson brothers. Being closer in age to the Grove Street leader, Sean Sweet Johnson, Melvin would fairly easily work his way into the higher ranks of the family until becoming a lieutenant and a high-ranking set member by the mid-1980s, when Melvin was likely in his mid-20s and now going exclusively by the street name Big Smoke. Smoke's upbringing and parents remain highly ambiguous, but many suspect that he was raised in a predominantly Christian household, as he was known to quote the Bible frequently to his friends, despite many of them believing his proselytizing to be part of the Big Smoke persona. Whatever Smoke's early childhood was like, he spent the vast majority of his youth and young adulthood as a gangbanger, performing drive-bys, participating in gang wars, tagging turf, and other delinquent activities, common among gangsters of America. Smoke would form strong friendships with many of the key players in Grove Street, including brothers to Sweet, Carl C.J. and Brian Johnson, as well as fellow Grove Lieutenant Lance Ryder Wilson, who takes a particular liking to him. During parts of the late 70s and the majority of the 1980s, Smoke would serve, presumably loyally, as an essential member of the gang, and earn his stripes of street respect as he gained notoriety and influence on the streets of Ganton. In 1987, an incident would occur with Carl Johnson, resulting in the death of Brian, which fractures the gang's leadership when CJ leaves Los Santos to live on the East Coast, and the Grove begins to rapidly decline in power, coinciding with the rising threat of heavy drugs being introduced into the city's poorer neighborhoods. We could not verify with complete certainty when Big Smoke betrayed his fellow gang members, but it is the speculation of this reporter and our team at GTA Biographies that Harris had been genuinely loyal to Grove Street for many years, and possibly all the way up to the death of Brian Johnson. When heavy drugs, most predominantly crack cocaine, began flooding the streets of Ganton and other neighborhoods, we believe that Melvin Harris was approached by the heavily corrupt Crash Division of the LSPD under Frank Tenpenny, and was pressured into facilitating the new drug sale all around Grove territory. While it is our understanding that it was likely Crash themselves who initiated this unlikely partnership, there is little doubt that Smoke saw an opportunity to rise out of the poverty-stricken existence he and his friends had been subject to their whole lives, and unlike his fellow Grove Street gangsters, Big Smoke was willing to compromise his integrity if it meant becoming successful and leaving a lasting legacy. At some unknown point, but most likely following the death of Brian Johnson, Big Smoke would begin working in secret with the main rivals to Grove Street, the Ballas gang, based out of neighborhoods like Glen Park and Jefferson. With the Grove Street leadership vehemently anti-cocaine and opposed to any of their members making profit off the growing epidemic, Big Smoke would make deals with the leadership of the Ballas and begin selling and distributing crack all around the city of Los Santos, while continuing to maintain his position as a high-ranking member of Grove Street. Smoke would attempt many times, unsuccessfully, to convince Grove Street leader Sean Sweet Johnson to allow the sale and distribution of cocaine on top of the marijuana and PCP the gang already sold, all the while pretending to defer to Sweet as the head of the gang, despite acting directly against the gang's interests for many years, without anyone else knowing. We believe this is further evidence that Big Smoke was originally loyal to his friends, but when given the choice between perceived success, fame, and power, or his friendships, he opted to pursue his own self-interests, while trying to convert the likes of Sweet to prioritize profit over integrity. At some point, likely in the early 1990s, Smoke would also move out of Ganton and off of Grove Street, purchasing a new house in Idlewood with his drug money, and claiming the funds came from his aunt. Big Smoke would also form alliances with Mexican gang the Los Santos Vagos and the Russian Mafia, who had been trying to gain a foothold on the Western drug market and continue to expand his network of distributors, street dealers, and enforcers, all in secret. At this time, Smoke would also approach his friend and fellow high-ranking Grove Street gangster, Lance Ryder Wilson, and begin planting seeds of doubt in Sweet's leadership in the OG. Eventually, Smoke would manage to convince Ryder to join him in the growing crack cocaine trade, and defect to the Ballas, while maintaining his usual persona, and the two would continue poisoning their gang from the inside out. With his empire growing exponentially thanks to his new allies, and the influence of Crash on the dwindling Grove, and their facilitation of drugs being moved on the streets, Big Smoke would plot an assassination attempt, we believe with Tenpenny's assistance, and even attempt to frame the attack as the first act in a Grove Street civil war by stealing the iconic vehicle, the Green Sabre. After planning the details with members of the Ballas, the Sabre would roll through the quiet streets of Ganton on a dry night in mid-1992, and fire a volley of submachine gun rounds into the Johnson family house intending to kill Sweet. Due to incompetence, or some believe additional orders given to the assassins, possibly by Frank Tenpenny, the gunman would fail to kill Sweet, who was in his own home at the time and not the family home, instead killing the mother of the Johnson clan, Beverly, and unintentionally ushering the return of former Lieutenant Carl C.J. Johnson for the subsequent funeral. Perhaps feeling guilty for the death of Beverly Johnson, or perhaps simply seeking to continue playing the concerned friend to Sweet, Big Smoke would watch over the empty Johnson house briefly while awaiting the funeral, and mistake the returning Johnson brother for a burglar before reuniting with his childhood friend.
CJ? Oh, my dog! What's up? Hey, baby, you okay, man?
Nah, man. It's my mom's, homie.
Hey, I don't know why this had to happen, but I promise you, I'm gonna find out who killed your moms. The streets is cold, dog. Like it says in the book, we are blessed and cursed.
What fucking book?
Same things make us laugh, make us cry. But right now, we gotta take care of our business. Go see your brother at the cemetery. Come on, let's bounce.
Though Smoke appeared genuinely happy to see Carl after his 5-year absence, he would drive CJ to his mother's funeral, where an ambush by Ballas attempting to kill Sweet would take place, in which the Ballas explicitly did not target Smoke or Ryder due to their secret alliance, something the Johnson brothers wouldn't pick up on at the time. It may have even been further planned for the Ballas to throw the Johnson brothers off of Smoke's trail when they destroy his brand new car during the initial drive-by. This event was very likely another assassination attempt on Big Smoke's part, at the very least alerting the Ballas to the funeral and not interfering with their attempts to kill Sweet and Carl. When all four managed to reach Grove Street alive, Big Smoke would continue to serve as the pseudo-wise man of the gang and return to his diplomatic approach of trying to convince Sweet to change his tune.
Hey, you gotta keep it real, man.
Man, nobody give a shit about the hood.
I do.
All they do is sell yay and ruin the place. No crack ever made a gang type.
I don't know, man.
What's up, y'all?
What's up, CJ? What's crack? Man, all they care about is smoking and money.
You can't knock a homie's hustle, Sweet.
Them marks ain't soldiers. They idiots trying to be businessmen.
Yeah, but they down with us, man.
All they down with is money. CJ, go down there and show these fools you mean business. These chumps from the ballers are sweating the homies. Go put pressure on them. Let's do it.
We've been putting time in the hood, but we gotta get the homies back together. Like the old days.
Yeah, you right. And you and Ryder gonna handle your business. Man, they're slang to their own mama. They don't care about nothing.
You're naive, my friend. We gotta keep our focus.
Still having no success in changing Sweet's mind, it's possible that Smoke planned yet another assassination attempt, though it may have been simple coincidence, when the group of Smoke, Ryder, Sweet, and CJ get fast food at a Cluckenbell in Ballas territory, as suggested by Smoke himself. It may be further evidence that the event was planned when Smoke deliberately spent a ridiculous amount of time ordering his massive food order, perhaps to delay the group from leaving the drive-thru before the assassins arrived, although this could be simply because Smoke was a large man who enjoyed eating as much as any red-blooded American ought to.
I'll have 2 number 9s, a number 9 large, a number 6 with extra dip, a number 7, 2 number 45s, 1 with cheese, and a large soda.
Hey, sorry, bruh. You know I gotta know about mine.
I know, CJ, I know. I'm just trying not to think about it, is all. I mean, I didn't even know she was hit until it was all over.
Yeah, right. Let's eat.
Hey, don't we got beef around here? We've been getting into it with these fools.
I can't stand cold food. Unlike you, I ain't never ate from a trash can.
Oh, shit. Trash can bitch.
Pass me my food. Hey, look. Kilo Trey scoping us out. Damn, Ryder, you a jinx.
Shit, them motherfuckers headed to the hood.
Drive by!
After an intense shootout with the Ballas car in which Smoke intentionally avoided killing any of his secret allies, he would once again change tactics, likely in an effort to avoid any suspicion, and begin helping CJ in the gross effort against the much more powerful Ballas. Having now failed, allegedly, to kill Sweet 3 separate times, Smoke would help Carl Johnson to secure a weapons supplier for the Grove, an old family friend, Emmett, of the now fractured Grove Street set Seville Boulevard families. It's possible Smoke simply went along with the plan to arm the Grove to maintain his cover, though we here at GTA Biographies believe this may have been yet another attempt by Smoke to hinder the growth of the gang, while appearing on the surface to actually be helping it, with Emmett's supply being particularly subpar compared to the AK-47 toting Ballas.
That's my man right there, you know what I'm saying?
Hey! Who shot at me? What you kids want?
Hey, Pops! Hey, what's happening?
Aren't you Beverly Johnson's boy?
That's right.
Brian, say, ain't you dead?
No, Emmett. The other one, Carl.
I'm sorry about Beverly.
That's why we here, sir. We want to get the people who did it.
Well, you come to the right place. Try anything you like, boy.
Man, look at this old shit.
Though most of Smoke's actions at this time seem to reflect his true intentions upon further scrutiny, there is at least one known event from around this time in which Smoke was confirmed to have fired on his secret Ballas allies, when he participated in a drive-by shooting alongside the other Grove leaders in several neighborhoods across the city. Whether or not Smoke was identified by the Ballas for his role in these attacks, or that he'd arranged for the deaths to be forgiven, remains unknown. But whatever the case, it doesn't appear to have affected Smoke's position among the Ballas or his other allies at the time. With Sweet still alive and CJ continuing to make hay for his many allies, Smoke would begin hiring Carl directly to assist him in secretive errands that facilitated the growth or maintenance of his empire, while pretending all of his dealings were in fact to help the Grove. From his house in Idlewood, Smoke would go with CJ to see the release of their childhood friend Jeffrey Martin, or some say Jeffrey Cross, who would go on to be an asset of Big Smoke's, and later Smoke would go on to hire CJ directly to deal with parties who interfered with his drug trade.
Okay. My cousin Mary's in there. Sweet, sticky, bud fresh off the plantation. Here, pull up here, let me do the talking.
Man, I should've known.
Hey, excuse me, Jose. Yo soy el grando smokio, and I want that grass, comprende?
Hey, fuck you, cabron.
What?
Now that ain't nice. Coffee-o up El Guido before I blow your brains out all over the patio.
Chinga tu madre, pendejo.
Man, let me get
Fuck this, man.
Fuck this. Get him, Smoke.
Yeah, go get that shit now. Get him, what you talk about? Yeah, motherfucker, Big Smoke. Remember that name.
Smoke would also have Carl assist him in taking down a group of Los Santos Vagos, meeting with a northern Mexican gang, the San Fierro Rifa, at Unity Station, and attempting to ambush them. The Mexican gangsters would flee onto the roof of a passing passenger train, forcing CJ and Smoke to chase them by motorcycle halfway across the state before Smoke finally manages to kill all of them and the two return to Smoke's home. It is unclear if Smoke's reasoning for attacking these particular Vagos was due to their deal being in conflict with existing deals between Smoke and his other allies, or some other unknown reason. But whatever the case, the fact that no witnesses survived to speak of Smoke's actions likely explains why he never saw retribution from his supposed allies.
What we looking for, Smoke?
Some Vargas cats meeting some San Fierro Reaper, cutting some kind of deal.
San Fierro? I thought northern Mexicans don't mix with Los Santos SAs.
Shit, you got me.
That look like them.
Motherfuckers clocked us. We gotta get those fools.
In another move against a group that Smoke had previous association with, on a tip from Officer Tenpenny, he would also have Carl assist him in taking down a group of Russian mafia gangsters who were attempting to enter the arms trade.
Hey, CJ! Baby, what's up, man?
What's happening, Smoke?
Chillin'? Wanna go for a ride?
Yeah.
You drive.
Alright.
We going downtown.
Smoke would presumably attempt peace talks initially, but quickly be overwhelmed by the Russians, forcing him and CJ to shoot their way out of the building and then through the streets of Los Santos on motorcycle. The two would manage to escape their pursuers and kill many of them along the way, before parting ways once again. During this time, Carl Johnson had been near single-handedly repairing the Grove and bringing it back to fighting strength to compete with the Ballas, and eventually, after efforts by CJ, Sweet, and even Smoke's second-in-command, Ryder, brokered a meeting to reunite the fractured Grove Street sets. At the Jefferson Motel, Sweet Johnson would prepare to meet with the other gang leaders with Ryder, CJ, and Smoke backing him up. But in what may have well been Smoke's fourth attempt to have Sweet killed, the meeting would be ambushed by LSPD forces, who storm the building and send the gang's leaders scrambling.
Okay, it's strictly 1 rep per set. You guys gonna have to wait here.
We'll be there just in case, bruh.
Thanks, homie, but I'm down with these boys. I don't like this, man. Look at all them other family hoods. They used to be Grove Streets.
Relax. We straight, they straight. How about you, Smoke?
Hey, I'm feeling a little exposed, but I'm good.
This is the Los Santos Police Department. Everybody stay where you are.
Oh, shit!
All units, rock and roll. Man, what you doing?
Go, get back in, man. We out of here, baby.
I ain't leaving my brother. I ain't no buster.
Man, it's every motherfucker for himself.
CJ and Sweet would manage to survive the chaos and flee to the building's roof, before escaping to the street below, where Big Smoke and Ryder arrive just in time to get the Johnson brothers to safety. While it is mere conjecture on our part, we here at GTA Biographies believe that given the previous actions of Big Smoke and his connection to corrupt forces of the LSPD through Crash, he very well may have been responsible for the ambush at the motel, though it is worth pointing out some possible evidence to the contrary. While it is true that Smoke had a previous motive and history of attempting to kill Sweet, he did return to save the brothers when he and Ryder had already abandoned the fight, with a seemingly plausible explanation for doing so. However, this could simply be an effort to avoid showing his cards too early by rescuing Sweet conveniently, just in case he did survive.
Shit, that's gonna be a hell of a story to tell when we pass in the blunt.
Damn, that was some serious shit. Woo! Fuck this. We gotta get out of here. Ryder's right. Everybody split up. We'll meet up later.
Having survived the motel massacre, Sweet would double down on his efforts to reunite the fractured Grove Street sets, and Smoke would take the opportunity to plan yet another attempt on Sweet's life by meeting with his Bala's allies in Crash under an overpass downtown. Unbeknownst to Smoke, CJ would witness his meeting and finally piece together the truth about his mother's death and Smoke's true allegiances, though Johnson would continue to deny it for a time.
Oh, no. Shit, Smoke, what you into?
Shh, that's it. Look at that ride.
That's the motherfucking green Saber. Shit, Smoke? Crash making you sell us out? Moms!
Sorry, Issy. I heard a rumor and poked around. I didn't believe it myself, but...
Nah, you did the right thing. I owe you, C's. I gotta go tell Sweet about... Oh, fuck! Sweet! Look, go get Kendall and take her to a safe place.
What you thinking?
It's Sweet. I think him and the homies is walking into a trap. Just go. Go!
Luckily for Smoke, his tip to the Ballas and Tenpenny would finally result in a clear-cut victory in his favor, when both Johnson brothers are arrested, with Sweet being sent to a prison upstate, and CJ taken into custody by Crash to continue serving as their unwilling lackey. With both CJ and Sweet exiled from Los Santos, Smoke would finally drop his charade of being loyal to the Grove, and fully embrace his position as a high-ranking member of the Ballas, and allow them to take outright control of all former Grove Street territories. He would also begin serving as the manager of Jeffrey O.G. Loke Martin, and use this position to serve as a public front for his new persona as a philanthropist and community builder, as well as an excuse for his obscene wealth, which would now only begin to multiply. Now able to focus on his true pursuits, Big Smoke would purchase a lavish penthouse apartment in East Los Santos and continue expanding his empire's distribution capabilities. He would have a drug lab constructed inside the building and staff it with dozens of loyal Bala gang members and other allies, all prepared to defend the massive fortune of illicit substances being churned out of the building and the man in charge of the entire operation. In a blatant demonstration of Big Smoke's massive ego and overly inflated opinion of himself, he would even have the audacity to have an enormous statue constructed in his likeness in his penthouse lounge, and began spending ridiculous amounts of money on luxuries, video games, and body armor, all the while consuming his own product on the daily. He would make a deal with the San Fierro-based Loco Syndicate led by Jizzy B to widen his horizons, and distribute his product in the city by the bay with regular money deliveries by his couriers to the syndicate every Monday and Friday. But unfortunately for him, Carl Johnson, who had since moved to San Fierro himself, would begin infiltrating the organization as a bodyguard for Jizzy. Eventually, CJ would manage to take out the entire syndicate's leadership, including Big Smoke's liaison to the group, Lance Ryder Wilson, and destroy their main distribution centers in San Fierro. But Big Smoke would not be deterred, and continued to operate his empire from the safety of his loft in East LS. Not long after the death of Ryder, Smoke would go on to give a public interview on the WCTR program Entertaining America as the manager of OG Loke, proclaiming his philanthropy and status as a community leader to the world.
A lot of people say gangster rap is misogynistic posturing by fake-ass idiots who spend more time in drama school than they ever did pimping or hustling dope. Well, I assure you, OG Loke is the real thing. He's hated women all his life. He's sold drugs to school children. He's murdered innocent people just for kicks. But he rhymes like an angel. And I assure you it's all in a good cause. So either way, you can feel good about yourself listening to this music.
Well, that was very informative. Big Smoke is doing a lot for the community, or to it. He sounds like a great guy.
In late 1992, Carl Johnson would return to Los Santos for the second time, on a mission to get even with both Frank Tenpenny and Big Smoke himself, who would spend this time attempting to maintain control of his crumbling empire. Though Smoke and the Ballas would fight desperately to maintain control of their territories at this time, the all-out assault by the returning CJ, along with the recently released Sweet, would quickly prove too much for the Ballas, who were being spread thinner by the day, and quickly losing funds. When a trial takes place for Smoke's crash allies Frank Tenpenny and Eddie Pulaski, who had recently gone missing, and a not guilty verdict is delivered, the entire city of Los Santos is sent into a tizzy with riots springing up all across town, and only further fueling the Grove in their all-out assault to take back their old neighborhoods. After several days of fighting, the Grove would successfully take back all of their previously lost territory, and even several of the Ballas' key neighborhoods in Idlewood and Glen Park. With the tables quickly turning, Big Smoke would remain cooped up in his crack palace, playing video games and dishing out orders, as he had always done, until finally, inevitably, he was confronted by his old friend Carl Johnson for the last time.
Hey, Smoke!
Hey, CJ, I was wondering when you would show up.
How'd you know it was me?
Knew it was my old dog, CJ. Knew you was coming and I don't give a shit.
I'm here to take care of your fat ass. Then I'm gonna take care of your friends in the police department. Where they at?
Man, fuck this shit. Man, that's some good shit.
Man, you and Tenpenny.
Man, fuck Tenpenny, and fuck his Polish lapdog, and fuck the police, man. Oh, that's old shit. Look at you, you got the whole world. I ain't got no regrets, man.
Smoke, you had...
I made it, CJ. I'm a success. I can't be touched. I don't give a fuck. Fuck the whole world.
What happened to you, man?
Man, what the fuck do you care? I guess we better do this shit then.
Though Melvin Harris would try his hardest to kill his childhood friend CJ, even bringing in numerous Ballas soldiers to aid him in the fight, in the end, Carl would gun down Smoke, and in his final moments, he would confess that the allure of riches and power had blinded him, but he would die with some twisted satisfaction, knowing that his legacy would forever be remembered.
Hey, Smoke, what made you flip out like that, man? Was it the drugs or what?
I got caught up in the money, the power. I don't give a shit. Oh, fuck, man.
Why you just didn't quit, man? We was like family, homie.
I had no choice. I had to do it. I just see the opportunity. Oh, when I'm gone, everyone gonna remember my name. Big Smoke. Oh.
Damn, man. What a waste.
Melvin Big Smoke Harris was many things at first glance. A pseudo-philosopher, religious adherent, comically self-indulgent eater, and gangster wise man. But when one digs deeper at the heart of what made the man known as Big Smoke tick, it is without a doubt the desire to be remembered as a great influencer and a great man. For most of Big Smoke's life, he appears to have been genuinely loyal to the fellow Grove Street gangsters, but took an opportunity that was presented to him and made it work in his favor, even if it meant screwing over the people he considered friends. Despite eventually trying to kill Sweet and Carl Johnson on numerous occasions, he had spent many hours arguing in good faith with Sweet in an attempt to make him see the potential benefits in allowing the sale of cocaine in Grove-controlled neighborhoods, despite failing each and every time to break any ground. Before his betrayal became known to the Grove, Smoke was known for being an optimistic, charismatic, and long-winded philosopher type to his friends, and unlike the hardline Sweet, seemed to encourage and sympathize with the distraught Carl Johnson following his return to LS with his mother's death, despite being inadvertently responsible for it in an effort to kill his brother. What Smoke's true desires were remains highly contested, as the man rarely allowed anyone to see the real him. While working against his Grove Street friends in secret, he would also participate in at least one shootout against his supposed Bala's allies, and help the Johnson brothers on another occasion, though as we speculated before, it is unknown if Smoke played a role in these events to begin with, not unlike his involvement with killing Beverly Johnson. One of the only known instances of Big Smoke dropping his Bible-quoting West Coast wise man persona and being real was in his final moments before death, after being mortally wounded in battle by his old friend CJ. Smoke even appears to have been at least somewhat remorseful in his final moments, claiming that he'd had no choice when he was originally confronted by Tenpenny, but quickly becoming caught up in the money and power which came along with being a drug baron for the city. The most important thing to Big Smoke was always that he be remembered. Having grown up in poverty like the rest of the Grove Street boys, he likely dreamed of escaping that world, like the few exceptions the group would hear about in popular music and movies. This may even explain why Big Smoke sought out Jeffrey Martin following his rise in status in the LS rap scene, ironically thanks to help from the man who would go on to kill Smoke. It's unknown if Smoke's attachment to OG Loc was entirely out of convenience, or as another means of vicariously living the life of a famous music manager and philanthropist for his city, despite in reality being the main source of his community's degradation. Smoke's philanthropy is another example of Harris attempting to have his cake and eat it too, similar to and perhaps even inspired by the likes of international drug kingpins like Pablo Escobar, who would use his ill-gotten gains to try and enter the world of politics. Big Smoke would use his drug money to help his community, at least on the surface, though many suspect that all of his supposedly altruistic endeavors were simply more fronts for laundering his dirty money and attempting to look legit while operating as the city's poison salesman. In the end, Big Smoke would get what he wanted, in a way, as the city that he helped bring to its knees remembered his legacy of partially bringing about the '92 riots for his complicity in helping crash, and the brothers he once called friends remembering him as a selfish and callous individual who only looked out for himself, despite outwardly proclaiming to be everybody's best friend. Melvin Harris wasn't known as Big Smoke for nothing. He was a very large African-American man of average height, who like his fellow Grove Street gangsters was almost exclusively seen wearing his gang's colors, green, along with his signature bowler's hat. Smoke suffered from bad eyesight, and as a result wore glasses seemingly his entire adult life. And while it isn't known exactly when he became the size he was eventually known for, given that he appears to have had the nickname Big Smoke for the vast majority of his life, it seems safe to assume that from a young age, Smoke was more than happy to eat more than everyone around him. While Smoke would eventually drop his persona as Grove Street leader and make it known to the gangs of Los Santos that he worked with the Ballas, for some reason, he would continue to wear the colors of his former gang right up to his dying breath. Perhaps as a sign of respect for the Grove, which he tried to help in his eyes, or perhaps out of simple laziness. As a gangbanger, Big Smoke has no shortage of potential charges to be laid at his feet, despite never being caught by the police outside of the highly corrupt Crash. While his direct crimes are far fewer than those of a man like Carl Johnson, he still has a hefty body count on top of numerous other potential crimes and accessory charges, for his role as a gangbanger and later a drug baron for the city of Los Santos. While Smoke's crimes in his early days are hard to quantify, let's take a look at the crimes we were able to confirm he committed, which mostly occurred during 1992, and the highly publicized news media storm that surrounded the city following the riots. Participating in numerous gangbangs, drive-bys, and other illegal activities from his youth to 1987. Drug dealing on numerous occasions prior to 1992. Illegal street gambling. The first attempted murder of Sweet Johnson. Conspiracy accessory murder of Beverly Johnson. The possible second attempted murder of Sweet Johnson. The murder of several Ballas soldiers in a drive-by in 1992. Assault on a Vagos gang member. Accessory murder of a Vagos gang member. The murder of 4 Vagos gangsters and the theft of a motorcycle. The murder of several Russian mafia soldiers. accessory murder of dozens of Russian mafia soldiers, and possible theft of another motorcycle. Accessory murder of dozens of gangsters at the Jefferson Motel Massacre, evading the police in a street chase, and the manslaughter of several motorists when smoke sends the group's car crashing into a tanker on the freeway. Accessory murder of dozens of Grove Street gangsters at the Mullahan intersection. The sale and distribution of drugs throughout Los Santos and San Fierro. Presumed money laundering in philanthropic endeavors to clean his money. Possession and consumption of an absurd amount of drugs, primarily crack cocaine. The attempted murder of Carl Johnson. While the numbers for Big Smoke's direct involvement in numerous crimes may seem underwhelming for a man who controlled the Los Santos drug scene at the height of the crack cocaine epidemic, if one considers the number of deaths by overdose, gang warfare, and other indirect means, then Big Smoke's tallies start to seem far more egregious. As the single most powerful man in the LS criminal underworld outside of Frank Tenpenny, at least for a brief period in '92, Big Smoke is without a doubt responsible for the deaths of many, and the destruction of many more lives, thanks to his relentless push as the crack cocaine fairy of San Andreas.
But what would a great leader be without their most trusted lieutenants? Our next subject is a similar, but perhaps more tragic tale of gangland ambition gone too far. It is also, strangely perhaps, a warning about anyone you ever meet involved in crime, named Lance.
Addiction, paranoia, and self-interest. These are but some of the traits plaguing the subject of tonight's episode. We will examine a man consumed by his own cravings for illicit substances.
Man, don't do that! You'll saute the both of us!
Recognition.
I could drive as well as CJ, man, I'm telling you!
And a slice of the elusive American dream.
I need to be in charge of my destiny, homie.
We will follow another gangster of the Grove Street families, who worked alongside notorious figures from across San Andreas, and his confusing, seemingly contradictory rise and fall as a dominant player in the West Coast criminal underworld. A man whose stature and position as a second fiddle to several more powerful criminal actors may have caused his preventable and arguably tragic downfall. Lance Ryder Wilson. This episode of Grand Theft Auto Biographies brought to you by my incredible supporters on Patreon. Sign up today to get all the music from my shows, early access, and a spot in the credits. If you enjoy this series, consider subscribing and hitting the bell icon to get notifications of new uploads. It costs you nothing, and it helps the channel tremendously. Thank you for watching, and enjoy the show. Lance Ryder Wilson was most likely born in Ganton, San Andreas, possibly even on Grove Street, though as is almost always the case with criminals we examine on this program, exact details of Ryder's early life are difficult to ascertain. Who Wilson's parents were, or what happened to them, remains a mystery, but we have reason to believe that his father was an above-average height man who may or may not have been involved in gang activity himself, just like his son would go on to be. We believe that Ryder was closer in age to Carl C.J. Johnson of Grove Street families, and was therefore likely born sometime in the late 1960s or possibly very early 1970s. Whatever the case, by the age of 10, Lance Wilson was already selling drugs to his fellow kids, and presumably even teens in and around his school in the Ganton area. It was likely at a very young age that Wilson began going exclusively by his street name, Ryder, which may be a reference to his frequent role as backup to other members of the gang he ran with, the gangsters of Grove Street. Ryder would become good friends from a young age with fellow Grove Street members Sean, Brian, and Carl Johnson, as well as Grove Lieutenant and longtime friend of the family's, Melvin Big Smoke Harris, slowly working his way into a position of authority amongst the other gangsters. While still attending school, presumably secondary school, Ryder would be so devoted to his role as a Grove OG that he would be expelled after an incident which saw him assault a teacher for the crime of daring to wear the purple colors of Grove Street's main rivals, the Ballas. This would seemingly barely faze the rebellious and anti-authoritarian Ryder, who concluded that he'd been too intelligent for school in the first place. It is unknown when exactly Ryder began to use drugs regularly, but given his role as a dealer since childhood, it could have been far earlier than the typical drug user, and likely contributed to his deteriorating mental state that resulted in paranoia and fidgeting by his 20s. Ryder's drug of choice was a particularly dangerous combination of the otherwise benign cannabis cigarettes that were dipped in a special concoction of PCP, colloquially referred to as water, on the streets of San Andreas. This highly addictive substance was almost certainly a contributing factor in the actions Ryder would go on to take, which arguably caused his own demise. In 1987, now a high-ranking member of the Grove Street families, and effectively fourth in line for leadership, Ryder's life would drastically change, along with the other core members of Grove Street, when Brian Johnson is killed in an incident which many blamed his brother Carl C.J. Johnson for. With immense guilt on his shoulders, C.J. would leave Los Santos to live on the East Coast, and leave a temporary gap in the Grove's leadership, which Ryder stepped in to fill. With C.J. gone and the introduction of crack cocaine into the neighborhoods of Los Santos, Ryder would become more and more essential to the gang as its power deteriorated, and his reckless but often effective method of executing gang operations would make him the unofficial second-in-command for the gang. He would help Sweet during Carl's absence to try and maintain the Grove's power, all the while continuing his reckless habitual drug use and frequent clashes with other gangsters and the law. By 1992, Grove Street had fallen from grace as the most dominant gang in Los Santos and had been rapidly losing power and influence following the departure of Carl Johnson. At this time, Ryder's fellow Grove Street gangbanger, Melvin Harris, better known as Big Smoke, would attempt to convince the Grove's leader, Sweet Johnson, to allow the sale of crack cocaine in Grove-controlled neighborhoods, with the Grove's anti-coke stance being one of the main contributing factors to the gang's decline. When Smoke, who had been secretly working alongside elements of the Grove's most bitter enemies, fails to convert Sweet to his way of thinking, he instead approaches the more manipulatable Ryder with a proposition of money and power in exchange for betraying his friends in the gang, at least for now. Unlike Big Smoke, the reasons for Ryder's defection to working with Smoke, and by proxy the corrupt crash division of the LSPD, the Los Santos Vagos, and even the Russian Mafia, is unclear. Ryder served as the effective second-in-command of the Grove for at least 5 years, and though his actions both before and after his betrayal continued to help the Grove in tangible ways, unlike the far more deceptive Big Smoke, whatever his reasons, Ryder would begin working alongside Smoke and his growing network of allies, all of whom had a vested interest in the downfall of the gang he had himself dedicated much of his life to. Sometime after Ryder's decision to help Big Smoke peddle crack in the Grove, Smoke would orchestrate an assassination attempt on Sweet Johnson, which fails to kill the Grove leader and instead results in the death of the Johnson family matriarch, Beverly. It is unknown if Ryder was fully aware of the details surrounding the assassination, but according to our own research it appears he was at least aware that Sweet would likely be killed. Given his actions following Beverly's death, it is logical to assume that Ryder had only been aware the attempt would happen, and was caught off guard just as much as the rest of the Grove when Beverly was killed instead, ushering in the return of Carl C.J. Johnson for the funeral. Ryder would attend the ceremony alongside C.J., Sweet, and Big Smoke, and the only woman of the Johnson siblings, Kendall Johnson. While we speculated on our episode following the life of Ryder's associate Big Smoke from last week that the attack at Beverly's funeral was likely another attempt on Sweet Johnson's life, it is less clear if Ryder was again involved in the planning of the attack, or if he had any prior knowledge to how it would take place before attending himself. It may be further proof that Ryder was once again only aware of a possible attempt and not privy to any details when he is nearly killed during the initial drive-by, though it should also be noted that like Big Smoke, he too was thereafter safe from the pursuing Bala's cars, who targeted Sweet and CJ exclusively. When all 4 Grove OGs safely arrive back at Grove Street, Ryder's first interaction with his old friend CJ would be antagonistic, criticizing Carl for his size and embarrassing haircut, perhaps still bitter at Carl's sudden departure 5 years prior.
Hey man, what you want?
Seeing my homie. What's up with you?
Yeah, homie. Yeah, it's good to see you back.
No homie love? No hug?
Oh, for sure, my nigga. My bad. What's cracking with you?
Hey man, what you strapped for?
Man, some pizza place keeps paying over our hit up, man. Shit is beautiful. Teach the owner a lesson. Fucking Grove Street. You down?
I'm always down.
Let's go, bitch.
Ryder would continue to give CJ a hard time as he reacquainted his childhood friend with their neighborhood, and CJ would quickly learn that the drug dealing, teacher assaulting Ryder had changed very little in his half-decade stint on the East Coast. When Ryder very nearly gets both of the gangsters killed when he attempts to rob the same pizza store he had been robbing for years on Carl's first day back.
Give up the money. This a raid.
Ryder, not this again.
It ain't me, fool.
No one else is that small. I feel sorry for your dad.
Shit, you crazy. Let's get up out of here.
Same old CJ. Buster. Straight Buster. Oh, shit! Run!
With Carl now back and helping the Grove to get back on its feet, Ryder would be silently demoted back into third or arguably fourth in line behind the reunited Johnson brothers and Big Smoke. He would spend his time, as he'd often done, either hanging out with Sweet and Smoke or digging through his backyard to unearth more of his enormous stash of PCP. Being in alliance with the Ballas behind the Grove's back and working with Big Smoke to allow the sale of crack cocaine, Ryder would play the role he'd always played, leaving little room for suspicion from his fellow gangbangers, especially given his previous history of eccentric behavior. When Carl shows interest in helping to clean up the hood of crack dealers, Ryder would personally show CJ the extent of the epidemic he himself was playing a role in perpetuating. Ryder would even take the initiative in tracking down the formerly loyal Grove Street member Beat Up with Carl's help, and when his welcome is less than friendly, takes the lead in finding a dealer actively selling to Grove Street gangsters, helping to exercise his twisted form of justice.
You sure he still live here?
Fool, I told you this is.
Open up!
Who the fuck is it? CJ, the fuck you want? Get the fuck out of here.
Wait, hold up, man. What happened to for life, nigga?
The only thing that matters is the hood, homie. But you'll never understand what getting this money is like. You know what, man? Get the fuck out of here before you be laying on your back. Big Bear, come check this fool.
Hey, Bear? Big Bear, that's you? Hey, you still from the hood, homie, or
Nah,
what?
the only thing Bear give a fuck about is smoking and keeping my house clean. Ain't that right, Big Bear?
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah what?
Hell yeah, sir.
Now go make that motherfucking toilet spark.
Oh, no, man.
Man. Bear, come on.
Everyone likes to party sometimes, CJ. I'll see you around.
Stay the fuck from around here, punk.
Hey, nigga, fuck you.
It's just fucked up.
I see what you mean now, man. If crack can do that to Big Bear, turn him into a base slave, the average motherfucker ain't got a chance.
Damn dope fiends and drug addicts everywhere in the city. Piss me off.
Look like it's up to us then.
Ryder would further contradict his secret alliance with the Ballas when afterwards, he leads Carl to a crackdown on the edge of Idlewood and personally takes a bat to several strung-out Ballas, with CJ finishing them off.
Good afternoon, baller dope pushers. Grove Street OGs come to do damage.
During another incident which we speculated in our last episode may have been a plot by Big Smoke to once again try and kill Sweet, Ryder would be the first to point out incoming Kilo Trace set Ballas, as they prepared to spray the gang's vehicle and return to Grove Street for further bloodshed.
Hey, don't we got beef around here? We've been getting into it with these fools.
I can't stand cold food. Unlike you, I ain't never ate from a trash can.
Oh, shit. Trash can bitch.
Pass me my food.
Hey, look. Kilo Trey scoping us out.
Damn, Ryder, you a jinx.
Shit, them motherfuckers headed to the hood.
Drive by!
Given Ryder's proactive involvement during the subsequent shootout, unlike his fellow conspirator Big Smoke, we believe this was another instance of Ryder being conflicted in his allegiances and choosing in the moment to try and save himself and his friends, over coming up with an excuse to not fight back, like Smoke had done. Ryder would even give Big Smoke a hard time for not participating in the shootout himself, and instead eating all of Ryder's food. Though this may have been him simply covering his own story, or further proof that Ryder's cognitive dissonance regarding his two-handed deeds truly allowed him to simultaneously help and hinder his friends with real conviction in both actions. Also around this time, Ryder would participate in a drive-by shooting alongside the other core members of Grove Street, in which he once again took an active role in killing Ballas, despite his alliance with them. Ryder would begin antagonizing Carl for his driving as well, claiming the East Coast had changed CJ, continuing to show glimpses of his potential jealousy, which may have been at the center of Ryder's underhanded actions.
I could drive as well as CJ, man, I'm telling you. Yeah. Hey, homie, what's up?
Hey, what you saying about me, fool?
What's up, man?
I'm saying that the East Coast made you drive like an idiot, fool. Man, you always crashing cars and shit. And for some reason now you back. All it is CJ drive here, CJ drive there. Bullshit.
Man, why don't you just take it easy?
No disrespect, man, but you can't drive for shit.
Thanks, man. Nah. Say what you really mean.
You such a good gunman, homie. You gotta ride shotgun. Show CJ what's cracking.
Hey, you know something? You right. Yeah, CJ, you can drive, homie.
He's tripping.
This is one of the only incidents in which Ryder's fellow conspirator Big Smoke also participated in the shootout, so it's possible this attack had been justified by Smoke, who had a closer tie to the Ballas' leadership, and may have cleared the killings, but we cannot know for sure. In addition to Ryder's role in helping CJ to take back the Grove while secretly being allied with the Ballas, Ryder would also, like Smoke, work with Carl individually on a series of jobs which Ryder claimed were to help the gang. Being a paranoid and highly impulsive person, Ryder would first hire CJ to help him rob a Vietnam veteran living in East Los Santos.
Damn. What you doing? Digging graves?
Damn, where the fuck I put it, man?
Put what, nigga?
Man, the fucking water. Need a little something before I go deal with things.
What things, fool?
My homie LB, he told me about this army motherfucker who got all the guns we need. Not that old school Emmett bullshit neither.
I'm down. Let's roll.
Jill, you always down, homie. Apart from when you ain't around here.
Nigga, fuck you.
Damn. Man, you want some of this?
Nah, man. I'm cool on that. Where we going?
This tilt overlooking East Beach. Better yet, you better wait until it's dark. Catch the motherfucker while he in bed.
Yeah, I'm feeling that.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. Come on, nigga. What you
Let
waiting
it
for?
go.
Look.
With his signature streak of rebellion, Ryder and CJ would rob the Colonel Furberger and offload several crates of firearms to deliver to a lockup owned by Ryder's associate, LB. Despite succeeding in the robbery, Ryder would continue to give Carl hassle and even possibly hint at his true motivations by being ungrateful for Carl's assistance and arguing with him the entire time.
You see, I told you. Simple.
Yeah, that was a real breeze.
Say, CJ, you gotta get it in your head that this is everyday shit, homie.
Okay, look, I'm tired. I'll see you later.
All right, Holmes. Just think about what I said.
Later, Ryder and CJ would be directly approached by his allies in Crash, officers Frank Tenpenny and Eddie Pulaski, who disclosed the arrival of a train containing more weapons in an effort to keep the gangs of Los Santos fighting amongst each other. Though Ryder was technically allied with Tenpenny, they shared no love for each other and likely had little to no contact outside of this and one other known instance, with Big Smoke serving as the primary mouthpiece of the duo of Grove Street turncoats. Tenpenny would even use his leverage over Ryder as well as his authority as an LSPD officer to steal from his personal stash of PCP, which Ryder cooked himself, very dangerously, on his stove in his single-story home. Carl and Ryder would manage to collect the guns from the train, though be forced to deal with the Vagos and Ballas gangsters whom Tenpenny had also alerted, as well as collect the crates while CJ tossed them from the back of the moving train. Finally, Ryder would work with CJ on what was likely his most harebrained and dangerous mission of all, robbing the National Guard depot at the ocean docks, with little more than a light-caliber weapon and a drug-fueled determination.
Ryder!
Yeah, CJ. Hey, CJ, tell me why I didn't finish high school.
Because you've been dealing drugs, man, since the age of 10.
No, that ain't it.
Because you had put hands on that teacher for wearing baller colors.
No, that ain't it either. It's cause I'm too intelligent for this shit, man. I am the real deal, fool. Oh, yeah. A genius.
Oh, yeah.
Who has more straps than anybody? Who has all the straps, huh?
A man with a lot of guns. Shit, I give up.
The army, my nigga. The army. Let's go.
Yeah.
Go hit
Get that out my face.
Go
man.
hit the
You
wet.
don't fuck with that,
come on, man.
Come on.
Buster.
Amazingly, and almost entirely thanks to the ingenuity of Carl Johnson, Ryder and CJ would actually succeed in offloading the several crates of weapons from a warehouse at the docks, while fighting off several weekend soldiers, and Ryder would even further show his unhinged and unpredictable nature when he began tossing crates of explosives into the streets at their pursuers. Following the death and madness of the barely successful operation, CJ would refuse to work with Ryder any longer, chalking up his erratic and careless behavior to his unwavering addiction to hard drugs.
That shit was tight.
Tight? Man, that shit was shit.
Man, you say you down for the homies, but all you do is complain.
Although CJ and Ryder wouldn't work together again, Ryder would continue to be present for several major key events to the Grove's rapid decline. When the recently released Jeffrey O.G. Loke Martin hosts a homecoming party at his house on Grove Street, CJ, Sweet, and Ryder would all attend, with Ryder being particularly unimpressed with the new rapper's lyrical flow.
Damn, man, his lyrics is horrible.
That dude needs some work, man.
Hell shit.
What up, fellas?
Hey, what's up with you, baby?
Show you back on the block, huh?
Hell yeah.
You a real killer, huh?
What he done that I ain't, huh?
Let's stall him out,
Hey,
nigga.
relax, man.
Hey! A baller's posse's about to run up. They're headed up here right now.
Looks like we backed them ballers against the wall, huh?
Hey, CJ, strap up. It's Grove Street.
When the party is interrupted by yet another attack courtesy of the Ballas, Ryder would disappear from the fighting, claiming he was going to get backup, including Big Smoke. Given that it doesn't appear as though Smoke or Ryder returned for the battle, this may have been Ryder showing his true colors once again, though it isn't clear. It seems highly likely that Ryder's frequently contradictory behavior may have caused him to confront Smoke regarding his possible involvement with the house party attack. However, we don't have facts to back this up, and it is mere conjecture on our part. Flip-flopping once again, not long after, Ryder would participate in a meeting alongside Sweet, CJ, and Smoke with the goal of reuniting the fractured Grove Street gang sets. But the meeting would be interrupted by yet another ambush, this time by the LSPD forces, that we have previously speculated on this program may have been tipped off by Big Smoke.
I don't like this, man. Look at all them other family hoods. They used to be Grove Streets.
Relax. We straight, they straight. How about you, Smoke?
Hey, I'm feeling a little exposed, but I'm good.
This is the Los Santos Police Department. Everybody stay where you are.
Oh, shit!
All units, rock and roll. Man, what you doing? Go, get back in, man. We out of here, baby.
I ain't leaving my brother. I ain't no buster.
Man, it's every motherfucker for himself.
Ryder and Smoke would initially flee the conflict as CJ ran inside to rescue Sweet, but eventually, perhaps after together evaluating the possible ramifications of abandoning the brothers should they manage to survive, they would return to pick up the brothers as they fled the scene, just in time. After a mad chase across much of East Los Santos, the gang would ditch the vehicle and go their separate ways.
Woo! Fuck this! We gotta get out of here.
Ryder's right. Everybody split up, we'll meet up later.
Though up until that point Ryder had managed to keep anyone but Smoke from learning of his betrayal, CJ, now working with boyfriend DeKendall Johnson's Cesar Villalpando, would finally learn the truth about his friend. While we've made it clear the extent of Ryder's knowledge surrounding the multiple assassination attempts on Sweet Johnson by Big Smoke is unclear, we can say for certainty that Ryder had some direct involvement with the Ballas, on at least a couple of occasions, the following being one of them.
What the fuck? Oh, no. Shit, Smoke, what you into?
Shh, that's it. Look at that ride.
That's the motherfucking Green Saber. Shit, Smoke. Crash making you sell us out? Moms. Oh, fuck. Sweet. Look, go get Kendall and take her to a safe place.
What you thinking?
It's Sweet. I think him and the homies is walking into a trap. Just go. Go!
CJ would be correct, and he and Sweet would barely survive yet another ambush by the Ballas under the Mullahan intersection, which saw Sweet arrested and Carl exiled. Ryder was now, once again, second in command. With Sweet and Carl gone from Los Santos, Big Smoke at this time would essentially declare himself the crack cocaine kingpin of the entire state, and begin overtly peddling his drugs on the streets and showcasing his theatrical and pseudo-philanthropic side on national radio. Ryder would once again be consigned to operate under Big Smoke, though he would be given a relatively important job in serving as the main liaison to Smoke's new allies in the San Fierro-based Loco Syndicate. Ryder would meet with the heads of the organization Jizzy B, T-Bone Mendez, and unbeknownst to him, undercover agent Mike Torino, and set up supply routes for Big Smoke's operation to run drugs and money between the cities.
There it is, Holmes!
Ryder, you shermhead!
This business is bigger than any gang, is it?
Ryder, little bitch!
Unfortunately for Ryder, in the end he chose the losing side, as CJ would manage to slowly infiltrate the ranks of the syndicate and dismantle the organization from the inside out. After gaining Jizzy's trust, he would betray and kill the pimp before turning his attention to his former friend.
Hey, okay. Yeah, I see you. That was Woozy's boys. They're in place. Look down by the side entrance.
Shit, they heading up to the roof.
Shit! Mina, we're gonna have to take out T-Bone's men on the rooftop before this whole gig blows wide open.
Man, my busing was tight.
Here comes T-Bone.
And here's that snake Ryder. Look at that fool, hanging out with the ballers like they was lifelong pals. Something ain't right. Where's Torino?
Chopper inbound!
That's gotta be Torino.
At Pier 69 in San Fierro, where the syndicate was based, Ryder would meet with T-Bone Mendez and several other Ballas gangsters to continue their dealings following Jizzy's death, and be caught off guard by CJ sniping their forces from a nearby roof. With assistance from Cesar Villalpando and the Mountain Cloud Boys under Wootsy Moo, CJ would push through Ryder and T-Bone's defenses, and eventually Carl and Cesar would personally gun down Mendez. Ryder would attempt to flee, leaping off the side of the pier to an escape out nearby, but his childhood friend Carl Johnson would finally put an end to things and kill Lance Wilson as he tried to flee.
Hey, Ryder, sherm-head asshole, where you think you going?
Can't stop me.
He's headed for those boats!
Don't worry about it, I got this.
In the aftermath of Ryder's death, Carl Johnson would lament the power that money and drugs had had over his friendships and mourn the loss of his friend. Though Cesar Villalpando would attempt to comfort CJ while simultaneously discrediting Ryder by telling Carl about Ryder's proclivity for the only female Johnson sibling.
Fucking Ryder, man. That was my homie. And I killed him.
Fucking midget deserved it, eh? Little asshole tried to bang your sister, you know that?
No. For real? Shit. Maybe you right then, man, but...
Cheer the fuck up! You're going soft on me, man. You did something good, eh?
Lance Wilson, aka Ryder, was an insecure and confusing human being. Constantly contradicting his own words and actions and seemingly being impossible to nail down, Ryder was an enigma of a man who rarely allowed others to know the real him. His relationship with his parents remains unknown, but we speculate it could not have been good, given the fact that Ryder was dealing drugs by the age of 10 and assaulting teachers for imagined gang associations. He was violent, brash, and often unpredictable, putting himself and his friends in danger on a regular basis out of either incompetence or ambivalence. Ryder lived his entire life in the shadows of others, both figuratively and, according to many of his less than friendly associates, literally. Despite technically being taller than CJ, Ryder's posture meant that he was constantly derided as being short, something which angered him greatly and was one of the many triggers for his violent outbursts. This Napoleon complex seemed to characterize much of what Ryder did in general, often attempting to one-up his fellow gangsters or knock them down a peg, likely as a means of compensating for his own insecurities. Despite all of this, Ryder was not without his redeeming traits, at least in the eyes of his fellow gangsters and on a surface level. Unlike his ally Big Smoke, Ryder's actions during CJ's return to Los Santos do not appear to have been secretly in aid of Big Smoke's operation, though this possibility should not be ruled out. Assuming it was not, Ryder clearly played both sides of the conflict, helping Big Smoke or at the very least not interfering with his many attempts on Sweet's life, and also arming the Grove with better weapons, even risking his life multiple times to do so. For any regular person, this may seem completely mad, and it was, though it becomes clearer when one remembers Ryder's intense addiction to psychoactive drugs. While Ryder and many of the Grove Street OGs partook in smoking the relatively harmless cannabis cigarettes common among gangsters at the time, he was the only one of the group to experiment dangerously with water or PCP-laced joints. This dangerous chemical mixture clouded Ryder's mind and judgment, given that he was known to essentially always be under its influence, likely playing a large role in his two-facedness. Ryder was so addicted and paranoid that he kept enormous stashes of PCP buried in his backyard, which he would frequently forget the exact locations of, later returning to frantically search for them in a drug-fueled haze. On top of everything else, Ryder is alleged by Cesar Villalpando of the Barrios Los Aztecas to be somewhat of a sexual predator, or at the very least, a sleazeball. According to Villalpando, at some point he tried to sleep with Kendall Johnson, despite the taboo of dating a set member's sister and his surface-level loyalty and friendship with Carl and Sweet. Lance Ryder Wilson was an average height, despite his bad posture, African-American man with a lanky build. He was not known for being particularly strong, but was strong enough to catch heavy boxes of firearms or explosives from the back of a moving vehicle while maintaining his balance. He wore baggy clothes, mostly windbreakers, at all times, and had medium-length black hair, which he always kept tucked under a signature black baseball cap. The totality of crimes committed by Ryder is, like the man himself, difficult to pin down. Like his fellow Grove Street gangsters, he participated in numerous drive-bys, gang hits, and other illegal activities throughout his entire life, and due to the street code of silence, much of this, perhaps the majority of it, will remain unreported and undocumented. What crime we do know Ryder is responsible for comes mostly from 1992, due to his association with other high-level criminals whose profiles would expose Ryder's involvement in one of the most prolific drug rings on the West Coast. With all of that being said, let's take a look at his possible rap sheet. Selling drugs, as a minor. Assaulting a teacher, as a minor. Participating in numerous gangbangs, drive-bys, and other illegal activities from his youth to 1987. Accessory conspiracy drug distribution when he begins working with Big Smoke. Possession of illegal firearms. Attempting to rob a pizza store on multiple occasions. Possible accessory murder of a pizza store clerk. Assaulting a drug dealer in Ganton. Assaulting a group of ballas in Idlewood and possibly killing some of them. Accessory murder when killing a group of Kilo Tre ballas. Participating in a drive-by shooting in several ballas neighborhoods. Possible accessory theft of a van. Accessory breaking and entering and theft of firearms on Colonel Furberger's home. Manufacturing PCP in his own home. Accessory murder of several ballas and Ellis Vagos when robbing a train. The robbery of said train. Robbing the National Guard freight depot. Murder of several National Guardsmen. Accessory conspiracy murder of several Grove Street members when conspiring with Big Smoke and Tenpenny. Conspiracy drug distribution when meeting with the Loco Syndicate. Drug distribution and drug dealing when meeting the Loco Syndicate at Pier 69. Though Ryder was most definitely responsible for the deaths of several Grove Street gangsters, he was arguably responsible for the death of even more ballas over the course of his lifetime, and even during his time as a double agent. While Ryder may not have a kill count approaching that of his fellow OGs, we must once again stress that his actions at gang activity prior to 1992 are unknown and, more importantly, unknowable. We can only ever give you a glimpse at the horrors the subjects of this show are capable of, and tonight is no exception.
And now, an obligatory e-begging segment. You see, dear viewer, while you may enjoy the programming I've been able to bring to the Weasel News Network, the executives are less than enthralled with our performance as of late. My generous benefactors have permitted me this short moment to beg you to fund this channel yourself, since none of them can be arsed to give us one more dollar of funding. For less than $2 American dollarinos a month, you can help fund future episodes of A Criminal History, GTA Geographies, and much more. And thanks to our underpaid marketing team, now it's easier than ever to support the series with our new 2-tier system, giving all patrons several goodies, including access to all the music created for the channel in high-quality WAV formats, and permission to use them in your own creative works as long as they're cited. Early access to all videos produced for the channel, ad-free and downloadable versions of all the videos, your name in the credits of every episode produced while you're pledged, and access to the patrons-only sections of the Walkerville Discord server, where you can watch classic movies and play community games with me every Friday night. So I beg of you, help me to reach my patron goal by the end of Season 3 to keep this channel independent and allow me to produce future content without fear of the dreaded copyright basilisk. As a bonus, if I reach my goal on time, I'll produce one extra video after Season 3 as chosen by my patrons. That's patreon.com/GuinnessWalker with 1 N and 2 S's. Thank you all for your support so far, and enjoy the rest of the show. And with that out of the way, we return to our marathon, dear viewer. As we return to the melting pot of Liberty City, we will follow the story of one of America's favorite kind of villains, a Russian one. For every 1,000 immigrant stories of hard work and success in a city like Liberty, there is at least one individual, such as our next subject, who ruins it for everyone else, by joining in on that most wholesome of American activities, organized crime.
painkillers, fratricide, and intimidation. These are the tools and coping mechanisms for tonight's subject. We will examine a man at odds with his countrymen, his business partners, and his own psyche, and the many acts of cruelty, betrayal, and violence that he would commit or hire others to commit for him to stay alive and dominant in the Liberty City underworld. We will follow a man from the red blocks of the former Soviet Union to the crime-filled streets of the worst city in America, and his ambitious but ultimately stifled attempt to become one of the most powerful and feared Russian mobsters Liberty had ever seen. A man whose calculated and disconnected approach to survival saw to the deaths of many of his friends, and even his own war-bonded brother, Dimitri Rascalov. This episode of Grand Theft Auto Biographies brought to you by my incredible supporters on Patreon. Sign up today to get all the music from my shows, early access, and a spot in the credits. If you enjoy this series, consider subscribing and hitting that bell icon to get notifications of new uploads. It costs you nothing, and it helps the channel tremendously. Thank you for watching, and enjoy the show. Dimitri Rascalov was born in 1969 in Russia, in the former Soviet Union under Leonid Brezhnev, and what would later be dubbed by Mikhail Gorbachev as the Era of Stagnation. Our regular viewers are likely aware that even with American-born criminals, obtaining detailed information on many of the subjects covered here on GTA Biographies is difficult, due to black ink or contradictory information available. With this knowledge, it should come as no surprise that the details of Raskalov's early life in Russia are very difficult to pin down. But we believe he may have been born in and around the capital city of Moscow, and that he began his criminal life very early. It is unknown exactly when Dimitri began employing violence and manipulation to get what he wanted, but we were able to confirm that at some point he joined the Soviet Navy, likely out of obligation due to mandatory service laws. Given Dimitri's birth year and the fact that he is not known to have attended post-secondary education, his conscription was likely between 1987 and 1991, where he would have fought in the Soviet-Afghan War, though this is speculation on our part, and we could not confirm if Rascalov saw active combat, or simply served his years in training exercises as all able-bodied Russian men were obligated to do at the time. Whatever the case, sometime after joining the Navy, but before the fall of the Soviet Union, Rascalov would meet and befriend a fellow soldier, Mikhail Faustin, and form a strong wartime bond with him as they presumably fought together, or at the very least, served together. Being meeker and generally smaller in size but wickedly clever, Mikhail and Dimitri would work together in a brain and brawn relationship, with Mikhail protecting Dimitri and Dimitri helping Mikhail to determine the smartest course of action. Unfortunately for the two men, for unknown reasons, perhaps due to attempts at selling drugs in the Navy, Mikhail and Dimitri would both be arrested and forced to serve time in a Siberian prison camp together. During this time, Mikhail would continue to serve as a protector for Dimitri, further solidifying their bond as Faustin kept potential sexual deviance away from his friend, who would otherwise struggle to stay alive in the harsh and brutal conditions of Soviet-era Siberian prison camps. Likely during his time inside, Dimitri and Mikhail would even get matching tattoos on the palms of their hands, indicating their bond as brothers for life. Eventually, the duo would be released from prison, we speculate, following the collapse of the Soviet Union in December of 1991, though we could not confirm this. And immediately, they would begin working together in criminal exploits. The two would start as small-time drug dealers selling hash, mostly to tourists in Moscow's Red Square, where the two would base their operation at the time. Due to the dates and details being obscure, we do not know for certain, but we believe that it was at or around this time that Dimitri, and likely Mikhail as well, met smuggler and human trafficker Ray Bulgarin, who likely helped expand Faustin and Raskalov's operation by moving drugs into America for further profits. Bulgarin, who had also grown up in Soviet Russia and immigrated to America sometime in the late 80s and been subsequently deported, may have provided Mikhail and Dimitri with their first connections to the United States, as he returned to his smuggling operation in Europe following his deportation, moving people across the Adriatic Sea. While still living in Russia and presumably expanding their business interests, Dimitri would be arrested and convicted of murder more than once, but managed to walk free for unknown reasons, but we speculate due to his own connections with Russian organized crime. Eventually, both men would seek new opportunities, perhaps due to fears of persecution or prosecution under the new Russian Federation, or perhaps simply to exploit a new market, and by the mid-1990s, moved to Liberty City, Liberty State, on the east coast of the United States of America. Dimitri and Mikhail had reached the fabled land of opportunity. Arriving in America, Dimitri and Mikhail would begin establishing their organization as one of the predominant Russian organized crime outfits in the city. The Faustin Mafia, largely under direction from the more tactical and level-headed Dimitri, would expand across much of Broker, taking control of Hove Beach, Firefly Island, and other scattered territories in southern Broker. Early on, Faustin and Rascalov would encounter the other, more powerful Russian mafia operating in Hove Beach, the Petrovics, under Kenny Petrovic, and form a peaceful business relationship with them, cooperating in their control of the largely Slavic immigrant populations of the borough's southern districts. In 1998, Dimitri would be arrested for extortion in connection with the Faustin Mafia, but walk free once again, only to be arrested a second time just 2 years later for hijacking, for which it seems Rascalov once again served no time. Instead, Rascalov would continue to assist in growing his and Faustin's wealth and influence, acquiring new fronts in the Perestroika Cabaret Club, and later, Comrades Bar on Mohawk Avenue. They would also begin employing more and more underbosses and enforcers to diversify their criminal reach, hiring Vladimir Glebov to operate Comrades, as well as employing men like Ivan Bichkov, Sergei, and Andrei, who had been a friend of Mikhail Sargent when he and Dimitri were stationed in Vladivostok. Dimitri would be placed in charge of security for Faustin's operation and begin helping his friend with their expansion as a criminal business. With their empire expanding and an uneasy peace dawning on their reign, Dimitri would slowly begin to develop an addiction to painkillers as a means of remaining calm, while Faustin allowed his demons to get the best of him and was slowly consumed by his own growing addictions to alcohol and cocaine. Liberty City, 2008. By this time in the city's and Dimitri's history, organized crime had established deep roots across much of the city's Slavic districts, with Dimitri and Faustin's Bratva remaining the second most powerful Russian mob in Broker. Eventually, a gun-for-hire working for Vladimir Glebov by the name of Niko Bellic would gain the attention of Dimitri and Mikhail when he kills Vlad out of revenge for him sleeping with Niko's cousin Roman's bride-to-be. Oddly enough, it would be Dimitri who would take the hardline stance when deciding what to do with Niko, initially demanding Niko be killed for icing Vlad, but Faustin would see the opportunity in the Serbian gunman and instead have Andrei kidnap the Bellic cousins to be delivered to his basement for interrogation.
Wake up! We had to gag him to stop the screaming. You shouldn't have brought them here, Andrei.
Why not? You've been a bad boy, Mr. Balkan. And the boss is not happy.
Oh no, I shit my pants.
Not yet, but you will. Who are you working for?
My cousin, Roman. Don't be an idiot.
That's not good enough. I'm gonna saw off your fucking arm. Speak!
Okay. You're dead like sit up the ass. What do you want me to say, huh?
Very funny. Do you think you're so smart?
No! I'm tied up in the basement a long way from home, while some ape threatens me with a hacksaw. So no, I'm not that smart.
Shut the fuck up! My fucking wife is watching television. Good Lord. What are you doing?
Nothing. I was finding out who he is.
And? Who is he?
He is his cousin.
You were about to cut up some guy in my house, making all that noise to find out he's his cousin. Where did you find this idiot?
He was a friend of your sergeant when we were in Vladivostok.
He's an imbecile. So, Niko Bellic, you think it's okay to kill my employees?
If he is an asshole, yes.
Do it! I agree. Asshole, look at me like I'm a piece of shit.
Боже мой.
Now listen, Niko Bellic. You are very lucky Vlad was an idiot. The only reason I keep him around is because I fucked his sister. Look at me. You owe me. I got some digheads in my neighborhood trying to run a shipment, yeah?
And we found a buyer for the TVs.
Yes, a buyer. But you got to get them for us so we can make the sale.
Can you untie Roman?
Хорошо.
Shut up, Roman.
Shut up!
Roman, shut up!
Shut him up!
Shut up, Roman! Roman, shut up! Fuck!
Shut up! Stop shooting people, you maniac! My wife doesn't like when people shout!
Whatever! You better get those screens soon!
Or I will personally pull your cousin's stitches out, one by one, and watch his guts spill onto the floor! Clean this shit up!
Listen, we'll take care of your cousin, but you better get a police car. And then you call me.
Roman!
Go! I'll take care of him.
Fuck!
When Faustin's temper sees him murder Andre for trivial reasons and shoot Roman in the stomach, Dimitri would begin to fear that no amount of reasoning could reach his friend despite his efforts. He would assure Niko that he would keep Roman alive and implore him to retrieve a shipment of stolen TVs under the protection of the Petrovics. Niko would successfully locate the van of TVs and procure the goods for the Faustin Mafia, with his services now being employed by Faustin and Dimitri to make up for the losses incurred by Vlad's death.
I've left the van where you say. How's Roman?
He's okay. A little scarred, but okay. You did good. Mikhail needs someone like you. Stop by and see him sometime.
Dimitri would begin to work with Niko while attempting to keep the increasingly deranged Faustin calm and avoid further losses from further conflict, with the Petrovics or the law. Faustin's anger and intimidating presence would begin to cause doubts for Dimitri, who continued to try convincing Mikhail of the need to play by the rules of organized crime etiquette, incurring further wrath from Faustin when he implied that their problems were all a result of Mikhail's recklessness.
Lay off that stuff.
Why?
Because it clouds your judgment. Not now, it's not the time.
My judgment. That's a good one. I'm a fool. A drunken fool.
Niko's here. We're going to go take care of that guy. I take it you won't be joining us?
Make him suffer. People forget pain so quickly.
You need to calm down with that stuff.
Calm? Why? So I can be like you, Mr. Barbiturate? Always so fucked up on painkillers, you don't give a shit?
You need to calm down.
Where would we be now if I was calm like you?
Let me guess. In a prison camp in Siberia, or selling hash to tourists in Red Square, or still in the Navy. Which is it today?
Be careful, Dimitri. Be fucking careful.
You be careful. You're getting crazy.
That's the way it works. I am angry. You are calm. I scare you reason. It works.
Yes, but you've angered the wrong people.
Blah, blah,
too many
blah,
bodies,
blah,
too much
blah,
attention
blah,
will be
blah.
dealt with if we don't start playing by the rules.
I've angered people. Me? Not we. Strange. When I give out the money, it's us. When I have to push people, it's me. All alone. Don't think I cannot see through you. After all we've done together.
You're getting delusional. Look, we have to go.
I fucking love you.
Yes, yes.
I fucking love you.
I know.
Yes. But you treat me like a child. I run things my way. Dimitri Rascalov, my fucking way! Get out of my sight! Or I fucking kill you!
I'm not saying don't run things your way. I'm saying be calm. Here. Take a couple of these.
What are you still doing here? I said get out of my sight!
Rascalov would personally show Niko the ropes of Russian crime in Liberty City when he had Niko serve as additional muscle when confronting a man named Joseph, who had been withholding payments to the Faustin Mafia after starting up a side business making and selling online pornography.
No, he's...
Better not be filming.
No, they're just having a meeting, I swear.
Get out of the way!
Fuck. You see? They don't make them like that no more. That's a vintage Bush. If it wasn't for that, I'd say this weren't worth transferring to DVD.
Hey, Joseph! You think you can expand your business interests, make these pornos and sell them, and we won't know about it,
We was just waiting till the books was closed at the end of the financial year. Then we was gonna cut you
Your
in.
books are closed until you pay us our cut. Niko, take this and cover Joseph.
Dimitri would make his disposition and business-oriented mindset clear to Niko by demonstrating the necessity of restraint, and be impressed enough with Niko's equally level-headed performance to introduce him to the underground firearms trade and broker, to keep Niko armed and dangerous for enforcing their rule, despite only days prior proposing that Niko himself be killed.
Thank you for your help, Niko. Come to see us at the club soon. Mikhail will be cool by then.
Problems for Dimitri and the Faustin Mafia would only continue to accumulate when Dimitri is told by Sergei that forces in the federal government, likely the FIB, had been authorized to tap the organization's phones after learning about a shipment of marijuana they had stolen. Furious, Faustin would insist that someone in their organization was ratting them out, despite Dimitri's position of it being their own fault due to sloppy behavior, which Dimitri blamed squarely on Mikhail.
Okay, nema problema.
Hi, Dimitri.
Hey, Dimitri, I took care of that thing for you.
Very good. I'm proud of you. Good.
Dimitri, thank you for taking care of that thing for me.
No problem.
Dimitri, hey, meet my girl Natasha.
Oh,
so
my
nice
pleasure.
to meet you.
Faustin would immediately decide that the rat must be Lenny Petrovic, who had direct ties to Dimitri, being his cousin's boyfriend, as well as direct connections with their partners, being the son of Kenny Petrovic. With a small feud already boiling to the surface following Niko's hijacking of a Petrovic van, Faustin would decide to further enrage his fellow mobsters by hiring Niko to kill Lenny, while Dimitri tried desperately to talk Mikhail out of the decision.
Girls, can you give us a minute, huh? Please.
Okay. Get out of here. Keep it warm. I won't be too long. So, what is it?
We've got police trouble. The feds or someone are all over us. Sergei told me that a friend of his in the courts told him they've been authorized to tap our phones and they know about the pot we stole.
Shit. Who is the rat?
It's no one. It's just the way we've been behaving. Making too much noise. This was inevitable. We're going to have to calm things right down for a while.
It's that fucking guy, yeah. I know it is. I saw it in his eyes. You know? That guy. That guy who bought the coke. But he didn't buy the pot.
That's Lenny. He's my cousin's boyfriend. It's not him. Yes, he's a moron. Yes, but he's okay.
I don't trust him.
What? I just told you.
He knows too much.
Oh.
You, kill him.
Are you sure?
Sure? No, I'm not. Right now I'm wondering if it's him or you. It could be you.
Think for a second. This has been going on for months.
Think! Look where your thinking has got us. You were in charge of security. Good job. Well done, Dimitri. You pathetic idiot. You, prove you're loyal. Go and kill the guy.
Don't question my loyalty.
Then don't question my orders. He lives on Guantanamo Avenue in Bohan. Head up there and call me. Me personally, when you get there.
Mikhail, please, don't do this.
Shut up. Shut the fuck up.
I'm begging you.
I said shut the fuck up.
Please, don't do this.
Why don't you
listen? Want to play games? This is not a game. You have to play by the rules.
When Niko loyally carries out Faustin's orders and kills Lenny, Dimitri would be forced to do damage control for the family, meeting with Kenny personally to try and smooth the situation over, but having little success. He would try one final time to talk Mikhail down from waging his new war against the Petrovics, but be dismissed completely, with Faustin kicking Dimitri out of his home as he gave Niko Bellic new orders to bomb a Petrovic-controlled garage in Bohan.
What did you want?
I want you to teach people to listen to me.
You want him to get us the money.
Fuck the money.
Mikhail, please calm down. We're already in a lot of trouble. I don't know if I can smooth things over with Petrovic.
Fuck him and fuck you. Who are you, my daddy? Get the fuck out of my house.
Mikhail!
Get out!
Once again, Niko Bellic would prove his value and loyalty as a criminal contractor and deliver the truck, filled with explosives, to the garage in Chase Point, activating the bomb rigged inside right before making a mad dash for safety. In a blaze of fire, Mikhail Faustin would seal his fate and put the final nail on the coffin Dimitri had been trying to keep him out of. Faced with a difficult decision to kill his best friend or die, Dimitri would choose himself, prioritizing survival above all else when meeting with Kenny Petrovic to discuss Faustin's fate. Kenny would propose that Niko Bellic, the one to kill his son, be the one to kill Mikhail, and that should he accept, Bellic and Dimitri would be allowed to live without further retributions.
What's the problem?
What do you think?
Mikhail, Mr. Faustin.
Uh-huh. You're given a choice. Kill your best friend or die. What do you do?
And there is no way out?
Not now. Not after you killed Petrovic's son.
You don't have any family. You could run.
Wherever you go, people will find you if they want to badly enough. And for this they want blood.
But you and Mikhail, you have so much history.
Sure.
Well, I killed the boy, so they want me too.
No. I told them you were a hired gun. And they said, as long as you were the one to kill him, you'd be spared.
So that's the way it is.
Yes, that's the way it is. He'll be leaving his house in a little while and heading for the club. Do what you have to do. You know, if there's one thing I've learned, it's that we must obey the rules of the game. We can pick the game, Niko Bellic, but we cannot change the rules. See you later.
Niko would indeed manage to kill the deranged mob boss at the Perestroika Cabaret Club after a tense confrontation and subsequent shootout to the roof of the building. With Faustin dead, Dimitri would barely acknowledge any grief publicly and would immediately begin working to make things right with his new partners. We believe it may have been around this time, while meeting with Petrovic and the other elements of Slavic organized crime and broker, that Dimitri learned of the return of his friend and possible former business partner, Ray Bulgarin, who had arrived in Liberty City in search of Niko Bellic and new opportunity in America. Bulgarin would presumably inform Rascalov of Bellic's supposed slights against him, with Ray believing Niko responsible for a ship lost at sea during his time as a smuggler in the Adriatic. With zero reservations towards eliminating Niko, Dimitri would use the auspices of payment for Faustin's assassination to lure him to a warehouse in East Hook, unaware that Niko had brought backup.
Hey, Niko! Glad you could make it.
Yes. You got the money?
Sure. But I just wanted to say how grateful me and my bosses are for what you did.
Good.
Yes. And I just wanted to check something with you.
Okay.
You are Niko Bellic, correct?
What is this?
And you used to work the coast in the Mediterranean, smuggling people into Italy.
I don't know what you're talking about.
But you messed up. And left a lot of bad debt. You left a good friend of mine out of pocket. Big time.
Hello, Niko.
Hello, Mr. Bulgarin.
Yes. Where is our money?
I don't know. I didn't rob you.
Really?
We were busted a mile off the coast. I had to swim for my life. I don't know what happened. I nearly drowned.
Huh. My heart is bleeding.
I did my best! I didn't fuck up!
Niko and Little Jacob would manage to survive the encounter and shoot their way through Ray and Dimitri's forces, but escape without killing either man, forcing the Russians to regroup and begin smoking the Bellic cousins out of Hove Beach by force. With full control of the formerly Faustin Mafia under his belt, Dimitri would order the destruction of Niko's apartment and his cousin Roman's taxi business, no longer burdened by Faustin's irrational decision-making and no longer in need of Niko's services.
I've got nothing left! Not my home, not my business, nothing! They took it all!
I'm sorry, Roman. I'm really sorry, but we have to go.
With Niko temporarily dealt with, Dimitri would begin to grow Faustin's small-time Hove Beach mob into a truly dominant player in the game of Liberty City criminal operations. Under Dimitri's leadership, and likely with substantial aid from Ray Bulgarin thanks to his many connections as a powerful mob boss himself back in Russia, the Rascalov Mafia would expand far beyond the dreary shores of Firefly Island and Hove Beach, taking new territory and making new moves across Algonquin, and even crossing into Alderney State, to cement his position as a man one should not trifle with. Rascalov would begin importing cocaine off a new distributor and have his men begin selling on the streets of Liberty to turn a profit, but at some point be arrested, along with a business associate of his, due to his rising infamy as a force to be reckoned with. Using his connections, Dimitri would make bail immediately, and serve no time once again, instead returning to his operation and soon after learning of Roman Bellic's gambling problem, which saw the smooth-talking Serb attend backroom games regularly. Using one of his associates, Dimitri would devise a new plan for getting to Niko Bellic by using another addict to get what he wanted in Ashley Butler, notorious coke user and on-again, off-again girlfriend to the vice president of the Lost MC, Johnny Klebitz. Dimitri's men would use Butler's substantial debt to the Rascalov Mafia as leverage over Klebitz to force him into kidnapping Roman for the mob, to which he reluctantly agreed. With help from Malk of the Uptown Riders, Johnny K would intercept Roman as he left the gambling den in Schottler, tagging and bagging him for delivery to a warehouse in Bohan, where Dimitri's men would await Niko's inevitable arrival.
Somebody looking for a fat Slav with a bladder problem?
So, this is Roman Bellic? Not such a tough guy, eh? What is all this fuss about his cousin?
Listen, buddy. Ashley's square with you now. So do me a favor. Go easy on the fat man. I've seen some of the bodies you people drop into Humboldt.
Easy, Johnny. You saw the shit stains in the back seat. He's scared enough.
What happens to this shithead is none of your concern. You come with me.
Shit, Johnny. Yo, I gotta bounce. Be easy, man.
Despite their preparations and best efforts, however, Niko would manage to kill every single one of Dimitri's men at the warehouse and successfully rescue his cousin, only furthering Niko's hatred for Dimitri as both men continued to move up in their respective corners of the LC underground.
Thank you, cousin! You saved my life!
We should get out of here.
Over the course of roughly a few weeks, Dimitri would form a mutual business relationship with Giovanni Ancelotti of the Ancelotti crime family, based in Algonquin, and become the group's primary supply for cocaine. Not long after establishing this relationship, Niko would coincidentally get his first opportunity to strike back at Dimitri when one of his new employers, Phil Bell of the Alderney-based Pegorino family, tasks him with stealing a shipment of the Russians' coke as it arrived in a port from Vice City. Phil and Niko would personally kill all of Rascalov's guards watching the product and escape with thousands of dollars of profit to North Holland, enraging Dimitri.
You handled yourself real good back then. Kept your head. That's a valuable trait. Thank you. See you later.
By sheer coincidence, their criminal paths would cross again not long after, when Dimitri tries to blackmail the deputy mayor, Bryce Dawkins, to gain control of several powerful construction unions in the city, and Niko interferes. Dawkins, a surface-level right-wing politician, would be pressured by the Rascalov Mafia into capitulating, by threatening to reveal his same-sex relationship with the socialite Bernie Crane.
Where's Bryce? We wanted to speak to him, not his rent boys.
Listen, you're going to speak to your boss and tell him to back off.
If that's the way you want to play it, fine. Bryce will be all over Visual News tomorrow morning.
You know what? Maybe the best way to get a message to your boss is for me to send him your heart.
Yeah, tough guy. How'd you like that?
Dimitri Rascalov only asks once. Your lover's career is over.
Fucking Dimitri.
Unfortunately for Dimitri, Niko Bellic had recently reconnected with Crane, having served in the Bosnian Wars with him many years prior, when Bernie still went by the name Florian Kravich, and would assist Bernie in dealing with Dimitri's blackmail attempts. After killing the men Dimitri initially tasked with handling Bryce, Rascalov would become furious at Niko's constant interference, and send a hit squad after both men as they attempted to enjoy a day of boating in the Humboldt River.
Ahoy, sailor! Cute guys off the starport brow! Scratch that! Not so cute! Ruzhny Rusi!
Let me see. They don't look like they're on the pleasure cruise.
The assassins would once again fail to kill Nico or Bernie Crane, and just days or possibly a couple weeks later, Nico would once again prove his talents at disrupting Dimitri's business interests when his newest employer, John Gravelli of the Gravelli crime family, the most powerful of the 5 Italian Liberty City crime families, hires Nico to protect politician Bobby Jefferson. Jefferson, one of the few Liberty politicians willing to speak out against the Rascalov Mafia's growing influence in the city, despite the dangers, would be prepared to give an important speech at City Hall, with Nico being hired by Gravelli to serve as a bodyguard. Despite Dimitri's best efforts to catch and kill Jefferson, Nico would successfully escort him to City Hall alive, allowing Bobby to make his speech and begin bringing further pressure down on the growing Rascalov crime family.
Another roadblock? This definitely wasn't mentioned on the traffic report. I'm gonna go and move the barriers.
Come on, Mr. Jefferson! Let's get out of here!
Adding insult to injury, Nico would continue to work with Gravelli to undermine the Russian Mafia's interest, as they gained further notoriety in the city and became the #1 target of nearly every other organized crime outfit in Liberty State at the time. Nico would deliver a final crippling blow to Dimitri when he destroyed a large shipment of cocaine being processed at a compound in Alderney State, after violently pushing his way inside, and once again killing dozens of Rascalov's men, costing him millions. With stolen or lost product and further pressure from the city government and other criminal operations, Dimitri at this time would attempt to broker a new deal with the intention of maximizing his and his allies' profits, as well as make plans to finally kill Niko Bellic and rid himself of his disruptive presence. Dimitri would presumably approach Don Jimmy Pegorino personally with a proposal to serve as a middleman to help the Pegorinos move a shipment of heroin, which had changed hands multiple times over the last few months, and ended up in Jimmy's possession thanks once again to Niko Bellic. With heavy pressure from Pegorino, Nico would eventually, reluctantly, agree to help oversee the deal with Dimitri, at least initially, before having a change of heart after discussing his options with his cousin as well as his lover. Though Dimitri himself intended to betray Nico yet again had he accepted the deal, Nico would once more beat Dimitri to the punch, and opt instead to ambush his crew loading the heroin onto the platypus, docked in East Hook, seeking that rare dish we all know is best served cold. Caught off guard, Dimitri would be confronted by a vengeful Nico, who manages to push his way to the ship's cargo hold for a final confrontation with Rascalov after killing nearly all of his men. Dimitri would try to kill Nico himself and even attempt to save his own life one last time by warning Nico of the consequences of his death, but none of it would matter to Bellic.
Hey, Dimitri, I don't think I'll be doing this deal with you. We have other business to finish.
Nico! It's been a long time. I thought your time in America might have calmed you down.
America does not change everyone. Look at you. You arrived in this country, a spineless rat who would sell out his friends. That is what you will be when you die here.
Заткни этого балтийского хуя!
Nico would execute Dimitri where he stood, and finally put an end to the Rascalov Mafia, which over the following days and weeks would mostly be absorbed into Ray Bulgarin's operation, or dissolved.
To learn a lesson. Actions have consequences. You screwed me over. Now you're paying for it. Shame that'll be the second last thing that goes into your head. Goodbye.
You're the one who's going to learn a lesson. People aren't going to be happy if you kill me. Блять, ёбаный!
I've never been popular. I don't mean to start now.
It is worth noting that in our research, there were some sparse sources who swore up and down that our conclusion as to how Dimitri was killed was completely inaccurate, claiming that the highly publicized and chaotic battle that Nico was reported to have taken place in across much of the city had been against Dimitri rather than the more accepted narrative of Jimmy Pegorino. We must contend that while determining exact details in many of these events is difficult, we are highly confident that the man Niko Bellic killed on Happiness Island was not Dimitri Rascalov, and that the Russian hustler's story had its true ending in the exact same place that Nico had begun his journey in America, the dreary immigrant field docks of East Hook. Dimitri Rascalov was motivated by primarily one simple thing: survival, at any cost. Having grown up in Soviet-era Russia and served in the Navy, likely against his will, as well as serving time in a Siberian prison camp where he was very nearly violated and only escaped unscathed thanks to the help of Mikhail Faustin, Dimitri was a cold and fearful man who cared only for himself at the end of the day. Though capable of forming real relationships, at least on the surface, Dimitri was always quick to rob, manipulate, or outright kill those who threatened him in any capacity, often using his cunning rather than brute force to stay alive, and leaving the fighting to Faustin. He is in many ways a classic psychopath, appearing to be calm and approachable to the average unhinged killer of Liberty City, but being a calculated, malicious, and petty murderer beneath the surface. Throughout his life, Dimitri prided himself on being the calm one in his business relationship to Mikhail, but this was likely due mostly to powerful painkillers that Rascalov consumed regularly, as well as his crippling inner fear of being done in by one of the many people that he and Mikhail pissed off on a daily basis. Though Dimitri would try, seemingly with conviction, to stop Mikhail from upsetting the wrong people and remaining calm, he would also make the decision to save himself and see Faustin killed with his approval, with little to no demonstrated remorse or reluctance. This may be proof that Dimitri was not completely heartless, or it may be simply further evidence that he always prioritized number one, wanting to keep Faustin alive merely for his protection and disposing of him at the first convenient opportunity. On top of being deceitful and concerned primarily with self-preservation, Dimitri was also, like many criminals, a hypocrite of the worst variety, frequently attempting to claim the logical and even vaguely moral high ground when planning the murders of his best friend or loyal business associates. The only line Dimitri seemed unwilling to cross was the dynamic of criminal power politics, having a strict adherence in his own mind of playing the game by the rules, and refusing to cross those above him, with more power than he was capable of dealing with, such as Ray Bulgarin. Despite this apparent code of criminal ethics, Dimitri had no problem betraying those he worked with, when it was convenient or profitable for him, and showed little to no room for true compassion, only staying his hand when it served to make him more money than outright slaughter. Unlike his hot-headed partner Mikhail Faustin, Dimitri's decisions to betray, coerce, and extort were always calculated and well-planned, and rarely ever motivated by raw emotion. Dimitri would personally transform the struggling second-fiddle operation that was the Faustin Bratva into the fastest-growing and most feared organization in the city, in the space of only a few months, and very nearly took full political control of the city in his attempts to rein in the deputy mayor, which likely would have only further escalated had he been successful. At the end of the day, Dimitri was a deeply distrustful, greedy, and callous individual who in a very short span of time rose to prominence as one of the most feared and hated individuals in both Liberty and Alderney states, with the most powerful of the 5 dominant Algonquin crime families personally becoming invested in Dimitri's downfall, which they orchestrated with help from Niko Bellic. Dimitri's ambitious and cautious nature when conducting business may have seen him rise even further beyond what he achieved, but he made the fatal mistake of underestimating a Serbian immigrant with a capacity for death beyond anything Dimitri alone could ever have matched. Dimitri Rascalov was a 6-foot-tall Russian man with presumed family roots in the heart of Soviet Russia. While tall and capable of fighting back or intimidating when necessary, Dimitri was a slender, skinny man with a penchant for consuming large amounts of painkillers, and possibly other illegal substances, which likely only exacerbated his pale and cracked complexion. He was not known for dressing particularly lavishly, though this may have not been from a lack of trying, but a sense of priority. Dimitri was clearly fond of constantly growing his own wealth, but at least during the brief period which saw him rise in prominence, he was not known to don more than a simple business tie, suit, and prescription glasses, and having a simple, dirty blonde haircut and goatee. Dimitri's criminal record from his life in the Soviet Union and briefly the Russian Federation could not be obtained for this program due to a plethora of red tape. Though we always endeavor to give you as much information as is available to us here at GTA Biographies, the reality is that even with American criminals examined on this program, obtaining the full details of their criminal exploits when many of them were never fully charged for their crimes can be exceedingly difficult. In the case of Russian-born immigrants to the US, the paper trail becomes even harder to follow. We were, however, able to compile a list of known crimes committed by Rascalov both inside and outside of Russia, thanks to an anonymous source from within the Liberty City's criminal underworld, who asked to have their identity kept secret in order to avoid any potential repercussions. All of that out of the way, let's look at the rap sheet we have been able to come up with from one of the most underhanded criminals in Liberty City history. Dealing drugs in Moscow with Mikhail Faustin. At least 2 murders while living in Russia, possibly more. Illegally immigrating to the US by exploiting the 1990s US immigration treaty. Conspiracy attempted murder when asking for Niko Bellic's death after he kills Vlad Glebov. Conspiracy accessory murder when Niko likely kills 2 of Kenny Petrovic's men. Conspiracy theft when Niko steals a shipment of TVs for their organization. extortion, accessory assault, and accessory distribution of illegal pornography when confronting Joseph with Nico, possession of illegal firearms, conspiracy accessory possession of illegal firearms when introducing Nico to the underground weapons market, drug distribution for the Faustin crime family, conspiracy accessory theft and possession of marijuana, accessory murder when Nico kills Lenny Petrovic for Faustin, accessory to terrorism and murder when Mikhail Faustin orders Nico to destroy Kenny Petrovic's garage, conspiracy accessory murder when hiring Nico to kill Mikhail for Kenny Petrovic, conspiracy accessory attempted murder when ambushing Nico and Little Jacob at a warehouse in East Hook, conspiracy arson and possibly attempted murder when ordering the destruction of Roman and Nico's apartments and Roman's taxi business, conspiracy blackmail and kidnapping when hiring Johnny K to abduct Roman Bellic by threatening Ashley Butler, conspiracy accessory attempted murder when ordering his men to kill Nico trying to save his cousin, conspiracy blackmail when attempting to pressure Bryce Dawkins to giving him full control of construction unions in the city, conspiracy attempted murder when ordering a group of men to try and kill Nico Bellic and Bernie Crane, conspiracy attempted murder of a public figure when failing to assassinate Bobby Jefferson, drug distribution when Nico destroys a cocaine shipment in Alderney, drug distribution and attempted murder when loading the heroin in East Hook and attempting to kill Nico. As you should come to expect with the subject of this series, this list is not at all comprehensive, and almost certainly fails to account for the numerous crimes Dimitri committed which went unreported or were never even known about, due to being handled discreetly. While we always strive here at GTA Biographies to bring you the most accurate, up-to-date information on the criminals we explore as possible, one must never forget that men such as Dimitri Rascalov represent the darkest elements humanity has to offer, and while their estimated criminal tallies may remain just that, there is no doubt in the minds of their many victims as to the seriousness of their criminal convictions. It seems the more things change, the more they stay the same, but most stereotypes have their roots in some small truth. In this case, there is perhaps no better example of what Americans picture when they imagine a psychotic Russian mobster. While Dimitri Rascalov was briefly the kingpin of Russian organized crime in Liberty City, many of his resources and indeed even his origins were facilitated by the much more powerful crime lords back in the motherland, such as our next subjects. Materialism, murder, and mayhem. These are the pastimes and properties of tonight's subject. We will examine one of the most powerful men in the modern history of Russian organized crime, and more directly, his extensive meddling in the great American meritocracy. We will follow the life of a gangster by night, compensating fanboy by day, who used his extensive power as a mobster, a business owner, and a feared man of violence to terrorize practically everyone around him, from his employees to his business associates, and even his own sister. A man who spent most of his life in Russia, but whose fate was sealed the moment he set his eyes on the worst place in America, Ray Bulgarin. This episode of Grand Theft Auto Biographies brought to you by my incredible supporters on Patreon. Sign up today to get all the music from my shows, early access, and a spot in the credits. If you enjoy this series, consider subscribing and hitting that bell icon to get notifications of new uploads. It costs you nothing, and it helps the channel tremendously. Thank you for watching, and enjoy the show. Ray Bulgarin was born in 1958 in the Soviet Union to parents whose names we could not obtain for this program. We were, however, able to confirm that Ray had at least one sister, and possibly more, but no brothers. His one sister, Galina Bulgarin, who we speculate based on known interactions, fought frequently with her brother in a typical sibling rivalry relationship, while the others remained unidentified, if they existed at all. Growing up during the height of the Khrushchev era of Soviet politics, Bulgarin would have been witness to the great de-Stalinization efforts of the new government and the subsequent anti-religious campaign that would brand much of the Union as explicitly secular, at least on paper. Despite this and the radical anti-American sentiments present in the country at the time, Ray would assumedly become obsessed with what little American media he may have been able to get his hands on, and would form a desire to visit America early on. Being a rather hefty man, presumably from a young age, Ray would take up wrestling as a child, and was, according to his sister, forced to take steroids by his coach at the time, which may or may not have affected Bulgarin's ability to perform in the bedroom later in life as an adult. Also according to his sister Galina, Ray's mother appears to have shared a sentiment of disappointment in her only son, which may have contributed to or been triggered by his many failures as a man in her eyes. These events may have served as formative moments for Ray, who spent much of his life from then on attempting to compensate for something, whether through prejudicial and bigoted remarks or overpriced celebrity knickknacks and obscene luxuries. At some point in Bulgarin's presumed early adulthood, we believe he became involved in Russian organized crime, and found that his talents for violence and intimidation were better appreciated by fellow criminals than his family. He would find his niche among murderers and psychopaths as a human trafficker, working in some unknown capacity to facilitate moving people across the Adriatic Sea for exorbitant fees, and at a great risk to their own lives. The details of when and how Bulgarin began working as a Russian mobster and just how he ascended the ranks of criminal conspirators is unknown, but we speculate by his early to mid-20s he had established a new family of his own, and would continue to accumulate power and influence in his native country of Russia, then the Soviet Union. We also believe that around this time, Ray Bulgarin would first meet and befriend the founding members of another powerful Russian organized crime outfit, the Faustin Bratva. He would even form an apparently close relationship with co-founder and brains of the operation, Dimitri Rascalov, whom we have previously speculated may have used this relationship to gain his own initial foothold in the Russian criminal underworld. There are those who believe that Bulgarin actually began his criminal career in America, rather than Russia, but as far as we are able to find, this is unconfirmed and appears to be based on the fact that Ray's criminal activity in America began in 1989. By the 1980s, Bulgarin and perhaps his entire family had moved to the worst place in America, Liberty City, and began to enjoy its many nightlife amenities as well as consume American culture freely in all the worst ways imaginable. By '89, Ray would be arrested when he is caught importing an entire ship of Albanian sex workers for presumed sale or use at brothels and in prostitution rings, but the exact reasons remain unknown. Subsequently, he would be deported back to Russia, where he continued his human trafficking business and continued to grow his sphere of influence. Sometime after the Yugoslav or Balkan Wars, presumably around 2001, Ray would meet and employ a talented Serbian criminal contractor named Niko Bellic to assist in his human trafficking business. Niko would be tasked with smuggling people for Bulgarin out of the war-torn and often oppressive environments of Eastern Europe at the time into countries like Italy, but eventually a job would go horribly wrong. During a presumably routine operation for Niko, the ship would sink due to unknown reasons, and Bellic would flee the wreckage as the only survivor. Having no knowledge of the events firsthand, Ray would assume the worst of Niko and begin tracking him down to presumably kill him for, in his eyes, causing him to lose money when the ship's cargo of people are lost at sea. Despite his reach and influence, Ray would be unable to locate Niko fast enough, and the Serb would manage to join the merchant navy to escape Bulgarin completely, at least for the time being. Furious but with few options available to him, Ray would forget about Niko Bellic temporarily as his focus returned to his blossoming illicit businesses and dreams to expand back into America. He would by this time become so rich from his many illegal endeavors that he was able to afford such luxuries as a waterfront mansion in an unknown part of Europe, likely somewhere along the Adriatic coast, as well as several expensive American-made vehicles on top of many other superfluous expenditures which we could only speculate on. By 2008, Ray would make the decision to finally return to Liberty City, almost certainly by illegal means given that his deportation doesn't appear to have ever been reversed. In order to stay off the radar, he would even move into his sister's home in Dukes, who had still been living in America, likely since their family first arrived prior to 1989. Instead of buying new property and making his presence easily identifiable by potential authorities looking to arrest him, Ray would push his sister Galina to live upstairs, moving all of her things from the rooms he wished to use, and filling them with expensive musician equipment, posters, television sets, and other very America-centric entertainment. As if to make his arrival in America even more sweet, Ray would at this time meet up once again with his old friend and partner Dimitri Rascalov, who had by then had his own partner, Mikhail Faustin, killed, and taken over his organization for himself. Through Dimitri, Ray would learn of his first opportunity for revenge when Rascalov informs him of his coincidental relationship with Niko Bellic, who had ironically been the one to kill Faustin for him. With zero hesitation, Dimitri would give up Niko to Ray and orchestrate an attempted ambush under the guise of paying Bellic for his services in killing Mikhail. Ray would tag along with Dimitri and wait in the shadows for the perfect opportunity to make his presence known, and hopefully take his revenge for supposedly being ripped off by Niko.
Hello, Niko.
Hello, Mr. Bulgarin.
Where is our money?
I don't know. I didn't rob you.
Really?
We were busted a mile off the coast. I had to swim for my life. I don't know what happened. I nearly drowned.
Huh.
My heart is bleeding.
I did my best! I didn't fuck up!
Nico and his backup, Little Jacob, would manage to kill all of Rascalov and Bulgarin's men, but before being caught themselves, Ray and Dimitri would make a quick escape. Having perhaps underestimated Niko Bellic, Ray would temporarily turn his attention in a new direction, when he learns that a group of diamonds he'd had stolen from him by some insane coincidence had been brought in on the very same boat as Niko Bellic, the Platypus, and were being sold to the highest bidder. While settling back into America and perhaps trying to find leads on the diamond thieves, Ray would begin attending nightclubs around the city with his right-hand lieutenant, Timur, including the famous Mason at 9 run by the well-known LC socialite, gay Tony Prince, and meet both him and his business partner, Luis Fernando Lopez. Looking for fun, adventure, and new muscle to recruit for his many illegal ventures, Bulgarin would quickly become endeared to Lopez, and attempt to employ his services as a gun for hire despite his irrational hatred of Luis's boss and friend.
Gentlemen, my name's Tony Prince. Hope you're enjoying yourselves.
Ray Bulgarin, tell me, where are the women?
Well, they're everywhere. It's, that one over there's a TV starlet. That one there is a model. And that one there, I don't know, but I believe she just signed on with the Derriere campaign.
How much? To fuck, I mean.
No. They're not hookers. It's not that kind of club.
Everywhere is that kind of club. You just need to know how much to pay.
Yeah, well, listen. Can I buy you a gentleman a drink? Cindy! Cindy, come here. Take care of Mr. Bulgarin here. It's good to meet you. Please come back. Enjoy your night. My right-hand man, Luis, will take care of you. Good night.
Thank you.
So, gentlemen, more drinks?
Yes, please. Let's go. So how's it going, gentlemen?
The faggot is your boss?
Sure.
Must make for funny times at Bolustar.
Hysterical.
Where does the coke come from in this place?
I don't know about that shit, man. I just make sure people don't get killed.
How very boring. I prefer it when they do.
You should come back on a busier night then. Normally it's wall-to-wall corpses by midnight.
You, I like. Faggot, not so much.
Hey, gentlemen, thank you. Luis, we gotta go. Good night.
Gentlemen.
Jesus, Russian, richer than the church. Buy this place, end all our troubles.
Yeah, nothing like Russian gangsters to bring a sense of peace and stability to a problem.
With zero leads on the diamonds, Ray would instead return to his obsession with American media and entertainment, when he attempted to buy the Liberty City Rampage hockey team from European businessman Markiashvili, who refused the purchase. To make matters worse, Ashvili, who held a great deal of power in America already, would have a group of corrupt Noose, FIB agents, and LCPD officers, who were deep in his pocket, attempt to blackmail Bulgarin in order to have him, Timur, and much of his organization arrested.
Double it! Offer 20 million, and then we see if it is not for sale. If this painting is not hanging on my wall, your head will be, okay? Think about that.
Duana should pay visit to his children at their school?
Not yet. I think there's always a prize in this city. Oh, Luis, excuse us. We're being rude.
Don't worry about it, man. I like the setup here.
These guitars are all collector's items. Celebrity rock memorabilia.
Okay, man, good for you. Got a nice place here, Mr. B.
That is piece of shit. I bought it for my sister.
Hey! You bring me to this fucking country, and you keep me in an ugly cage. No one on TV lives in fucking dukes. Then you come and move all my stuff into hallway and fill place with fucking guitars.
Shut up, bitch! Take your pills! A friend of mine is here!
Ha! You don't have any friends. You don't even have a business here. You are nothing in this
My sister, she's still getting adjusted. We all are.
So how can I help you?
Fuck you, Ray. You have ruined my life.
Yes! Yes! A difficult situation. It seems I'm being investigated by the National Office of Security Enforcement. There is a particular unit that has a hard-on for me. And why? Because Markiashvili won't sell me the Rampage. You'll get rid of them. I will own this fucking team.
Hey, the problem ain't just gonna disappear over here if we kill some crooked cops.
Leave that strategizing to me. If the money tells you to cut your fucking legs off, you'll do it. Because the money is better than a fucking leg. The money is making the plans. That's the American way.
All right, man.
Thank you. I like you. I make you rich. I make you man. Maybe I'll make you a man with one leg, but I'll make you a rich man with one leg. There is this team tracing a cow mine. Take out the whole team, no exceptions.
Okay, man, if that's what the money wants.
You're a bright guy, Luis. I still like you. You made a good choice coming here. Fag man, no good. Go. Roll the bitch. Chang, 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 chang.
Having seen opportunity in the services of Luis Lopez, Ray would hire Luis again to help him personally make the next strike by ambushing the corrupted authorities in a car park off of Topaz Street.
It's good to have you with us, Luis.
Yeah?
Yes. It must be nice for you to get out from under Big Tony.
I don't know what you're implying, bro. Tony and me are partners. I got a stake in the enterprise.
A stake, sure. You still take orders from him, don't you? You clean up his shit. Luis, you could be much more than that. Unless you enjoy working for such a man, partner or whatever you call it.
Really, bro? I don't know. When I was left to my own devices, I got locked up. At least with Tony's guidance, I ain't doing time.
Perhaps. For now, perhaps. But do you think you're achieving everything you could? A man with your talents, in your condition, you could have anything you want. I didn't get to where I am without being able to see the worth of man.
That's real flattering, Mr. Bulgarin. But whatever it is you're offering, I'm gonna have to decline. Me and Tony's is a business relationship. He gets his kicks elsewhere, but he's been a good boss to me, and a good guy. Help me out.
I'm not a fucking faggot!
Whatever you say, bro. But what are you talking about?
I was saying that I may be interested in investing in your potential.
Potential as what?
As a businessman, I'm looking for someone here in Liberty City with the correct relationship.
I already got one employer. Like I said, he's been good to me.
Of course, but what is he? He is a drug addict, a madman. You are useful to him, but you think that is all he wants from you. When some new muscle-bound pretty boy comes along, he will forget about you and your precious stake in the Tony Prince Empire.
Whatever, bro. Can we talk about something else? What am I doing here?
You are helping me with my business.
This don't seem like legitimate business to me, man.
Nothing can be achieved here in Liberty City with actual pigs rooting through my affairs. For anything to happen, they must be eliminated.
Okay, man. You really can't buy these people off?
Sometimes a price is more effective if paid out of lead, not gold. This is the first lesson I will give you.
Okay. Hey, man, what's up?
What do you mean, what's up? Where are you?
Look, man, I'm taking care of some personal business. I'll come see you later, okay?
I'm cracking up here, Luis. Hurry the fuck up! How long are you gonna be?
I don't know, man. I gotta go.
Your master calls?
Yeah, man.
I see. And does he know that you are here with us?
No.
Interesting.
I guess so.
Park the car over there. We will conceal ourselves. Place a bomb where they will not see it.
Ray, Timur, and Louise would lie in wait for the group inside the garage and wait for the perfect opportunity to detonate planted explosives on Ray's car, killing dozens of the agents before cleaning up the rest in a deadly firefight.
No doubt.
Now, Louise, this is them. Wait for it. Detonate when they come to the car, okay?
Close it, people!
Detonate.
Having survived the encounter and eliminated Ashvili's protection, Ray would once again make an offer to purchase the rampage from him, and once again be turned down, much to Ray's frustration. Being an exceedingly violent and single-minded man, Bulgarin would decide the only way to buy the team would be to make the position of owner available by more forceful means. Ray would once again employ Luis Lopez as a hired gun, and leave him seemingly no option in acting as a hitman despite Luis's reservations.
Sit down! Sit down!
Sure.
Can I get you anything? A drink? Something stronger, huh?
I'm cool, bro.
You know how to play the drums? We need a fucking drummer.
I ain't your man, bro. Sorry.
You Spanish have the rhythm. Give us a fucking beat, man. You don't drum, but you dance, don't you, Luis? You dance.
I can dance, man, but not with you and him.
That's a shame.
You dance, Mr. B?
Money doesn't dance. The money doesn't dance, my friend.
Okay, but you need some work done.
Wait. Listen. This is it. This is it.
Hey, can you ask the ape to stop playing for a second?
You want I should stick $50,000 guitar up your ass?
No, but I got some friends I can introduce you to if that's how you get your kicks.
Oh, funny guy.
All right. Okay. You have heard about Liberty City Rampage. The owner still will not accept my offers. I have been more than reasonable.
You mean after you killed this special team of cops? It's weird. You want me to negotiate with him?
No. The time for negotiations over. Do what needs to be done in his boardroom. Send a message.
Hey, I ain't a hitman, bro. I mean, I'll fight anyone, do whatever. But I ain't a contract killer.
The offices are in the Me-TV buildings. Getting in will not be easy.
You'll have to find someone else, man. I mean, it's not my thing. I ain't qualified for that shit.
I'm sorry. I wasn't discussing your career development. I was telling you what to do. Now, fuck off and go. Поехали.
Luis would infiltrate the MeTV building in downtown Algonquin with assistance from Timur, parachuting down onto the roof and making his way through the building by cutting down Ashvili's bodyguards one at a time. Upon reaching Ashvili himself, he would plead to be spared, believing Luis to be sent after him for an incident supposedly involving an underage Latin girl, or that Lopez was a Kremlin assassin, but his words would be ignored when Lopez shoots him dead out of the window of his own office. With Ashvili dead, Ray would presumably manage to finally purchase the Liberty City Rampage team, but his victory would be short-lived and barely appreciated when soon after Bulgarin receives word on the investigation into the stolen diamonds. He would discover that a man known only as the Cook, who had served aboard the Platypus which brought Niko Bellic into America, had at some point managed to steal the diamonds and bake them into a cake to covertly smuggle them into the city without being noticed. Ray would have his men locate the Cook and presumably torture and interrogate him for the contacts he sold the rocks to, before personally ordering his execution, by beheading the man and stuffing his head into the cake box he'd used to smuggle the diamonds off of the Platypus. Learning from the Cook before his death that he'd sold the diamonds to gay Tony Prince, who Bulgarin had previously met through Luis Lopez, he would become livid with anger and begin plotting his dramatic takedown of both Luis and Tony. Ray would call Luis to his sister's home in Dukes one last time and lure Lopez into a trap by sending him to supposedly meet Timur and serve as backup for an unknown job. Ray would be so visibly angry when dealing with Luis that when his sister Galina berates him for being a failure, he finally snaps and fires several bursts of AK-47 rounds into the ceiling of her home, possibly killing her, though Ray would immediately change the subject and leave her fate unknown.
Ah, Mr. Lewis.
Hey, where's the one-man band?
He's working.
Oh, okay.
Ray! Hey, Ray!
Have company! Shut up!
Don't tell me to shut up!
So, I've heard from some people I know that maybe you have some diamonds for sale.
Not me, my boss, Tony. Oh, my other boss.
Yeah. You got them from the fat cook.
Ray! Ray! What are you still doing here anyway?
I'll stay as long as I like.
You think you're a big man? Where's your house on Middle Park East? Where's your big sports team, huh?
Shut up, you cunt! Shut up, you fucking cunt!
Hey, man, she okay?
A big gun next to a big man, huh? Your thingy was tiny even before the wrestling coach make you take steroids. Mother always said she only had daughters.
Ignore her, Luis. The diamonds. Tell me.
I gotta talk to Tony.
You gotta talk to Daddy. I thought I was making you a real man, not a rand boy.
Bro, I can't sell what ain't mine, bro. And plus, with all the work I put in for you, I don't really feel like a man yet.
Okay. Soon, man, soon. I want you to cover Timur's back. He's going to talk to some people. I need you there.
Okay, man, I got it. But you should chill out, bro.
Let me decide when to chill out. Go!
Upon arriving at the meeting point atop an apartment complex on the corner of Columbus and Denver Avenue, Louise would phone Ray to tell him he'd arrived, only for Bulgarin to finally drop the act when Lopez discovers the cook's head in a box left on the roof as a message to Louise.
Hey.
Yeah, what's up? I'm here.
Yeah, okay. You're in position. Do you see a box in front of you?
Yeah.
Open it. Have you opened it yet?
No, give me a sec.
No.
Okay, I'm here.
Do you recognize that man?
Shit!
I believe you parted with him in a diamond deal.
Yo, what the fuck? Is this the guy we bought the ice from?
You colluded with him to steal from me.
Yo, we just got some rocks off him, okay? Look, listen.
No, you listen. I offered you an opportunity, yet you were plotting against me.
Yo, I ain't know shit about those rocks.
But I believe it doesn't matter. I will do everything in my considerable power to drive you and your faggot master from this earth. Goodbye.
Oh, shit! Fucking great.
Unfortunately for Ray, Louise's considerable talents would prove too much for his men, and Lopez would manage to escape unharmed after killing all of his attackers. Once again empty-handed in the attempts to foil a formidable rivalry, Ray would become determined to get his property back, and make those responsible for stealing from him and selling it pay dearly. Though Louise and Tony Prince would briefly debate returning the diamonds upon surviving Ray's initial assassination attempt, they would ultimately decide to try selling them once again, or rather, exchanging them when the diamonds are demanded as the only acceptable payment for a kidnapped Gracie Ancelotti, daughter of the equally powerful mobster to Ray, Giovanni Ancelotti, and friends to Tony and Louise. Upon learning that the exchange would be taking place on Charge Island, possibly from Giovanni himself given Ray's connections to organized crime, he would arrive just in time with a group of his men to learn that not only was Louise present, but so too was Niko Bellic once again, who had coincidentally been the one to kidnap Giovanni's daughter Gracie in the first place, with help from the Dukes-based Irish mobster Patrick "Packy" McCreary.
Niko Bellic. How's it? That whenever something is stolen from me, you're not far away.
I have never stolen anything from you, Mr. Bulgarin.
This man, the big Pedic and his Dominican beach, they stole my diamonds. And you have been trying to rob the thieves, to rob me. Conchai!
I don't care what you did to that man, but we ain't leaving here without them diamonds.
Ray would leave his men to finish up Niko, Packy, Tony, and Louise, but they would miserably fail to kill a single one of them, with Louise and Tony escaping by boat with the kidnapped Gracie Ancelotti, and Niko and Packy fighting their way through Ray's forces before catching up with the one who grabbed the diamonds. Knowing that either Niko and Packy would kill him there or Ray would kill him later, the goon would toss the diamonds into a passing dump truck, and they would disappear from the criminals' lives forever. For the full story on the Diamond's journey through Liberty City and what became of them after, see our special episode from Season 1.
I don't nobody having them. Screw all of you.
Lléveno isto.
You selfish piece of cock-sucking shit!
With Nico and Louise still alive, Ray would, as seems to have been typical for him, give up his pursuits for the time being in order to focus on more prosperous opportunities, likely with intentions to try and kill his rivals again in the future, when their guards were lowered. Around this time, Ray would learn that Niko Bellic had tracked down and killed Dimitri Rascalov and dozens of his men at the docks in East Hook, while offloading a massive stolen heroin shipment, and take the chance to claim it for his own organization. Using his right-hand man Timur, Ray would order the product to be hidden inside duck-shaped carnival bins and stored at Firefly Island, while offloading, before deciding to leave America for the relative safety of his criminal operation back in Europe. Sensing the inevitable dread of Ray's reach and future wrath, Luis Lopez would make plans for one final effort at saving his and Tony's lives, when he learns about Ray's operation moving H and Broker and senses an opportunity to strike. Luis would ambush Timur and Ray's forces at Funland and cut them down mercilessly, Timur included, before destroying the heroin bins himself and leaving the park to try and catch up with Ray before his plane left the country. At the last possible moment, and with help from the eccentric billionaire Yusuf Amir, Luis Lopez would manage to catch Bulgarin's fleeing jet and clamber aboard for a final confrontation with the Russian mobster. In a last-ditch, desperate effort to survive, Ray would use a live grenade to threaten Luis into abandoning his assassination attempt, but a desperate Lopez, knowing that he was dead if he didn't anyway, would take his chances and shoot Ray regardless. From the grave, Ray's bitter resentment in the face of defeat would indeed see his grenade activated, but a quick and agile Luis would still manage to escape from the wreckage by parachuting to the ground. In a ball of fire and metal, the final moments of both Ray and his criminal operation would crumble, literally, into the water surrounding Liberty City, and a chapter of violence and death would be closed on Liberty City history.
I have grenade! You kill me, we all die! You can't shoot me, you'll blow a whole plane up!
I'll take my chances.
Ray Bulgarin was a rude, hateful, and dehumanizing psychopath of the worst variety, responsible for the death of numerous people through his life going back decades, and never ever showing the slightest hint of remorse for any of his horrific actions. Ray appeared to care only about material pleasures in life. Rock and roll, sex, often paid for, expensive memorabilia, and waterfront property when he could get away with it, and even outright buying an entire American hockey team. Whether Ray was only a surface-level psycho or secretly housed some deeper, more relatable human traits remains unknown, but if one accepts the idiom of actions speak louder than words, then the only logical conclusion is that he was an all-out monster. Ray believed the American capitalist mindset of everything has its price to clearly be a liberating one, perhaps beyond what most Americans would even consider acceptable. And this fascination likely stemmed from his time growing up in a communist state, where ownership on the level expected by average Americans was only afforded to the wealthiest and most privileged among Russia's elite oligarchs. Whatever the reasons, Ray frequently paid for anything and everything he wanted while living in Europe, and most especially in America, believing that every woman was essentially a prostitute if he offered enough of his considerable fortune to sleep with them. Complementing this horrible mindset was Ray's willingness and possibly even enthusiasm for human trafficking, taking joy and pleasure in the power and privileges afforded to him as a powerful, and most importantly, feared man almost anywhere he went. Ray does not appear to have had any truly normal relationships at all, and his only known friends were his business associates such as Timur or Dimitri Rascalov, who likely only worked with Ray out of his own fear of the dangerous and powerful Russian mobster. His only known family member, given the ambiguity surrounding Bulgarin's parents, even seemed to have actively hated him, even beyond what a normal sibling rivalry might bring one to expect, and she actively chastised him for any and all of his failures, and his propensity to solve all of his problems with a machine gun rather than words. It's even possible that Ray killed his own sister out of simple annoyance, and he frequently referred to her in some of the most derogatory terms known to Americans, showing that he only used his relationship with her out of convenience, and he likely didn't or wasn't even capable of loving her or anyone else. Ray was heavily influenced by all things media, having a love for music, mostly metal it seems like, along with an appreciation for fine art, cabinet video games, and American sports. He was so obsessed with celebrities, memorabilia, and decorative adornments that he would purchase paintings for $20 million, guitars for $50,000, and an entire hockey team for an undisclosed but presumably vast sum of money, before his lack of success led him to use force. Being a clear lover of capitalism, Ray would oddly enough almost always try to purchase something before turning to violence, but would never hesitate to employ it when a price could not be found. He would even go so far as to apparently threaten and possibly even kill the families of people who refused to sell him the things that he wanted, making his own price when one could not be agreed upon. What motivated Ray Bulgarin then seems to be a simple desire to have whatever he wanted whenever he wanted it, with much of his frustrations in life stemming from situations which saw outcomes differ from what he expected, and seemingly demanded from reality itself. Ray was incredibly short-tempered, homophobic, misogynistic, and prejudiced towards anyone who wasn't himself in general, and only derived external pleasure from things like music and empty sexual relations. Having no known wife or other spouses throughout his life, and never having children, or much in the way of a lasting legacy. Ray Bulgarin was a slightly above average height Russian man with a heavy build and fairly stereotypical Russian facial features. He had short light brown hair and sported a simple mustache with a fairly clean chin occasionally covered in light stubble. His style of dress was known to change, arguably drastically depending on what he found himself doing, preferring to wear typical Russo-American garb such as the track jackets common in places like Hove Beach when confronting Niko Bellic and meeting with Dimitri Rascalov, but wearing considerably more casual outfits when lounging around his sister's home, jamming out on one of his many expensive guitars. He appears to have been slightly overweight and either out of shape or too conditioned by the American appreciation for laziness to actively involve himself in his business affairs unless absolutely necessary. As we stated earlier, it isn't clear exactly when Ray Bulgarin's criminal career began. Some believe he started his criminal exploits as a human trafficker and mobster back in the Soviet Union days, while others claim he didn't come into his own as a criminal until first arriving in America sometime prior to 1989. Whatever the case may be, we can only ever account for the crimes we suspect the subjects of this series commit, and in the case of Bulgarin, reliable records on his criminal past in Russia, if it existed, could not be obtained, and thus, we are limited to his exploits in America between '89 and his death in 2008. With that out of the way, let's look at what crimes we do know he was responsible for, starting with human sex trafficking at the Liberty City docks in 1989. Accessory manslaughter and human trafficking when a trafficking vessel under his protection is sunk in the Adriatic Sea. Attempted murder when trying to track down Niko Bellic for revenge across Europe. Numerous uncounted human trafficking charges. Presumed illegal re-entry into the United States in 2008. The attempted murder of Niko Bellic at a warehouse in East Hook. Soliciting prostitution at a nightclub. Conspiracy accessory murder and murder when ambushing a group of Noose, FIB agents, and LCPD officers. Conspiracy accessory murder when ordering Louise to infiltrate the MeTV building to kill Markiashvili and all of his guards. The murder of the cook. The possible murder of his sister Galina Bulgarin. The attempted murder of Luis Lopez at a sniper ambush. The attempted murder of Niko Bellic, Luis Lopez, Tony Prince, and Gracie Ancelotti, though she wasn't a target, and Patrick McCreary. Stealing a shipment of heroin when Dimitri Rascalov is killed. Intention to distribute drugs when offloading the heroin into duck-shaped bins for concealment and future sale. The attempted murder of Luis Lopez. While the known crimes of a man like Ray Bulgarin can hardly stack up to his most bitter of enemies in Luis Lopez or Niko Bellic, there should be no doubt, dear viewer, that Ray was a dangerous, powerful, and completely immoral murderer. Though many subjects on this show have shown very human traits underneath their hundreds of known murders, Ray is not among them. Very few people who have become noteworthy from the American Criminal Hall of Shame have been as deprived and willing to sink to the depths that Bulgarin was more than comfortable to live his daily life in. The influence of the Russians in Liberty City circa the late 2000s cannot be understated. However, ever present in the city's history of crime and violence were of course the Italians, and their own organized crime outfits, who largely inspired many others, including the Russians themselves. Our next subject was not the most powerful or the most dangerous mobster in the neighboring Alderney state just across from Algonquin, but he would spend his entire life trying to impress those gangsters of old that put the whole city on the fast track to corruption. Pride, hubris, and bitterness. These are but some of the sins of tonight's subject. We will be delving deep into the heart of crime in Alderney State and its ties with higher profile organizations just across the West River. In our dive down amongst the criminal filth of America's backstreets, we will follow the life of a man born into crime who would seemingly dedicate his entire existence to proving himself an equal to some of the nation's most feared wise guys. An American-born, Italian-bred dreamer who lived his life in the shadows of Algonquin's skyscrapers but never stopped trying to attain the respect he felt he was wrongly denied. Jimmy Pegorino. This episode of Grand Theft Auto Biographies brought to you by my incredible supporters on Patreon. Sign up today to get all the music from my shows, early access, and a spot in the credits. If you enjoy this series, consider subscribing and hitting the bell icon to get notifications of new uploads. It costs you nothing, and it helps the channel tremendously. Thank you for watching, and enjoy the show. Our story tonight goes back to America's heyday, specifically 1957 in Alderney City, Alderney State, where the young James Pegorino was born to two largely unidentified Italian Americans. Jimmy's father, whose name remains unclear, was likely a first or second generation immigrant from Italy himself, though this remains our own speculation. What we are certain of is he would go on to found the Pegorino crime family in Alderney, presumably sometime after World War II, if we assume the Pegorino family had been a part of the wave of Italian immigrants which began to populate Liberty City around the time. Whatever the case exactly, Pegorino Sr. would marry and have James, but as far as our research could conclude, no other children, leaving Jimmy to grow up alone and be raised by his parents into a life of organized crime. Despite the efforts of Pegorino Sr., the family would be highly disrespected among the criminal organizations of Liberty City, and to a certain extent, even Alderney, and this would heavily influence Jimmy's perspectives as he learned the ropes of crime from his father, in preparation to one day lead the family himself. While we have only cursory evidence to support this, based on images found inside the Pegorino mansion following its seizure, we believe that Jimmy, or possibly Pegorino Sr. himself, may have had at least a brief stint as a boxer or wrestler, though once again, this remains highly speculative. By age 16, Jimmy P. would begin making a name for himself on the streets of Alderney for his father's organization. He would be arrested that year, in 1973, for Grand Theft Auto, and then again the next year for possession of stolen property. His criminal escapades would only escalate exponentially from that point on, receiving his first big charges when in 1976, at the ripe age of 19, he would once again face the law on account of armed robbery, which may have even landed Jimmy in prison, though this is unclear. Given the severity of some of Pegorino's crimes as a young man, it seems almost certain that he saw some prison time, given that he continued to rack up charges well into the late 1980s. In 1979, he would once again be charged for a theft, this time grand larceny, and in 81, he would be arrested for promoting gambling. Jimmy would receive at least two more charges before 1990, one in 85 for hijacking, and again in 88 for manslaughter, which may or may not have been his first brush with death, though given his profession, this seems unlikely. While we could not determine the full details of when, we believe it was sometime in the late 1980s when Jimmy would have been in his early 30s that Pegorino Sr. died and left the legacy of his crime family to his only son. Given that as late as 85, Jimmy was still actively being arrested for street-level crimes such as hijackings, it seems logical to conclude that Pegorino Sr. died in 88 or 89, and with Jimmy taking his place, he would begin hiring others to do the dirty work for him. The only known exception to this break in his criminal record was a racketeering charge in 2005 that he once again saw no prison time for. Though the Pegorinos as a crime family remained highly disrespected by the much more powerful families of Liberty City, Jimmy would take pride nonetheless in his own organization and attempt for many years to gain the favor of the five families, with little success. He would appeal to the commission, the not-so-secret board of the highest-ranking members from each of the five families, but be rejected on multiple occasions. Not dissuaded by rejection alone, Jimmy would continue attempting to grow his family and eventually even relent to allowing the Pavano family of uptown Algonquin to operate in Alderney unmolested by Pegorino soldiers. At some unknown point in Jimmy's adulthood, he would meet and marry his wife Angie and move into a luxurious home in West Dyke, Alderney to further legitimize as a serious mobster. With Angie, Jimmy would have one son, and likely at least one other child, who remains unidentified. His known and presumably first son, whose name is also unclear, would suffer a tragic fate when at some point he committed suicide for reasons which eluded even our most nosy and disrespectful reporters. But it's unclear if it was at all the result of his father's activities as a criminal boss of the Alderney underworld. Following his son's death, Jimmy would find some solace in loyal earner Anthony Corrado. Despite Corrado's relatively simple-minded approach to life in general, Jimmy would come to think of Anthony as his pseudo-son, and would eventually make him his personal bodyguard, a role he would serve in until the day he died. It was likely sometime after Jimmy's initial attempts to join the commission that he would begin branching his organization out, as he became more desperate to remain powerful and relevant among the changing criminal landscapes of the late 20th and early 21st centuries. Pegorino would make allies with Irish mobsters out of Broker and the McCreary family under Gerald McCreary. Irish blood would further taint the Pegorino family in the eyes of the prejudiced Italian Commission when Jimmy P promoted gangster and friend of his wife Angie, Phil Bell, to associate, despite being 90% Irish. If the Pegorinos' problems with Italian purity weren't enough to curse them to the Commission, the addition of another Italian mobster with a reputation for being underhanded couldn't have helped much. A low-level earner, Ray Boccino, would eventually impress Jimmy enough to earn a place as a capo in the family, but his ambitions would seemingly frighten Jimmy, who may have only kept Ray around as long as he did due to his ability to bring in money for the organization, and never fully trusted him. With his criminal family tainted in the eyes of those he wished to impress, and his real family splintered at the loss of their only child, Jimmy would hit what may have been rock bottom for him at the time, when he began cheating on his wife Angie with an unnamed woman who lived in Actor. Down but not out, Jimmy would stop his pursuit of recognition and would instead continue to make moves, big and small, hoping to eventually, finally, catch his big criminal break. By the eventful year of 2008, Jimmy would learn of an aspiring criminal contractor rising through the Liberty underworld, Niko Bellic. After completing several jobs for Jimmy's associate Phil Bell, which helped the organization considerably, Jimmy would be impressed enough to personally invite Niko to meet him at his West Dyke residence, to consider employing his talents. Seeking yet another meeting with one of the 5 families of Liberty City and the Pavano family, Niko would be tasked with accompanying his men to the meet as insurance that everything went exactly as intended.
You, Nick? Come on. Peg.
What?
Someone for you.
Oh, yeah. So, were you followed?
I don't think so.
Ah.
I mean, who knows?
Exactly. I mean, we can pretty much guarantee you were followed. The question is, did you know about it? And right now, I don't know the answer to that question. But to be honest, I don't really care neither. I know enough about you, your cousin, your friends. I know a lot of people around you end up in jail.
Some maybe.
But that's the same all over town. This is a dying game.
I don't understand.
I mean, I'm gonna ask you to deal with a problem. And you're gonna deal with it. Or you're not gonna deal with it and you're gonna be a problem that somebody else has to deal with. But me, I ain't doing nothing.
Yes, okay. So what's the problem?
We'll get to that. Anthony!
Yo!
Did Phil call?
Not yet, boss. Ray called.
Of course he did. I wonder, is it better to have a talented snake or a stoical lion who's gonna be cut down in his prime? I don't know. What do you think?
I don't understand what you're talking about.
You do. But I ain't gonna push. Anthony, get in here!
Boss?
Where's Big Pete and Marco?
On their way.
Listen to me. Here's what the plan is. Me and 2 of my guys gonna meet with a couple of boys from the Pavano family. I need these guys if we're ever gonna be taken serious. You know, get on the commission. Now the thing is, these guys ain't, shall we say, shown us the appropriate respect in the past. I want you to run security. Keep an eye on things, because they won't be looking out for you. Ah, here they are. It's either them or the cops.
It's them. They're outside. Looks like Ray's here, too.
I know it's them. God, give me strength. I'll be out in a minute. Look after Ray till I get back.
Hey, Tone.
Hey, Ray.
I need to speak with Pegorino.
What are you doing? He's busy.
Hey, Niko. Oh, boss, salve.
Get up.
I'm sorry, boss.
This guy's everywhere like a friggin' cockroach or something, huh? In a good way.
Ray, you and me is gonna talk. The boss has got business.
Yeah. Boss, I got you this because I care.
You boys have fun.
Jimmy would accompany Nico and two of his regular goons, Big Pete and Marco, to the Pavano meet and, despite his nerves, attempt to keep his cool as he prepared once again to try and get a seat on the commission. Nico would be introduced to the low-level Pegorino operatives and get his first glimpses at the bitterness driving Jimmy to gain recognition that he felt he deserved.
Nico, go up into that building. There should be a spot where you can see over the meet. Don't start shooting unless they attack us. I don't want this thing screwing up for no good reason.
Upon arriving at the meeting point, an abandoned Dude Chemicals warehouse, Jimmy would continue berating Marco and instruct Nico to watch over him with a sniper rifle from a nearby building. Jimmy would confront the Pavano's men, and to nobody's surprise but him, it would go horribly wrong. Either insulted by Jimmy's bribe or flat out uninterested in humoring him any longer, the Pavanos would attack and kill both Big Pete and Marco, nearly killing Jimmy himself. Thanks to the intervention from his new Serbian wildcard, Jimmy P would be rescued and walk away from the botched assassination still breathing. To further prove his abilities to Jimmy, Nico would even manage to track down the fleeing Pavano soldiers holding Jimmy's tribute money and reimburse the elderly mobster for his loss.
You did good, kid. Kept your head when everyone else was losing theirs. Sometimes literally. We're gonna need your skills again soon. Arrivederci.
Being thoroughly impressed with Nico's performance, Pegorino would also hire Nico to help him take revenge against the Pavanos after safely returning to his mansion in West Egg. Having caught wind of an upcoming Pavano cash pickup, he would task Nico with following the help to the pickup point and tell him to hit them hard.
Is Mr. Pegorino around?
Sure. I'll get him. Boss! Anthony, will you shut up? In fact, will you fuck off? Go on, get out of here. Don't come back till you get a brain implant or something.
I'm sorry. I'm
nice to see you, Nico.
You too.
I got a couple of things I want to talk to you about. First up, can you kill this shithead?
Sure.
Second, come in here.
Fuck.
So, listen, we got a bit of a problem with the Pavanos.
Yes, I noticed that at your meeting with them.
The way they look at us, we're bottom feeders. Always have been. We ain't a real family to them, just a bunch of Guernsey Goombas. When things are cool, we're getting fucked.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Sure. Listen, some of their boys are in town today. Gonna collect their piece of an Alderney bookie ring. Where it is, they're at the diner in Acta. Find them and follow them to the meet. You disrupt it, and I'll let you keep the money. But make sure you hit the Pavanos real hard! Capiche?
Yeah, capiche.
Thank you.
A deadly and effective killing machine, Nico would successfully crash the meeting at the autoerotic car showroom in West Alderney City and deal one of the most substantial blows to the five families on the part of the Pegorinos in years. Until Weasel's acquisition of GTA Biographies and my team's exclusive insights, this incident was reported by this station as an act of terror, but it is with great pride that we are finally able to set the record straight here on America's favorite news channel. From our archives in 2008, quote,
"The Liberty City metropolitan area continues to be the main target for pathetic terrorists in their war on freedom. They struck the American-owned autoerotic car showroom in West Alderney City, massacring everyone in sight. This comes soon after the recent slaughter of U.S. citizens in the Actor Industrial Park by terrorists. Some reporters have decided to dig into the past of the victims of these massacres to suggest that they were somehow related to organized
disgusting.
crime.
These people are American heroes. They have involuntarily given their lives for all of our freedom. What right do we have to dig into their past and make accusations and muddy the reputations of the dead? If news tells us these were acts of terrorism, then that's what they were. It's un-American of us to question that. News has said that a number of suspects have been extracted to offshore questioning centers. All I can say is thank God for that constitutional loophole." End quote. While we regret that our information was incorrect at the time, I stress as a representative of this channel that Weasel as a news network will always strive to bring you the most accurate information we can, and we definitely won't obfuscate the truth or ever attempt to frame a narrative with political intent. You can trust us, America. Did I get all that right? Despite a minor success in hitting back against the Pavanos, Jimmy's victories would seem to end there, as not long after he would learn of a betrayal which nearly sees him kill Nico out of sheer frustration and paranoia. Jimmy would learn that the personal bodyguard and man he treated as his own son, Anthony Corrado, had been for some time wearing a wire and serving as an informant to the FIB. Jimmy would be so enraged at learning this that he would personally call Anthony and confront him with the knowledge of betrayal, putting the fear of God into Corrado and causing him to have a heart attack over the phone, and ending up in the hospital under police protection.
Not you as well. Tell me it ain't you as well,
Hey,
you
hey,
Slavic
hey!
fuck!
What are you talking about?
Speak, you Balkan piece of shit! I'm done with you, done with everyone. I'll go, but I ain't going quietly!
Mr. Pegorino, I don't know what you're talking about. I came as quickly as I could.
Fucking Anthony!
What about Anthony?
He was wearing a fucking wire!
That is a problem.
My personal bodyguard wearing a wire! I raised that kid like he was my own! I beat him like he was my own son! When my son killed himself, Anthony became my son. Now this! The world is a cunt!
Where is Anthony?
I heard he's wearing a wire, so I freak out. I call him up. He's such a moron, he leaves his cell phone on. So we speak. After he's gone states, of course. I mean, Jesus. What a chump! He freaks out on the phone, and I put the fear of God in him. I think maybe I've talked him out of it. Then, he has a goddamn heart attack on the phone. I'm thinking problem solved. He's dying right in front of my ears. But the asshole lived, and now he's in the Leftwood Hospital under heavy guard!
Okay, okay.
Of course he's got you on the fucking tape, too!
Of course.
So you'll do this for me?
So you want me to talk to him?
I want you to whack him! And after that, I want you to kill all the other rats I surround myself with!
Okay, okay, don't worry.
Being far more reliable to get the job done than anyone else in his organization, Nico would once again succeed, even though that this time it meant the death of one of the few people Jimmy may have been remotely close to. From the Liberty Tree newspaper at the time of Corrado's murder, quote, "A state's witness under heavy guard by both the LCPD and the FIB has been killed in the West Dyke Memorial Hospital. The witness, Anthony Corrado, had been expected to testify against suspected elderly mob boss Jimmy Pegorino. A source close to the mob tells us that the witness's death is a big blow to the state's case against Pegorino. Anthony was Jimmy P's personal bodyguard. If he took to the stand, there wasn't no chance of Jimmy seeing daylight ever again. Now, they're screwed." The district attorney, however, has other ideas. "We're working hard to put a case together against these lowlifes. Mr. Corrado was just one piece of the puzzle, albeit an important one." Corrado had been in custody of the state for over a week. It is thought that the stress of betraying Pegorino and his cohorts was too much for him, as he suffered a heart attack soon after agreeing to testify. Police are searching for the hitman and any possible links between the murder of their witness and Jimmy Pegorino." End quote. With his pseudo-son dead by his orders, and his real son dead possibly due to his own actions as a criminal, Jimmy would find himself at a new low, and his paranoia would only spiral out of control from this point on. Sensing rats around every corner, Jimmy's next targets would be his two most trusted earners in Phil Bell and Ray Boccino. Though they would both plead their cases for innocence, and more importantly relevance to the Peg, ultimately, Jimmy would find himself in deep conflict over who to blame for their continued troubles. With he and Phil being served warrants for their arrest and several Pegorino soldiers already in jail that he feared could be a problem, Jimmy would be determined to make somebody pay the price, and would once again turn to the effective services of Niko Bellic.
Guys, I can't even think straight. There he is! Welcome to the War Council, my boy.
Gentlemen, what's going on?
Nothing. Discussing pest control.
Well, I've given you my advice, Peg. You do what you think is best.
I agree.
Finally!
I mean, I don't agree with what he says. I agree that you know best.
Excuse me?
Relax. I didn't mean nothing by it. Look, either we make the right call or we all end up in prison anyway. Well, your crap ain't gonna do me no favors.
Be careful. I'll see you later. Boss, gentlemen.
You're only an associate, Phil. Remember that.
Yeah, okay, tough
Boss,
guy.
I gotta tell you this. He's not straight. Right before I came in here, I saw him talking to Angie again.
You better leave. I need to speak to Nico.
Sure, boss. But, think about what I said.
I will.
You know?
Trust me on that. We got real problems. Police are all over us. Maybe you heard, I got served papers today. Phil yesterday. We got a couple of boys in jail. I think they might squeal. Somebody's talking. Wants us out of the picture. Maybe John Gravelli. Or them Ancelottis. Somebody got to my people!
So, what are you going to do about it?
I don't know! I gotta shut someone up and show people I mean business! I've known Phil a long time. He's straight, more or less. I know him and Angie are friends, but that don't worry me too much. Maybe he's too straight. Then there's Ray. I don't know. I don't trust him. But he's a good earner. I know he's got his eye on the big prize. But he's no dummy. Him and Phil hate each other. I gotta think about it.
Okay.
I'll give you a call. Whoever I say to go see him. And shut him up!
After considering all of his options, Pegorino would decide that Ray was too much of a liability, and that it was his time to go. Whether or not he truly believed Boccino to be responsible for their recent legal troubles, or if he simply used his paranoid state to justify eliminating a potential future problem, isn't known. But whatever his reasons, Pegorino would send Nico to kill his own capo regime, and isolate himself almost completely from his few remaining allies.
I see his car.
He should be heading over to a chop shop in Moabo. Don't get too comfortable with him, Nico. Like every rat, he's a survivor. He's got good instincts. He has a bad feeling about you in particular. He wants the protection, and he ain't gonna hang around and wait for you know what to happen. Then again, I'll get his chump plus of the stuff for gas out of the way. It might create a good opportunity for you.
With Ray eliminated, Jimmy would begin relying more heavily on his other reliable earner, Phil Bell, and at least at first, it seemed to be paying off in dividends. When Nico originally gained the favor of Bell, he'd done so by helping him to secure a supposedly cursed shipment of heroin off the Liberty City triads, which they'd stored at an old abandoned mansion in Westdike. After being forced to move the H due to Phil's nephew being incompetent, they would sit on the product safely, storing it at a warehouse in Leftwood until a buyer could be found, and luckily for Jimmy, a buyer had finally indeed been found.
Vodka on the rocks.
Nico, good to see you.
And you? How are you?
Fucking terrible. We got legal problems, all kinds of crap. You know how things have gone.
I've heard some things.
You get close to your dream, then something holds you back. No. Well, commission or no commission, I ain't gonna starve. People don't want me around, they don't have to have me. But I know how to earn. I need a favor.
Here we go.
Fuck you. I looked out for you, and I'll pay good, real good. But I need you to do something. I need you to collect that H. I got some Russians who have a buyer.
Russians?
Yeah. Dimitri Rascalov.
No, we've got history.
I know, but this is real. I need you.
Real? What the fuck is real? Real because it's you?
Real because it's my last chance!
Then good luck.
No, I need you to get that H. I need the money. I looked out for you, you know, people wanted to whack you, I said no. Now I need you, and I'll pay a lot of money.
Listen, Mr. Pegorino, I already told you, I got history.
No, you listen, you dumb immigrant fuck, I ain't asking you, I'm telling you, do this! Get over your principles. These guys don't hold grudges. Do it or you and me are gonna have a problem. Look, Phil will look after you. You won't even have to deal with the fucking Russians. He's waiting for you down in Tudor.
All right.
I knew I could count on you. Hey, how about that drink?
Though Nico would agree initially, after discussing his options with his cousin and his lover, Kate McCreary of the Broker McCreary crime family, he would change his mind and decide instead to opt for revenge against Dimitri. Against everything Jimmy had wanted, Nico would ambush and kill Dimitri and his men while offloading the heroin for sale to a third party at the docks in East Hook. Furious and quickly running out of options and money to defend himself from the police, Pegorino would plan his revenge against Nico, learning of his cousin Roman's upcoming wedding and planning to attend himself, uninvited.
Hey!
Thanks for coming.
All right, yes, okay. There we go. Okay, yes, we are married. Okay.
Come here.
Nico,
You fucking double-crossing immigrant shit!
Get on. Oh, I'm wanting on this blood clot. Nico, come on. Oh, somebody call an ambulance. Call a fucking ambulance!
She's dead!
What? Oh, shit. She
told me to leave it. I thought I had. I thought it was over.
It's never over, Aya. Nico, you can't blame yourself.
Of course I can! She's dead!
Easy, are you better, man? Easy. Calm down, man. Calm down. Nico, you have to get out of here. Yes, go on, man. Go on, man. We have to leave, man. Just leave.
Get out of here.
Don't
Go.
worry, we take care of this, man.
Okay.
Though trying to kill Nico, Jimmy would miss and kill Kate McCreary by mistake, speeding away before Nico could return the favor in spades, leaving Bellick and his friends to mourn the tragic loss.
Weasel News. Tragedy at a wedding in Suffolk earlier.
Brides may worry about a guest looking more beautiful than them on their wedding day, but they don't expect a woman to steal their thunder by getting shot. Well, that's exactly what happened in Suffolk at the wedding of Roman and Mallory Bellick. A guest, Kate McCreary, a 28-year-old woman from Dukes, was killed in a drive-by shooting. The groom's cousin, Nico Bellick, is said to have left the scene soon after that shooting. He's wanted for questioning by police, but not as a suspect in the case. In Suffolk, Mike Whiteley, Weasel News.
Having failed yet again to achieve what he sought to, Jimmy Pegorino would slink back to an abandoned casino in northern Alderney and presumably begin hiding, now wanted by criminals and authorities alike across several states. With help from his associate Little Jacob and his cousin Roman, Nico would manage to track some of Pegorino's goons to his location and shoot his way through every single one of Jimmy's guards as he fled his inevitable demise at Bellick's hands.
You motherfucker! Don't think for a second that this was anyone's fault but your own! You could have worked with me and everything would have been gravy!
I wanted out, and you killed someone I cared about. It's over for you now, Jimmy.
Don't think I don't know how to fight!
In a chase rivaled only by Vinewood thrillers, Nico, Roman, and Jacob would pursue Pegorino by land and by air, all the way to Happiness Island, where Nico finally cornered Pegorino and killed him. But not before revealing to Jimmy his up to that point secretive association with John Gravelli and the Commission, for one final dig at the man who killed his lover.
I told you to leave me alone.
I give the orders here! Me!
You're not looking so good there, Jimmy.
Screw you.
What the fuck did she ever do to you?
I wanted you immigrant dipshit.
Big talk. You want to know something funny?
Not really.
The Commission, the old families. I know some of those guys. And they thought you were a fat fucking joke.
Whatever.
A joke.
Police have found the body of Alderney mob boss Jimmy Pegorino on Happiness Island. Mr. Pegorino had captured headlines as the boss of a crime family with designs for power. They were thought to be seeking parity with the 5 families who had been weakened in recent years. After recent legal pressure and escalating bloodbaths in Alderney, crime pundits began to see Pegorino's crew as pretenders, not the real thing. Police responded to reports of both a boat and helicopter crash on Happiness Island. 3 suspects were witnessed leaving the scene and are being sought for questioning.
James Pegorino was a man with something to prove. Inheriting the tendency from his family, Jimmy would spend what seemed to amount to his entire life trying to impress people who never gave him or his own the time of day to begin with. Perhaps it was a desire to achieve what his father could not, or perhaps it was a simple frustration with not receiving the credit he felt he was owed. But for whatever reason, Jimmy never faltered on his desire to impress the Commission and become legitimized by the acknowledgement of the Liberty City Five Families. He was short-tempered with friends, his family, his employees, and damn near everyone around him who didn't prove themselves exceptionally useful and quick. Though by the time he became head of the Pegorino family himself, he'd stopped actively participating in street-level crime, as is typical for mob bosses, as a teenager and young adult, Jimmy seems to have not been afraid of getting his hands dirty, and was rewarded for his enthusiasm with arrests on numerous occasions, but amazingly, no clear jail time. Having avoided death and incarceration for as long as he did, by the time of his rule, he would find himself detached and ambivalent to low-level earners, who failed to impress as quickly as he himself had, and shed no tears for lost soldiers, even those close to him. Though married for many years to Angie Pegorino, his relationship with her does not appear to have been a particularly happy one, at least if Mrs. Pegorino's own attitude was anything to go on. Though we attempted to reach her for comment during the production of this episode, we received no word back, and it is our contention that even though Angie was apparently not aware of Jimmy's infidelity, she still found little satisfaction in staying with the man, or at the very least, loathed her position as wife to the least respected mobster in Alderney. There was also some anecdotal evidence of Angie herself being unfaithful to Jimmy with his own associate, Phil Bell, of all people, though they both categorically denied the accusations while Jimmy was still alive. That being said, given that very little is known about the inner workings of Jimmy and Angie's relationship, it is entirely possible she truly loved the wise guy and remained with him because of that love, given that their only son committed suicide and their presumed other children no longer lived at home. Being Italian Americans, it's also likely that the Pegorinos, including Jimmy, were Christian, likely Catholic, as Jimmy had been known to dismiss any notion of divorce to Angie due to her being the mother of his children. However, this is mere speculation on our part. Jimmy was an ambitious but frighteningly naive man for someone in his profession, and though he was blinded throughout his career as a gangster by dreams of something bigger, he did prove himself on numerous occasions, mostly as a young adult, plenty capable of walking the walk of a mobster. In many ways single-minded, Jimmy was also a man who hated to show weakness, and seemed to have no difficulty in accepting the death around him that he himself was often responsible for ordering, and rarely, if ever, second-guessed his own decisions to have men killed, regardless of who they were. He was a man who valued results and not words, a man whose paranoia and dreams both clouded his view of a successful criminal organization, and who may have learned a thing or two from our old Greek friend Icarus about flying too close to the sun. At the time of his death, at age 51, Jimmy Pegorino was a 6-foot-tall Italian-American man who was slightly heavy-set and had grayed, almost white hair. Throughout his life, but most prominently when he served as the head of the Pegorino family, he preferred to wear classic Italian suits and was rarely seen in anything else. Having done his fair share of direct participation in crime, again mostly as a young man, Pegorino was not without the agility to fight when necessary, but preferred to spend most of his time sitting comfortably in his office chair and his mansion in West Egg. Unlike our last two subjects on this program who hailed from outside the country and whose criminal records were vague at best, Jimmy Pegorino is American-born, and as a result, our team here at GTA Biographies managed to obtain his LCPD criminal record for your viewing pleasure. While his crimes as a teenager and young adult remain public, what does become less clear is just how many assassinations, armed robberies, or other various crimes he ordered following his ascension to head of the Pegorino crime family. While many of his crimes are therefore harder to pin down, let's take a look at what we know he is guilty of without question. Starting with Grand Theft Auto in 1973 at age 16, likely not charged as an adult. Possession of stolen property in 1974. Armed robbery in 1976. Grand larceny in 1979. Promoting gambling in 1981. Hijacking in 1985. Manslaughter in 1988. Racketeering in 2005. And in 2008, accessory murder when attempting to bribe the Pavanos and having Nico kill all of the subsequent attackers. Terrorism and conspiracy murder when ordering Nico to hit a Pavano cash drop at the autoerotic car showroom in West Alderney. Conspiracy accessory murder and threats of murder when ordering Nico to silence Anthony Corrado and almost killing Nico himself. Conspiracy accessory murder when ordering Nico to kill Ray Boccino. drug dealing and drug distribution when making a deal with Dimitri Rascalov, the murder of Kate McCreary, and attempted murder of Nico Bellic. While Jimmy himself did not often get blood on his own hands, blood nonetheless seemed to stain them, as it seems almost inevitable for a crime boss of his nature. Though we here at GTA Biographies attempted to find definitive numbers on Pegorino's criminal activity between 1989 and 2005, we came up short, and this may simply be evidence that there was indeed a time when the Pegorino crime family operated effectively and silently enough to avoid scrutiny, until it didn't. Men like Jimmy P continue to shape the history of Liberty City for better or for worse, and I'd say for the worse, America. And you may take some small comfort in knowing that a criminal of his caliber is no longer terrorizing our peaceful streets, or you may simply find it concerning that the competent criminals who oversaw his downfall remain at large to this day. We aren't quite done with the Italians, but as a brief detour, remaining in the miserable state of Alderney, we'll take a look at one of America's most dangerous biker gangs, the Lost MC. Our next subject is a man who controlled the Alderney chapter of the Lost, and whose own destructive criminal antics resulted in one of the most violent prison raids in American history, all just to kill one very dangerous man. Violence, hard drugs, and rock and roll. This is the lifestyle of tonight's subject. Tonight we will examine a man motivated by his impulses and his selfish need to constantly be in control. We will follow the life of one of Alderney's most notorious criminals, and arguably one of the most violent and sociopathic leaders of a biker gang in the history of the state. A man who was plagued by the demons of addiction,
coming off heroin's kind of hard.
Anger,
Get my bike!
And hedonism, who rose through the ranks of the infamous Lost Motorcycle Club, leaving death and destruction in his wake as he did so. We will witness anarchy, civil war, and broken bonds of criminal brotherhood as we document the life of the Lost MC's longest-lived president, Billy Gray. This episode of Grand Theft Auto Biographies brought to you by my incredible supporters on Patreon. Sign up today to get all the music from my shows, early access, and a spot in the credits. If you enjoy this series, consider subscribing and hitting the bell icon to get notifications of new uploads. It costs you nothing, and it helps the channel tremendously. Thank you for watching, and enjoy the show. William Billy Gray was born in 1971 in Actor, Alderney State, during the height of the Vietnam War. Growing up, Gray was fond of watching films and news coverage of the war and the rapidly unfolding Chinese Cultural Revolution, which fostered a prejudicial attitude in the young thug who held no sympathies for violence committed against foreigners in the name of his nation or any other. Who Billy's parents were is a complete mystery, but whoever they were, they don't appear to have had much of an impact on Gray's development when compared to his other influences. Early on, Gray would develop a narcissistic and callous disregard for the lives of people around him, and would be a bad influence on his peers, seemingly as early as age 13. In fact, it was around age 13 in 1984 when Billy first met and befriended Michael Klevitz, a boy 2 years Billy's senior, who described Billy's messiah complex of an ego as Jesus on an acid trip. Through Michael, Billy would first be introduced to another infamous biker in the history of Alderney State, Johnny Klevitz, Michael's younger brother, who would become enamored with Billy's rebellious attitude almost immediately. Billy would become a bad influence on Johnny and presumably be responsible for setting Johnny K on his own path of violence, one which would ultimately spell doom for Billy many years in the future. At age 15, Billy would perform his first known crime when he hijacked a motorcycle, and just 1 year later he was arrested again for assault, which presumably caused him to be sent to juvenile hall for at least 2 years, jump-starting his criminal career. Already in the system before his 18th birthday, Billy would go all in on becoming an outlaw, and almost immediately after serving his time in juvie, joined the notorious Alderney biker gang, the Lost MC, when he was just 18 years old. Not long after joining the Lost, Billy would kill for the first time, receiving a charge of murder in 1989, possibly alongside fellow Lost MC member Brian Jeremy. While it isn't clear if Brian and Billy served time together, it seems likely that they did given the timing, and the fact that Brian would go on to be Billy's staunchest defender in the gang. Starting as a prospect in the Lost, as all new recruits did, Billy would work his way up through the ranks of the organization through intimidation and sheer force of will, bringing Johnny Klebitz along for the ride as he continued to influence him in the worst ways possible, as a pseudo-big brother to Johnny. Eventually, Billy's tenacity would see him reach the rank of club president, taking control of the Alderney chapter of the Lost through use of sadistic and unrelenting violence, which he extended to the Lost's main rivals, the Angels of Death, operating out of the North Holland area of Algonquin. Under Billy's leadership, the Lost would conduct one of the most brutal gang wars with the AOD since 1982, and flood the streets of Liberty and Alderney states with the blood of his enemies, possibly an excuse to live out the fantasies of violence he'd imagined since he was a young boy. While leading the Lost, and possibly long before even joining, Billy would also develop a habitual drug problem, primarily with heroin and even steroids, which only worsened his often unpredictable and harsh attitude, adding further fuel to the conflict with the Angels, which went on for over a decade. Billy's reckless attitude as a gangster and a leader would also see his fellow Lost MC member, Angus Young, crippled during a road accident, resulting in Angus using a wheelchair for the rest of his life, and even, presumably on purpose, put the nephew of AOD road captain Joseph Joe John Johnson in a coma, thanks to his custom-built Revenant motorcycle, built for him by Angus and Johnny K. That same bike would also be responsible for tearing an unnamed woman's leg off, resulting in the need for permanent amputation, in another road incident which Billy seems to have been barely fazed by whatsoever. Billy would receive further criminal charges when in 2002, he was arrested for racketeering in connection with the Lost's many illicit businesses, but if Gray saw any prison time at that point, it was presumably very short-lived. He would also begin sleeping with on-again, off-again girlfriend to Johnny K, Ashley Butler, despite his supposed friendship with Klebitz, which planted the seeds of future discord, and may have even ultimately led to Billy's death many years down the line. By early 2008, however, Billy's antics would finally catch up to him, when he was arrested on a drug distribution charge and finally saw prison time, albeit only a few months, on condition of attending rehab whilst inside, for his destructive heroin addiction. By late 2008, Billy would be released from prison and rehab on uncharacteristic good behavior, having sobered up, against his will, and pretending to find peace through a 12-step program in order to get out as soon as possible. Upon becoming a free man once again, however, Billy would immediately return to his old ways and begin clashing with the then acting president, Johnny K, after regaining his position as rightful leader.
You do understand what probation means?
Yes, sir.
It means that if you continue down that same path, you'll be locked up and calling some cellmate daddy within a month.
Yes, sir.
If I had it my way, we wouldn't waste our time. You'd be inside already.
Mr. Gray has made great progress. His share on willfulness was one of the most powerful things I've ever heard. I believe in this man.
Well, let's hope you don't live to regret that faith.
God works in mysterious ways.
In this case, seems God is downright perverse. But I'll leave the salvation to you gentlemen. You stay out of trouble.
Yes, Daddy.
Excuse me?
Yes, sir.
Remember, it's a disease.
I know, Chad, I know. It's a disease. Meetings every day. Call you if I feel the need to use. Pray. I pray. In fact, I'm praying right now.
You're very willful.
Was very willful, Chad. Was very willful. I've changed. And you know what, Chad? You changed me. Gentlemen, shall we get the fuck out of here?
Hey, stay in touch.
Yo. Here you go.
About time. Home sweet home.
Whilst inside, Johnny had established peace with the Lost's longtime rivals, the Angels of Death, in part by compensating the Angels for their many losses by selling them Billy's custom Black Revenant, much to Billy's immense frustration.
Yes!
Fuck the glass! Johnny, what's going on?
Not much, Bill. Usual stuff.
We missed you, Bill. So, aching for a fucking drink here?
Amiguito.
Come on, just pour Willie Wetback.
Boys?
Salute, wet pussy and dry tequila.
Salute! Okay, another round for him.
Goddamn right.
Yummy. So, Johnny boy, where's my bike?
You know where it is.
Let me rephrase the question. Where the fuck is my bike and where the fuck haven't you got it back for me?
Because you know where it is.
Are you deaf? Give me that whiskey. Are you fucking deaf?
No!
Then answer the goddamn question. Why the fuck haven't you got it back for me, friend, brother?
One word. Business. Like I told you when you were in there. Or were you so busy playing holier than thou, you started believing your own bullshit?
Oh, forgive me. You know, I've had a complicated few weeks.
I can only imagine, Bill.
Shut up, Brian.
You know, coming off heroin's kind of hard. I think I acquired this touch of amnesia. What business is more important, Mr. 1980s yuppie big shot, than your best friend's bike when he's close to getting a 15-year stretch?
The business that pays his lawyer's fees. The business that puts food on all of our tables. The business that we are all in while you're out pretending to be saved.
Get my bike!
What am I, your fucking dog?
I told you should have gotten back.
You told me. You told me. You don't tell me shit, you little fuck. Listen, Billy. They were pissed, and they had a reason. Your bike chopped that girl's leg off. You put Joe John's nephew in a coma. The deadbeats kept the bike, and we needed the money.
You needed some balls. Some fucking heart. Something. Can't believe I'm hearing this shit.
And I can't believe I'm hearing this. After everything we did for you. Paid your rehab. Paid your lawyer's fees. Paid your rent. Paid everything. Shit, we set stuff up for you. We do well, man, but it's time to be smart.
You're right. No, you're right. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna run right out and buy a condo, get a mortgage, 401k, then fold that over into an IRA and a CD. CD. What the fuck, man? Be smart? You be smart, you fucking chump. You're ridiculous. Have you got a healthcare plan?
Come on, Johnny, let's just get his bike. Come on.
Well, on your head be it.
It always is. It's called leadership. Shit meaning something.
Yeah, and your shit means a lot, man. Come on.
Johnny!
Yeah?
Wait, come here. Listen, man. I'm a little pin up right now. You saw that shit I had to go through, right? It was really frustrating. Fucked up shit. Craziness, right? Okay, so I'm a little pissed off and I've been a bit of a prick lately. But come on, man. You and Angus built that bike for me? That's gotta stand for something.
Yeah, you're right, brother. I'm gonna go get it. And you know what? Peace and prosperity be damned.
Peace and prosperity be damned, my brother. You are my brother, Johnny. Always.
Let's go!
After learning of the good times Johnny had come to preside over, Billy would seek to dismantle it as quickly as possible, starting by retrieving his bike from the Angels at their compound in North Holland, after beating its location out of the bike mechanic Johnny sold the Revenant to, Pretty Boy.
Hard to say if that chopper's even around anymore. Sorry, boys.
You will be, my friend, you will be.
Hey! Good to see you, Bill. Man, I thought you was dead.
Jim, start up the bike.
Whoa! Hold on. No, wait! Please! No!
Where is my bike?
Speak, you ugly fuck! Okay, listen. The Angels of Death took it to that place in Northwood.
Motherfucking Angels of Death!
Thank you!
Yes.
Thank you!
After retrieving his bike, Billy would retire to the Lost Clubhouse and continue bickering with Johnny, further egging on the vice president out of frustration with Johnny's comparatively level-headed approach to running the gang in Billy's absence.
Okay, Bill. Got your bike. Take what you gotta take, drink what you gotta drink, fuck what you gotta fuck. I don't care. Kill who you gotta kill, but get it out of your system. And when you do, give me a call and we'll get back to business.
You're not my P.O., brother. Remember who the head of this chapter is.
I do, man. Trust me.
Tell me, you still have Ashley's phone number? Why don't you give her a call for me? Tell her I'm inside getting all sorts of fucked up, and that I would really like we, meaning all of us, would love some pole.
Comfortably back in the saddle, Billy would attempt to celebrate his return with meaningless sex and partying, much to Johnny's disappointment and frustration. causing further tensions due to the radically different mindsets when it came to running their club. Their argument would be interrupted, however, when Lost member Jason Michaels informs Billy and Johnny of a group of AOD, called Deadbeats by the Lost, looking for answers from Billy as to why their truce had been broken unceremoniously, to which Billy responds with his trademark impulsive violence.
We got a couple of fucking deadbeats outside.
What fucking deadbeat? What the fuck do they want? I'm out of rehab 3 minutes and they think they can crash my party? Come on!
Yeah, come on.
Yeah, let's
do
go!
what we gotta do.
Gentlemen! Why the long faces? Might I tempt you in a swift libation, my most trusted and honored guest?
I thought we had a truce going on.
Did you? Funny thing, I wasn't aware. But let me tell you, it's a strange kind of truce that makes you think that it's okay to gatecrash my party? Deadbeat motherfucker.
I'm sorry. You enjoy your little party. I take it the good times are over. No problem, old man.
Screw you, you deadbeat prick!
Yeah,
think you can come to my party and gatecrash? Come on!
Yeah, come on!
You moron.
After killing the AOD lieutenant, Johnny, Billy, and 2 other Lost MC members would chase down the fleeing Angels and gun them down before they could inform the rest of their chapter about the broken truce. After successfully avoiding an immediate and strategically dangerous return to war, Billy and Johnny would meet up once more with Jason before he departed to meet daughter of Russian mobster Mikhail Faustin on Firefly Island, which would result in Jason's untimely death.
Whew, disaster averted, brother.
Yeah!
You coming back?
I'd love to, man, but I'm seeing this hot Russian broad over on Firefly Island. Gonna drink her daddy's expensive vodka and fuck her under the pier.
Ooh, young love in the modern world.
Yeah!
That's beautiful.
Well, these deadbeats won't be screwing around with us anymore. Let the good times roll!
It wouldn't take long for word of the Lost's return to form to reach the AOD. However, and not long after, the chapter would be swept up into full-blown war with the Angels when they attack a group of the Lost at an industrial park. Upon learning of the attack, Billy wouldn't skip a beat when rallying the rest of the Lost to take the fight back to their enemy.
Oh man, Tom Stubbs would love hanging out with you boys. He may be a politician, but he ain't no square.
Smoke, Dave?
Oh, hell yes!
I put some mescaline in with the weed, Dave. So I'd be very careful if I were you. You could be tripping for days.
I can handle it.
Oh, yeah, I fucking love you, man. Oh, Jottys, look at this guy. This is Dave Grossman. By day, top lawyer at Shysters. By night, a knight of the road battling the very corporate forces he represents. Hey, Dave, are you a bisexual?
Very funny.
I didn't think so. I guessed you just like cock. Jonathan, bong hit?
Nah. Hey, Dave, forgive me, man. Would you fuck off for a second? I gotta talk to Billy. Please. Dave. Up, Dave. Thank you.
You look serious.
What's next, man? Documentary team in here? You gonna write your autobiography or something?
He's cool. He's a lawyer. He can help us with shit.
He looks like an asshole.
Right now, I think he's stripping his face off.
Whatever.
Look, dude, you and me. Shit seems kind of tense lately, doesn't it? It's kind of lame. Have I offended you in some way?
No.
Then what do you say we put all this shit behind us and have some fun? Because life is pain, brother, and through this life, through this brotherhood, we can give the pain the finger.
Pain. Yeah, you're right, man. Fuck.
Yeah. Yeah? Are you fucking kidding me? What? Where? All right, all of you, let's go! Let's go! Our boys are getting jumped!
Fucking ass, boys!
Despite overwhelming odds and likely thanks in large part to the considerable skills of Johnny K with an auto shotty, the Lost would win yet another battle and take down all of the attacking AOD before learning of the death of Jason Michaels through Billy, who initially reports his death as being at the hands of an Eastern European. a story Billy would change not days later for his own convenience, to further his goals of retribution against the Angels.
He was banging some Russian broad and her heavy-duty father didn't much like it.
You hired a fucking Polak to do it.
I think he was a Serb, Brian.
Fucking Slav scumbag all the fucking
Shut the fuck up! Brothers, we will find a way to get payback. Against this Polish, Russian, Serb, I don't really give a shit. In the meantime, let's take a moment to remember Jason and all the other men who've given the finger to this shitty little thing that we call conformity.
Amen, Billy.
Got that right.
Now, Jason he's just a kid. But he hit the throttle harder than most of us, huh? He's a lawbreaker, troublemaker, beer drinker, and hellraiser. He didn't suffer fools. Got any piece of hole he wanted. Always had time for a brother in need, and he was scared of precisely jack shit.
That's right.
In short, the kind of man I'd want to be. Jason Michaels. Lost, but not forgotten.
Amen to that, Billy.
Jason.
Okay, boys. The time for pussy licking and ass kissing is over. We are brothers for life, lost forever. In these perilous times, it's more important than ever that you follow your leader, and that is me. Remember.
Yeah.
See you boys back at the clubhouse.
The escalating war would also be reported on by the Liberty Tree at the time. Quote, "A gas, leather, and crystal meth-fueled war is raging on the streets of Liberty City. It isn't nations fighting, but rival motorcycle gangs, battling for the control of the streets. Men have died in this war, like the lost biker Jason Michaels, who was killed in Broker recently. How long is it going to be before innocent civilians are killed as well? Mainly thanks to the Angels of Death and their public relations efforts, biker gangs have taken on a much more friendly image in recent years. They appear in family-friendly movies and are romanticized in video games and TV shows. They are thought to stand for a noble rebellion against the norms of society. Be warned, this image is just a smokescreen used to cover up their real criminal agenda, sleeping with your wife and selling meth to your kids." With the war increasing in intensity by the day, Billy would begin seeking new avenues to cripple his enemies, and at this time meet with Pegorino family capo regime Ray Boccino to purchase grenade launchers for attacking the Angels of Death. Though Billy would attempt to cut Boccino out of the loop by figuring out who Ray's supplier was, Boccino would be too clever to fall for it, and instead simply purchase the launchers for his upcoming attack, which he'd up to that point told nobody about.
Johnny, you met Ray?
Hey.
Ray Boccino? Hey, my brother, Johnny. Johnny the Jew.
Johnny the Jew, how the hell are you? Do me a favor, help keep this degenerate out of jail, all right? At least until he's paid me.
I'll do my best.
Yeah, later.
What's he selling you?
Toys, my boy, toys. Now, come on, let's go.
Man, where we going, Bill?
Pay somebody a visit.
Billy, man, please don't be a dick.
Johnny, you seem a little tense lately. Have you considered some analysis? Maybe a day spa? High colonic?
Colonic.
Together with Johnny K, Brian Jeremy, and several other Lost MC members, Billy would storm the AOD's main clubhouse in North Holland and set it ablaze, with Billy using the excuse that the Angels had been the ones actually responsible for Jason Michaels' death, despite knowing for a fact that they had nothing to do with it. Facing pressure from Billy, Johnny would obey the orders given to him and help Billy crush the Angels as they poured out of the burning building, leaving the unburnt spoils inside to the Lost.
You sick or something, man? These deadbeats killed Jason?
Yes, they did.
Now, take one of these grenades and put it through their window. The Almighty forgives, Johnny. The lost don't.
Yeah, amen, Johnny boy.
They would mercilessly cut through the waves of deadbeats and infiltrate the crumbling club to claim a prize which Billy claimed to have been ignorant of, an enormous shipment of heroin, with close to $2 million in street value. Whether or not Billy was aware of the Angels having acquired the heroin themselves off of the Chinese triads and attacked the clubhouse with the explicit purpose of stealing it themselves is unknown, but given his many criminal contacts, and the fact that Billy lied to convince Johnny to aid in the attack, it may have been yet another thread in the plot of Billy to once and for all rid himself of Johnny Klevitz's insubordinate attitude.
$2 million in arm candy is as good a payback as I can think of. Come on,
Jesus,
brother.
Hold your fucking horses, man. Now we're gonna steal their smack? Slow down.
Slow down, huh? Hold up, wait. Jesus. Physics lesson, fuckball. Do you know how motorcycles work, do you, Johnny?
You about to get schooled.
Centrifugal inertia. Meaning, the quicker your wheels go, the more stable you are. The faster we go, the harder we hit it, the more us brothers pull together. That's why we do what we do. That's how we do what we do. Why? How? They're the same fucking thing.
We go faster, longer, and harder. And that's how we stay together.
Brian, shut up.
What the fuck are you talking about? You gotta stop reading them shitty internet sites, man, and start thinking about what you're doing to us. We lift this shit right now, and every deadbeat on the East Coast is gonna come after our chapter.
Well, that's something your leader will have to worry about, not you, soldier. Brian, grab the shit.
Despite Johnny's objections, Billy would order Brian to retrieve the stolen heroin and begin sitting on the product, until such a time that they could find a buyer. Billy would first have Johnny attempt to sell it through Bohan drug queenpin Elizabeta Torres, but the deal would be ambushed by the LCPD, and Johnny would nearly be killed. Given the growing rivalry between Billy and Johnny, there is at least cursory evidence to suggest that the deal being broken up by undercover FIB agents had been orchestrated by Billy himself, though this is speculation on our part and could not be confirmed. Whether or not Billy was involved in the first deal being botched, by this time he would grow so frustrated with Johnny's constant backtalk and refusal to immediately capitulate that he would plan to have both Johnny and his most loyal supporter, Lost MC treasurer Jim Fitzgerald, killed at a second deal. He would meet with the Liberty City Triads in Chinatown and arrange to return their stolen heroin in exchange for the Triads eliminating his biggest internal threats in Johnny and Jim.
In that case, I guess my brother is in good hands. You take care of that prick.
It seems the definition of family loyalty differs in your country.
The marketplace has a value for everything, and I guess that a disloyal Jew bastard ain't worth shit to me, brother or no brother. Such are the heady joys of consumer capitalism.
A system that's flaws are becoming increasingly evident.
That's right, I forgot. You little yellow people are commies too, huh? Both sides of the fence? You know, I grew up watching your kind getting killed on the TV. Hell of a show.
I'm sure, but perhaps the show wasn't as much fun as the reality of that war.
Perhaps not. Now I bid you farewell, sir, and don't do all that smack at once. On second thought, go ahead. Do. Boo.
Hey, watch it, you greaseball fuck.
After setting up the betrayal, Billy would lead Johnny, Jim, and Brian Jeremy to the meeting point in Chinatown and order Jim and Johnny to personally meet with the buyers, while he and Brian guarded them from outside the building.
Hey, what's up? I'm just trying to explain to our friend here that possession is 9/10 of the law. We should make the slopes pay us back.
Billy, I got Chad on the phone. Pay us back for what?
Look, we have a business opportunity here, Johnny. I think a guy like you should be pleased.
Yeah, but Jim says there's some problem.
There is. That H we stole. It belonged to the Chinese. The deadbeats told them we got it and they want it back.
So? Fuck them.
Finally!
Billy, Chad's on the phone about the meeting.
Look, normally I'd be down for that, but these aren't the type of dudes you just say fuck them to. There's some heavily armed, pissed off motherfuckers who killed a couple of angels when they found out the shit was gone. Now I'm thinking maybe we could strike up a deal with them.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, why don't you just suck them off while you're at it? And tell Chad I'm sober as can be over here!
That's what I told him. I just think that given this war we're back into with the Angels of Death, and given the fact that one or possibly two government agencies are looking into our shit, that offloading the heroin would be a good idea, all right? And looking for a fight is the wrong thing to do right now, given the fact that we can't even stop fighting amongst ourselves.
Yeah, you're right. We should probably all get in a circle, hold hands, pray, sing Kumbaya.
Kumbaya.
Yeah, whatever. This ain't no joking matter, Billy. We'll either end up dead in the ground or back in the lockup with you.
I ain't going back there. I'd rather be dead.
Damn straight.
Well, you don't have to do either, man. I just think that getting rid of that stuff now is the right thing to do.
Okay.
Still completely naive to Billy's plans, the two would meet with the head of the Triads and attempt to broker a peace, only for them to try and kill Johnny and Jim, before taking back their drugs, which had already been stolen twice over.
All right, Jim, Johnny, since you two were both so vocal in your support of this deal, you two are going to be the ones to hand over the Brown to the slopes.
What? What are you and your boy here going to be doing?
We are gonna watch your backs because unlike this fat man here, I just don't trust those little yellow bastards. Good luck.
Hey, they don't need luck. We're looking out for them.
This better be cool, man.
Things would not go according to plan, however, as during the meet, the triads would neglect their end of the bargain by failing to kill either Jim or Johnny, and in the ensuing chaotic shootout, the police would arrive to break up the party. Billy would attempt to escape but crash his bike when avoiding an oncoming police cruiser, resulting in Billy being arrested and detained for his presumed part in the violence, for which Billy blamed Johnny K, believing he'd been triple-crossed during his own attempt to betray Klebitz and vowing to kill Johnny for the infraction, should he ever get out of jail.
You set me up, Johnny! You set me up!
Put your hands in the air. Now!
Fuck you, Johnny! You're dead!
Shut your goddamn mouth! Shut your mouth!
Dead!
Shut up!
From the Liberty Tree at the time of the Chinatown Massacre, quote, "The police commissioner has stated that, besides terrorists and peaceful political protest we don't approve of, the next biggest threat to civic order within Liberty City is motorcycle gangs. A recent barroom shootout resulted in several young Asian men dead at the hands of the leather-clad, bike-riding harbingers of death. We could not reach a member of the Lost Motorcycle Club for comment, but a spokesperson for the Angels of Death denied any member involvement in this altercation. He claimed that they are just a bunch of guys who like to get together, get drunk, and then ride choppers. We keep our noses clean. If lines of methamphetamine have a sanitizing effect, then this guy might be right." Facing numerous charges and likely life in prison, Billy would finally reveal the depth of his treachery and his self-preservation when, while in jail, he makes a plea deal with the FIB to testify against Johnny K and Angus Young, to receive protection under a federal witness protection program. It was through Billy's FIB contact, a colleague of the man responsible for busting the Lost's first attempted sale of the Triad heroin, that Johnny first learned of Billy's betrayal, and began organizing his own plans to eliminate Billy to avoid prosecution himself. While awaiting his time on the witness stand, Billy would serve his time in the Alderney State Correctional Facility and assume himself safe, at least from the likes of the rest of the Lost MC, but he would be proven very wrong. With help from a congressman, Thomas Stubbs III, who had been incidentally introduced to Klebitz through a contact of Billy's, lawyer Dave Grossman, Johnny would plan his revenge against Billy, and organize the single largest prison raid in the history of Alderney State. With help from Terry Thorpe, Clay Simmons, and several other Lost MC members, still loyal to Johnny K after Billy's arrest and the subsequent Lost Civil War, Johnny would break into the correctional facility and shoot his way through dozens of guards to reach Billy, who was attempting his own escape in the chaos of the situation. Johnny would eventually reach Billy, who taunted Johnny with being too weak to kill him before lunging at him with a knife he'd stolen during his attempted escape. Despite his hesitation, Johnny would ultimately execute Billy in the prison courtyard and continue the cycle of violence that Billy himself had made Johnny a part of.
Checkmate, dude. Come on, get it over with. Do it!
I'm doing it!
What? You waiting for a speech or something? Come on!
William Billy Gray was an impulsive and sadistically violent sociopath. Almost always acting out of anger or impulse, Billy never seemed to show even the slightest hesitation when it came to initiating violence over even the simplest of perceived infractions. Having personally indoctrinated Johnny K and possibly Brian Jeremy as well into the criminal lifestyle, he viewed himself in an almost messianic capacity, never questioning his own reasoning and either being unwilling or incapable of honest self-reflection. Billy had a god complex, and believed that his own word should be respected as law, despite his own contradictory tendency to backstab and betray anyone who threatened his rule, even if their objections were rational or presented in a reasonable manner. Billy was seemingly a manipulative and dishonest individual his whole life, lying when it was convenient, even if it meant deceiving his friends, and killing whenever necessary, and oftentimes even when it wasn't, and valuing his own life above all else, despite his proclamations of being a leader and part of a sacred criminal brotherhood, which seemed to be in reality far less important to Billy than simply being obeyed without question. Even before his arrest in 2008 and subsequent time in jail/rehab, he had intentionally slept with Johnny's former lover, Ashley Butler, despite knowing Johnny's feelings for her, likely either to assert some kind of dominance over Johnny or because of his blinding indifference to anyone else's feelings. He was openly racist against Chinese people, and likely many other groups, though he doesn't appear to have had any overt issues with African Americans, given the presence of several members in the Lost being black, like Clay Simmons, though it's entirely possible that he simply held deeper prejudices for Asians due to his exposure to the Vietnam War violence he saw growing up. If there was one thing that Billy seemed to care about, it was Billy, and he doesn't appear to have ever had any truly stable relationships or friendships, with the possible exception of Brian Jeremy, whom Billy was somewhat protective of, possibly due to them serving prison time together on a shared murder charge, though this remains unconfirmed. He was a heavy drug user throughout much of his adult life, though he appears to have actually stopped using heroin following his time in rehab, instead settling for other drugs such as marijuana, which he would often lace with harder drugs such as mescaline for an even more intense high. Ultimately, Billy Gray was a man who was motivated by only himself, taking fake pride in his being part of something larger than himself in the Lost MC, when in reality, the pride he drew came only from his own ability to control the gang however he saw fit, placing little to no value on the lives of his soldiers, and using their death to frame narratives whenever it suited his twisted agenda. He didn't even value the code of criminals, as is so often the case for many cons once they're standing behind the iron bars, being prepared to rat out Johnny, Angus, and the entire Lost MC if it meant his own survival in the Witness Protection Program. In the end, Billy Gray lived only for Billy Gray, and no one else. Despite being only 37 at the time of his death, Billy's extensive abuse of heroin and other drugs aged him considerably, causing him to look like a man in his mid-40s or early 50s, when in reality, he was only 3 years older than Johnny K. He had receding gray hair and a skull tattoo in the center of his forehead, and like all Lost MC members, was almost always seen in his signature Lost MC jacket, laden with patches indicating his various criminal and debaucherous exploits. The patches on Billy's jacket prior to his arrest indicated several feats of various degrees, including a president patch indicating his status as the leader of the Alderney chapter of the Lost, golden wings indicating that he drank a woman's urine, brown wings indicating that he had performed oral anal sex on a woman, red wings indicating that he performed oral sex on a menstruating woman, and purple wings indicating that he had sex with a pregnant woman. As the longest-serving leader of the Alderney chapter of the Lost MC, Billy Gray's criminal record is extensive, though perhaps not as extensive as one might expect given many of Billy's crimes were never reported. Like almost every criminal we examine on this program, we must stress that we cannot know for sure just how many crimes Billy committed in his lifetime, but that without a doubt, it was more than we were able to document, and that the following numbers are tallies from his known or recorded crimes, many of which are tied directly to the AOD Lost Gang War of 2008. With that out of the way, let's look at the crimes we do know he committed, starting with hijacking in 1986 at age 15, not charged as an adult. Assault in 1987, not charged as an adult. Murder in 1989. Racketeering in 2002. Drug distribution in 2008. And also in 2008, the assault of a mechanic in Algonquin when he learns of his bike being sold to the AOD. Murder and accessory murder when attacking the AOD at their compound in North Holland to retrieve his bike. The murder of an AOD lieutenant when they confront him regarding the broken truce. Murder and accessory murder when subsequently chasing down the fleeing AOD. Murder and accessory murder when fighting the AOD at an industrial park. Purchasing illegal firearms from Ray Boccino. Murder, accessory arson, theft, and possession of narcotics when attacking the AOD's clubhouse in North Holland and stealing a shipment of heroin. Accessory drug distribution when sending Johnny K to sell the heroin through Elizabeth Torres. Conspiracy attempted murder when trying to have Johnny and Jim killed by the LC Triads. Drug distribution when ordering Johnny to sell the heroin to the Triads. Murder when killing a security guard to arm himself and attempt to escape Johnny's wrath. And the attempted murder of Johnny Klebitz. Despite all these charges and potential charges, Billy only ever served a minimal amount of jail time, though it should be noted that had he not attempted to make a deal with the authorities and been subsequently hunted down by Johnny, he likely would have served a life sentence in the Alderney State Correctional Facility for heroin distribution charges, which landed him in prison before his death. While we cannot say for sure just how many crimes beyond these Billy was responsible for, it's safe to say that his true criminal record would be far more extensive if one could only know just how many people he robbed, killed, or otherwise wronged, who either never reported the incidents due to their own criminal associations or out of fear of retaliation from one of Alderney's most feared criminal organizations. Next up, we'll be leaving Alderney for the quiet streets of Algonquin's Little Italy district. Another man inside of the Pegorino crime family, our next subject was, perhaps unfairly, looked down upon by even his fellow criminals, and it's proof positive that when you play with fire on this scale, everyone is bound to get burned eventually. Survival, sustenance, and self-interest. These are the most noteworthy traits of tonight's subject.
I agree.
Tonight we will examine a man who worked seemingly every angle of organized crime in America's worst city. We will follow a wisecracking wise guy's quest to scratch out a worthy criminal lifestyle and by any means necessary, stay alive.
Oh, you want me killed? Oh yeah? Screw you!
From bikers to Irish gangsters and of course the Italian mob, we will witness the utter failure of one man trying to live out the American dream and the actions he took to bring about his downfall. We will see diamond deals, cold-blooded murder, and criminal incompetence as we document the known life of one of Liberty City's most notorious rats, Ray Boccino. This episode of Grand Theft Auto Biographies brought to you by my incredible supporters on Patreon. Sign up today to get all the music from my shows, early access, and a spot in the credits. If you enjoy this series, consider subscribing and hitting the bell icon to get notifications of new uploads. It costs you nothing, and it helps the channel tremendously. Thank you for watching, and enjoy the show. It is not an uncommon story here on GTA Biographies for our subject's past to be obscured, classified, or otherwise difficult to obtain details on. For a man such as Ray Boccino, this is doubly true. We were able to confirm that Raymond Ray Boccino was born in 1976 in West Dyke, Alderney State, to presumably full-blooded Italian-American parents. Beyond Ray's birthplace and birth year, very little is known about the would-be Italian wise guy. His first measurable impacts on the world that could be verified would come at an early age, however, when at just 14 years old, Ray was first arrested for possession of stolen property. While the details of his early arrests remain vague, it seems logical to assume that Ray would become heavily involved in the culture of La Cosa Nostra, or the Italian-American Mafia, early on, in the Pegorino crime family. It's possible Ray was introduced to this world through his parents, though this is mere speculation on our part, as no discernible details on Boccino's parents could be confirmed in our research. Whatever transpired, Ray would continue to rack up criminal charges throughout the 1990s, being charged with grand larceny at age 15 and 91, hijacking at age 19 and 95, his first charges as an adult, and burglary at age 23 and 99. It is assumed by this program that given the sharp decline in charges for Ray between 99 and 2008, that it was around the turn of the millennium when Ray would have been in his mid-20s that he ascended to an official place in the Pegorino family, under Don Jimmy Pegorino. Though exactly when Ray was made and obtained the rank he would hold until his death remains unclear, and could have been any time prior to 2008. With newfound influence and power, Boccino would begin expanding his horizons as a criminal. He would begin operating more regularly out of Liberty City, specifically Algonquin's Little Italy district, rather than Alderney State, where his boss was based, and employ third parties for his family's benefit, as far as broker. At some unknown point, Ray would begin hiring the Dukes-based McCreary crime family, an Irish organized crime outfit headed by Gerald McCreary. Through Gerald, and more regularly his younger brother Patrick Packy McCreary, Ray would order assassinations, robberies, and much more, keeping the heat off of his own and often pocketing a tidy profit for himself beyond what his boss was aware of. Ray's tendency to make moves on his own beyond his obligations to the Pegorino family, as well as his generally dishonest demeanor, would become an ignition point with another Irish associate of the family, Phil Bell. While Ray's ambitions for rising through the ranks and snowballing his power and influence were no secret to Jimmy Pegorino, he would continue to prove himself a worthy asset by earning more and more money for the organization, allowing Jimmy to overlook his potential suspicions. Ray's ability to earn and disrupt rival business would see him obtain the rank of Capo Regime in the Pegorino family, a title he likely got in part simply for being fully Italian. Though this rank wouldn't sit well with Phil Bell, who would continue to clash with Boccino regularly, he would be forced to work with him and Ray's ambitions would only continue to grow. He would establish or run multiple fronts for the Pegorino family, such as Drusilla's restaurant and a waste management company by the age of 32. By 2008, Ray would become briefly involved with the Alderney chapter of the Lost Motorcycle Club. In another of his side businesses, he would acquire a supplier of grenade launchers and sell them to the Lost's then-president, Billy Gray, who had only recently been released from prison on a drug distribution charge.
So where did you get them from?
Oh, you know, from a little contact I have who really wants you to cut me out of the loop. The hell I get it, but what is wrong with you?
Hey, man,
what kind of
going?
shit is out there, Billy? All you gotta do is grab it.
And that makes you what? A, shit grabber?
Shit grabber. Wow. Now, see, I like how you did that. It was very good, very clever. Almost like a joke, you know, only it wasn't funny.
Johnny, you met Ray?
Hey.
Ray Boccino?
Hey.
My brother, Johnny. Johnny the Jew.
Johnny the Jew, how the hell are you? Do me a favor, help keep this degenerate out of jail, all right? At least until he's paid me.
I'll do my best.
Yeah, later.
In presumably another side gig, Ray would at this time also hire Patrick McCreary to steal an incoming shipment of illegal medication. He would task McCreary with hijacking the truck as it was loaded at the docks in Fish Market North, and McCreary would bring along his own third-party assistants in Niko Bellic. With Bellic's help, they would successfully intercept the Liberty City triads and get away with stolen meds, delivering them to Ray's lockup in Westminster, where Ray is first introduced to Niko.
The stuff all in there?
Sure is. All safe and sound. Whole truckload of it.
Well, the wives and mistresses are gonna be happy when their men get a hold of those, huh? Whole city's gonna be hard in a few days' time. Who's this?
That's my boy Niko. He's an absolute savior. Couldn't have done it without him.
Niko, come over here. You work for these Mick bastards.
Fucking guinea.
I work for whoever's paying.
I might give you a call sometime. Get in, Packy.
Hey, I'll catch you around, man.
In addition to this job, Ray would also hire the McCrearys, and by extension Niko, to storm a warehouse owned by the Pegorino rivals, the Ancelotti crime family, and may have given the order to assassinate Ancelotti capo Frank Garone and Anthony Black Tony Spoleto, though this remains unclear. Back with the Lost MC, a civil war had broken out following Billy Gray's unsurprising arrest at a botched heroin deal. Ray would be approached by one of the faction leaders, Brian Jeremy, who had been enthusiastically loyal to Billy. Sensing that the other faction leader, Johnny Klebitz, would be a better business partner than Brian, Ray would instead choose to meet with Johnny and reveal Brian's betrayal and location.
So, why you here?
I heard you boys is having a little internal dispute.
Yeah, where'd you hear that from?
From Ashley.
You friends with Ashley?
Everybody's friends with Ashley, tough guy. You know, she's a good kid and all. A little messed up, but, you know, she needed a friend.
Ray told us where Brian is.
Yeah. Oh, yeah? Where? And how the hell does he know?
All right. Don't go breaking my balls, all right? I talked to Brian a half an hour ago. And listen, I understand where you guys are coming from. And on one hand, I don't give a shit. Bunch of grease monkeys want to have an all-out gangbang be my guest. You're all adults. Sorta. But right now, I need calm. Billy's on the inside. I need a steady flow of merchandise. So it's in my interest to see that you boys calm things down. End this little squabble and get back to work. I'll see you later.
Yeah, see you later, Ray.
Bye, buddy.
Johnny would eventually emerge as the Lost's new permanent president, after ousting Brian, and his business with Ray would continue, with Boccino presumably continuing to supply the Lost with grenade launchers and possibly some of their other high-end weapons. Hearing of the services Niko Bellic had already indirectly supplied to Ray through the McCrearys, around this time he would become interested enough to directly hire Niko to handle some of his discreet business, as well as test his loyalty. When a man owing a substantial debt to Ray, Teddy Benavides, fails to pay his dues, Ray would task Niko from one of the Pegorino family's main fronts in Algonquin, Drusilla's restaurant, with tracking Teddy down and doing whatever needed to be done.
Hey, Nicky! Ha ha! How you doing, kid?
Fine.
Hey! That Mick bastard friend of yours says you're okay.
Good.
That you're reliable.
Yep.
But can I trust you? Why go through all this? Why stick your neck out? Why do all this work?
Because I need the money. And because I can't do anything else. And because I'm good at it.
Sure.
And because I'm trying to find someone.
Okay, maybe we can help. Let's see how we do. So anyways, I got this friend. Only the friend ain't my friend no more because he ain't getting me the vig he owes.
Okay.
Seems this guy does not respect the waste management business. Lives over in a project on Galveston near you. Name is Teddy Benavides. Do what you gotta do. Somebody gets burnt, so be it.
Fine. And you'll pay.
Hey, you kidding? I'll pay double.
Good.
But you mess up, bad things are gonna happen.
Now believing that he could trust several third parties to help him with yet another side job that he deliberately kept from his boss, Ray would begin planning his most elaborate theft up to that point. Having heard through his contacts in the Ancelotti crime family of a diamond sale being conducted on their behalf, Ray would hire Johnny Klebitz personally to intercept the deal and steal the diamonds for resale. Using his relationship with junkie and on-again, off-again girlfriend to Johnny Klebitz, Ashley Butler, Ray would manage to convince Johnny to help him pull off the heist, despite Johnny's personal distaste for him.
Hey, Johnny!
Hey.
Am I glad to see you, huh?
Ashley says you want something.
Ashley, oh, man. Good kid, you know, man, not ice. My day was coke and donuts, that was it. I even missed the ecstasy. That shit fucks people up.
Yep.
Listen, I got a little business proposition for you.
Oh, yeah?
Okay, I know about some diamonds. Illegal, never in the system, easy to move, no insurance. Couple millions worth. Bought by wise guys, from wise guys, for wise guys. You understand? No taxman, nothing. Got our names all over them.
Right.
Problem. I can't be seen near them. All right, let's just call it a conflict of interest.
Well, I imagine that happens quite often with you, Ray.
Oh, yeah? You don't like me too much, do you?
Does anyone like you too much?
I'll tell you what. You go do this job, you get yourself some real money, you can buy yourself some real friends.
Yeah, I should do that.
The ice is being held by a guy named Gay Tony. You're gonna need a little help on this.
Should be no problem with that.
Good. And stay in touch. Johnny! Don't get too clever.
After successfully stealing the diamonds off of gay Tony Prince's now dead boyfriend, Evan Moss, Johnny would follow Ray's instructions by dropping the ice in 2 separate trash bags near Hematite and Emerald Streets. With the product safe and ready for pickup, his next move would be to hire sanitation workers from his company, Joseph DeLeo, Johnny Barbosa, and Luca Silvestri, to collect the diamonds, additionally hiring Nico Bellic to serve as their bodyguard.
So, you took care of that thing?
Yes.
I appreciate that.
Hey,
no, I look after my friends. I got a lot of friends, important friends. Jimmy Pegorino is a personal friend of mine, more or less. Hey, sweetheart.
Hey.
My God, you look like shit. What's wrong?
Nothing. I haven't been to bed yet. I've been smoking crystal.
You've been what? What are you, a fucking idiot? You white trash motherfucker, what is wrong with you?
Give me a break, okay? I feel like death.
Hey, hey, hey!
What?
It's because I care. You know that.
Yeah, I know that.
Now, speaking of the ice.
Yeah, they got it. They left it where you said. That's why I came over here. Can I get a goddamn coffee here?
Yeah, you look like you could really use some goddamn caffeine.
I'm fucking coming down, asshole. I feel like death.
Fine, whatever. Nico, need you to go collect some garbage for me.
Garbage?
Yeah, you wanted a career in waste disposal, now you got one.
Can I get a goddamn coffee over here?
What kind of garbage?
Garbage with a lot of ice in it.
Today?
Go over to F between Columbus and Denver. There'll be a truck waiting there. 3 guys. Good guys. Friends of mine. Main guy's name is Luca. Go.
Okay.
Hey, Sugar. Come here. Oh, this'll be over soon.
You gotta stop me smoking this stuff, Ray. I'm fucking killing myself.
Though Nico would be forced to fight off a group of attacking Messina crime family soldiers during the pickup, they would manage to successfully collect all the rocks, with Nico parting ways with Luca and his crew and expecting them to be delivered to Ray soon after. Unfortunately for Ray, the first knot in his elaborate criminal hijink would soon be unbound, when Luca Silvestri's crew decide to keep the diamonds for themselves and flee to Las Venturas to strike it rich.
Yeah, sure, Phil, sure. Hey, Phil, listen. You know me, and I know you. I didn't mean nothing by it. Hey, take it easy. Oh, Phil, take it easy. Hey, listen, tell Jimmy I said hello. Okay. I'm sorry. Goodbye. We got a problem.
Who? You and me?
Yeah. I got 2 options. Option 1, you rip me off. Option 2, Luca and his buddies rip this bolt off.
Hey! I left them with the stuff to bring to you as instructed.
Maybe you're in on it.
Maybe I am. But if you thought that, I wouldn't be standing here right now.
You ain't as dumb as you look. Luca hangs out in Castle Gardens. Go see him, go get my stuff back so everyone can get paid. Now.
Right.
Infuriated and suspicious of everyone involved, Ray would once again hire Nico to eliminate Luca and his men, retrieve the ice, and finally, try to have them sold. With the diamonds now finally in his possession, Ray would begin searching for a prospective buyer, and quickly strike a deal with the Jewish Mafia in Isaac Roth and Maury Green. Having employed Nico's services several times now without upholding his vow to help him locate a special someone, he would finally be confronted at this time. Nico would demand Ray's word in finding his man if he ever wanted help to sell the diamonds.
Where the fuck have you been?
Sorry, you know how it is.
I know how it is. Yeah, I know how it is sitting around with $2 million worth of stolen ice waiting to get jumped, if that's what you mean, brains. Were you followed?
No. I mean, I don't think so. This town's full of rats, so who knows? What's going on? What's so urgent?
I need you to offload this ice for me.
So what you going to do for me?
What do you mean, what am I gonna do for you? I look after you.
I don't need looking after. I need help finding someone.
I said I got connections. I'll see what I can do.
I'll see what I can do is not good enough. I want your word that you'll find him.
Hey, I said I'll look after you.
Hey, you know what? It's cool. Get someone else. I'll see you later.
Oh, whoa, whoa! Are you fucking kidding me?
No! I keep doing these favors for you, and you pay shit. I need this from you. A guarantee that you will find this man. I know he's in the city. So either you give me your word or go fuck yourself. I'm sick of this shit.
Fine! Fine, you got it. You want my word? You got my word.
Good.
Who is he?
Florian Kravich.
Florian fucking Kravich?
That's right!
Okay. Okay. You have my word. In the meantime, head over to the Libertonian. They're gonna meet that guy named Johnny, and the two of you are gonna exchange the diamonds with a guy named Isaac. Then, you give Johnny half the money, the rest you bring back to me.
What's he doing there?
He's waiting to get paid. That'll be good. Keep things on a level. People always behave better with company.
Sure. Much better getting shot by two guys than one. Is this the merchandise?
No, it's my lunch.
Funny.
With a deal finally underway, Ray would send Nico to meet Johnny at the Libertonian in Middle Park to sell the diamonds, and for the second time in days, a wrench would be tossed directly into the works, when one of the men Johnny originally robbed for the diamonds, Luis Lopez, returns the favor in spades.
Oh! Rest of you motherfuckers wanna die? Do something stupid, okay? Fuck you!
Just get the shit, man! Come on!
Despite all of his efforts in stealing and holding on to the diamonds, Chaos would again leave Ray Boccino empty-handed, with Luis Lopez escaping with the diamonds, and Johnny Klebitz keeping the Jewish mob's payment. With chaos and news coverage about to rain down on Ray's fiasco, he would have no other choice but to make his blunders known, and try everything in his power to reverse the damage. Deeply suspicious of Johnny K's claims of having never taken the money, Ray would kidnap his friend and lost MC treasurer Jim Fitzgerald and bring him to the basement of Drusilla, where he subsequently bound his hands and began interrogating Jim for information. When Jim refused to speak, Ray would lure Johnny K to Drusilla by using Ashley Butler's phone, to confront the pair regarding their theft of the $2 million meant to pay for the diamonds.
Well, look who it is.
Hey.
How you doing, tough guy?
What's your problem?
I told you not to get too fucking clever.
What? Oh, you gotta be kidding.
Start walking. Downstairs.
Okay, I'm going.
That's right.
Gentlemen?
What the fuck is going on here?
Fucking hell! Stop that shit, asshole!
Anything yet?
Nah.
Burn him again. Where's my fucking stuff? You see, Genius over here would rather get creme brulee before he dies. Hopefully you ain't so stupid. Where's my stuff?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Fuck you! What are you, fucking deaf? Where's my fucking stuff?
I don't know.
Who do you think you're bullshitting?
A bullshitter?
That's funny.
You're gonna have to cut that shit out, Ray. It's not fucking cool.
I fucked Ashley, my friend, and now I'm gonna fuck you. Where's my fucking stuff?
Fuck off, Ray.
Go ahead.
Drop the fucking gun, goon!
No!
I'll cut him!
No.
Back the fuck up! Back up!
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead, run like a couple of girls. Billy was right about both of yous. Backstabbing fools. Good, I got guys in every corner. Where you gonna go? I'll see you later!
When Johnny and Jim escape, Ray wouldn't waste time in planning his retaliation. Whilst discussing his failed job with Pegorino associate Phil Bell, Ray would hire Nico yet again to track down Jim Fitzgerald to retrieve the money, while additionally hiring goons to track down and kill Johnny Klebitz.
I've been keeping bad company.
Oh, you mean this guy? He's okay. Well, he pays up, and he ain't gone states yet.
Very funny, ha.
Listen, we got a lot of missing money, and we got a problem with these fucking bikers.
And I've got the problem finding someone.
Yeah, I nearly got something on that.
So we sent some of our boys after the money. Maybe you can deal with the bikers. Calm them down. They're causing trouble on the corner of Vauxhall and Exeter.
Sure.
Otherwise, you and Raymond here got a serious problem. The boss has got to get paid. Even when people forget to tell them about things they're working on.
I don't bust my balls. What's the point of talking about things unless they become real?
I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm sure you're sure, Phil. You of all people.
Now what the hell does that mean?
Nothing. I mean, come on. You're a guy who knows what's what, right, Phil? Take it easy.
Though Nico would manage to catch and kill Jim, he doesn't appear to have been able to retrieve the money, which was instead kept by the Lost MC. Still down on multiple fronts, things would only get worse for Ray, as at this time he would be accused by Isaac Roth of being involved in the botched diamond sale, threatening to have Ray killed. Furious and backed into a corner, Ray would hire Nico Bellic to do what he did best, and eliminate Roth along with dozens of other members of the Jewish mob at the Majestic Hotel.
I'm done with you. You understand? I'm finished. No, you know what? I ain't even started yet, you thieving fuck! I'm in shit because of you, you piece of Hello? Hello? Go ahead! Open your mouth, asshole! Push your fucking luck!
Ray!
What the fuck do you want?
You told me to come.
Well, sorry. Having a bad fucking day.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Me too. Fuck it. Fuck it. That curly-haired leech is gonna talk! Go shut that stooge up!
Shut who up?
Isaac, the diamond dealer. He's blaming me for everything. Everything! Even the shit we didn't do. Now I got no money, no diamonds, and his dick's threatening to have me killed. Blaming me, cause he got robbed.
Okay, so?
He's holed up at the Majestic with a couple of his cronies. Go shut those fuckers up.
No problem.
Hey, can I get a coffee, please?
From the Liberty Tree at the time of the hotel massacre, quote, "A horrific massacre has taken place in the penthouse of the Majestic Hotel. Diamond dealer Isaac Roth and several business associates were killed in a bloody shootout. All the guests, including important dignitaries and movie stars, were evacuated. The management of the hotel said they did not know when the hotel would reopen. Police are looking into Mr. Roth's alleged mob links in order to find a motive for the killings. Roth has been known to import illegal conflict diamonds." End quote. Safe from yet another wronged party and the deal gone awry, Ray would purchase an apartment for Nico at this time, hoping to keep him closer to the Pegorinos and hold up his earlier bargain by helping Nico locate Florian Kravich. Fed up with Ray's reckless and poorly planned jobs, however, Nico would refuse to work for Boccino directly any longer, and instead begin working with Pegorino associate Phil Bell and eventually Jimmy Pegorino himself. Ray would continue to see Nico, though, through his association to Phil Bell, and being at least privy to Phil's plan to steal a shipment of heroin off the LC Triads, though not directly involved beyond that. Following the complete disaster surrounding the diamonds, Ray would become increasingly conciliatory and apologetic to Don Jimmy Pegorino, who was himself becoming more paranoid by the day. When Jimmy begins hiring Nico personally for jobs, Ray would immediately become nervous, most notably when encountering Nico at the Don's mansion in West Dyke.
Hey, Tone.
Hey, Ray.
I need to speak with
Hey,
Pegorino.
what are you doing? He's busy.
Hey, Nico. Oh, boss, Salve.
Get up. I'm sorry, boss.
This guy's everywhere like a friggin' cockroach or something, huh? In a good way.
Ray, you and me is gonna talk. The boss has got business.
Yeah. Boss, I got you this because I care.
You boys have fun.
As Nico continued to prove himself to Pegorino as a useful asset, and the Pegorino family continued to fall under increased scrutiny by the authorities, Ray's days would seem to be numbered. With the diamond fiasco bringing heat on an already strained organization, and further pressure now being applied by the families of Algonquin looking to quash Jimmy's attempts to get on the commission, Ray would have vanishingly few options. He would meet with Don Jimmy Pegorino and Phil Bell to discuss their options after both Jimmy and Phil are served warrants for their arrest, but upon the arrival of Nico Bellic, Ray would once again become visibly nervous.
What's wrong with this guy? I can't even think straight. He's always
There he is. Welcome to the War Council, my boy.
Gentlemen, what's going on?
Nothing. Discussing pest control.
Well, I've given you my advice, Peg. You do what you think is best.
I agree.
Finally.
I mean, I don't agree with what he says. I agree that you know best.
Excuse me?
Relax. I didn't mean nothing by it. Look, either we make the right call or we all end up in prison anyway. Well, your crap ain't gonna do me no favors.
Be careful. I'll see you later. Boss, gentlemen.
You're only an associate, Phil. Remember that.
Yeah, okay, tough
Boss,
guy.
I gotta tell you this. He's not straight. Right before I came in here, I saw him talking to Angie again.
You better leave. I need to speak to Nico.
Sure, boss. But, think about what I said.
I will.
You know?
Trust me on that.
Being above all else a survivor, Ray would sense the temperature of the room, and after leaving the Pegorino mansion, began traveling with an entourage of men loyal to him to keep him safe from an expected attack by Nico. His premonitions might otherwise have been paranoid delusions if not for the fact that he was entirely correct. Jimmy Pegorino would eventually decide that keeping Ray around represented too much of a liability, and subsequently, Ray would be next on the list of people Jimmy would axe through Nico Bellic.
I see his car.
He should be heading over to a chop shop in Boabo. Don't get too comfortable with him, Nico. Like every rat, he's a survivor. He's got good instincts. He has a bad feeling about you in particular. He wants some protection, and he ain't gonna hang around and wait for you know what to happen. And again, I'll get his chump muscle and stuff for gas out of the way. Might create a good opportunity for you.
Using his authority over Ray's men, Jimmy would have Ray's entourage stop for gas en route to the chop shop in Boabo, and present Nico with the perfect opportunity to put Boccino down for good.
The meeting went to plan, Mr. Pegorino.
Cleaning house's a tough job, Bellic. I don't got much left in mind, it's so clean. I'll talk to you soon.
Ray Boccino is perhaps one of the purest embodiments of that great American criminal virtue, greed. No matter what he was doing, where he was living, or who he was working for, Ray always found ways to make extra money, and built up a considerable reputation as an effective but deeply untrustworthy conman. Despite holding the scorn of many of his criminal contacts, Ray himself was seemingly quite par for the course among mobsters of Alderney and Liberty states, and may have actually grown to be hated for his otherwise successful ventures combined with his off-putting arrogance. Though he was frequently derided for his rat-like and self-serving attitude, among his criminal cohorts he was hardly an abnormality. In fact, Ray seems to have almost been justified in his paranoia, and in the most generous criminal interpretations could even be sympathized with for the many times he himself was betrayed or screwed over by those he himself was loyal to. Whether or not Ray's reputation was justified, he was hated by almost everyone around him, with few exceptions: his employers, employees, and everyone in between. If Ray ever had any serious romantic or sexual relationships, it remains unclear, as the only known relationship he had outside of his criminal contacts was a criminal by proxy, Ashley Butler. Though the extent of Butler's relationship with Ray remains unknown, it is believed that Boccino, like many other men who surrounded her, had a long-standing affair with Butler and claimed to genuinely care about her well-being. Whether or not this affection was real or simply an additional ploy in his diamond plan is also unknown. Given that Ray appears to have shown concern for Ashley's health even after helping him obtain the diamonds through Johnny, it may be evidence that he was, underneath his Donald Love-esque aspirations, capable of caring for others. Capable of genuine love or not, Ray was also known to have a dangerously violent and hair-trigger temper. though he was at least usually capable of containing it in professional situations. This anger apparently led Boccino at one point to toss a man he caught stealing from him into a trash compactor after nearly beating him to death beforehand. Boccino was clever, ambitious, but above all else greedy, and that greed ultimately may have been what led him to his demise. His paranoia, brought on by the nature of his work conflicting with his own desire to constantly make his own moves on the side, seems to have brought about his own downfall, as the diamond deal, which likely played a large role in his death, was simply too bloated with third-party contractors, all needing to be trusted, to hold up their end of a lucrative criminal contract. In the end, the man deemed untrustworthy by his delinquent colleagues may have been done in for ironically trusting too many criminals himself. Raymond Boccino was an above-average height Caucasian man of Italian ancestry with strikingly stereotypical Italian characteristics. He had thin black hair that was slicked back into a greasy wave, and was most often seen wearing a sharp black suit to match his bad-fellow's demeanor, though he was known to occasionally dress more casually when not attending important family meetings or hanging around Drusilla's. Ray Boccino's criminal record begins in his early adolescence, and continues all the way up to his final days. We must always stress that criminals in this program almost always get away with far more than we were able to tally, and that just because they weren't caught or arrested, doesn't mean it didn't happen. Keeping in mind Boccino's ties to the Italian Mafia in Alderney and numerous other organizations over the years, let's take a look at what fraction of his criminal career we were able to verify with near certainty. Possession of stolen property at age 14 in 1990, not charged as an adult. Grand larceny at age 15 in 1991, not charged as an adult. Hijacking at age 19 in 95, first charge as an adult. Burglary in 1999. And in 2008, the sale of illegal firearms when selling grenade launchers to Billy Gray of the Lost MC. Murder of a waste management plant owner by tossing him into a trash compactor. Accessory murder and theft when hiring the McCrearys to steal meds from the LC Triads. Accessory murder and theft when hiring the McCreary crime family to storm an Ancelotti warehouse. Accessory conspiracy murder when possibly ordering the deaths of Frank Arone and Black Tony. Accessory murder when revealing the location of Brian Jeremy to Johnny Klebitz's faction of the Lost. Accessory conspiracy murder when hiring Nico to kill Teddy Benavides. Accessory conspiracy theft and murder when hiring Johnny K to steal the diamonds from Tony Prince, Evan Moss, and Luis Lopez. Accessory conspiracy theft and murder when hiring Nico to help retrieve the diamonds and their subsequent shootout with the Messina crime family. Conspiracy accessory murder when hiring Nico to kill Lucas Silvestri and his men. Accessory murder and attempted sale of stolen property when hiring Nico and Johnny to sell the diamonds at the Libertonian. Kidnapping and torture when holding Jim Fitzgerald in the basement of Drusilla's. Conspiracy accessory murder when hiring Nico to kill Jim Fitzgerald and the other Lost MC biker. Conspiracy accessory murder when hiring Nico to kill Isaac Roth and his men at the Majestic Hotel. Conspiracy theft when discussing Phil Bell's intentions to rob the LC Triads of a heroin shipment. Beyond the widely publicized fiascos surrounding several events to which Ray was party in 2008, little else is known about Ray's criminal activity between 1999 and 2008. As we have speculated with previous subjects, and given Ray's own background as a criminal, it seems an obvious deduction that Boccino was responsible for many more deaths, assaults, robberies, and more in the 9 years he managed to keep any charges off of his record prior to his death. Like so many of the criminals we've seen tonight, our final two subjects are connected to each other through circumstance, motivations, and mutual American superiority. Next up, we have one more example of just how bad things can get when the criminals are, rather than gun-toting, drug-selling gangsters, federal agents, who also shoot people, and sometimes sell drugs. Saints, sinners, and corruption.
And nothing in between but the FIB.
At the highest levels of government.
Cut!
Tonight, we will examine a man who directly competed with our own program for slots in the evening prime time, and with the likes of dirty cops and paid-off judges for the title of most corrupt man in government. We will follow the actions of a man many of you already know, a D-list celebrity who masqueraded as an honest and reliable man of the people.
Suck my d***, Steve f***ing Haines!
we will witness criminal coercion, taxpayer-funded robberies, and enhanced interrogation as we follow the life of a G-man who would do anything for his country and himself. A man so blinded by his delusional patriotic fervor that he may have actually believed his actions were in service to America. Steve Haines. This episode of Grand Theft Auto Biographies brought to you by my incredible supporters on Patreon. Sign up today to get all the music from my shows, early access, and a spot in the credits. If you enjoy this series, consider subscribing and hitting the bell icon to get notifications of new uploads. It costs you nothing, and it helps the channel tremendously. Thank you for watching, and enjoy the show. As no regular viewer should be surprised to learn, information on the early life of Stephen Haines is covered in FIB-approved black ink, and as such, it is difficult to ascertain confirmed details on him prior to joining the Bureau. In our lengthy investigations, we could not even confirm if Haines was born in the city which made him famous, though we suspect as much. We do know he was born in 1975, but who his parents were, what city or coast he called home, or why he decided to join law enforcement remains highly speculated. Based on some information available to us, we do believe that Stephen was born on the West Coast, and most likely in Los Santos itself, and grew up surrounded by gangland violence, which plagued much of the city around that time, even beyond the scope of what we will cover here tonight. Given that at the time of his death, Steve still lived with his mother in Los Santos, who remains unidentified, this may be further proof that he was born and raised in the city. Whatever Steve's motivations or upbringing was like, it seems safe to assume that he was raised on a steady diet of consumerism, American exceptionalism, and coverage of his nation's many wars abroad. By 1993, at the age of 18 and presumably right out of high school, Steve would join the Federal Investigation Bureau and immediately begin making a name for himself. Exactly how Haines managed to join at such a young age, and presumably without attending college, remains a mystery, but it's possible, and perhaps probable, that he had family or friends in high places, which facilitated in his unorthodox acceptance into the Bureau's ranks. By 2004, when Steve would have been in his early 30s, he would become decorated enough amongst his peers to be given his own special unit within the FIB, and become boss to several other agents, whom he would now command as he saw fit. Among the men in his new unit were Andreas Sanchez and the recently famous Agent Dave Norton, who had become known for being the man to take down infamous Midwest bank robber Michael Townley in Ludendorff, North Yankton. By 2008, Steve would become host of a series which has at times directly competed with our programs here on Weasel, CNT's The Underbelly of Paradise. How exactly the show was created remains anyone's guess, but we suspect that it was directly funded and approved by the Bureau itself, who likely chose Steve to host it due to his already by then successful career in the City of Saints. Whatever the case, Steve would begin hosting the show which, in a similar vein to our own, explored the vast underworld of the gang scene in San Andreas, but with a more direct approach. Through a combination of scripting, ad-libbing, and direct involvement on the streets with officers of the LSPD, Steve would become a celebrity thanks to the series, which became an overnight hit, providing Haines with a taste of recognition he sought for his supposedly selfless crusade against criminal terror. Over the course of the next 5 years, Steve would become known by name to the many citizens, politicians, and gangsters of Los Santos and Greater Blaine County, working to take down gangland operations primarily, which targeted groups like the Families, Ballas, and Vagos, as well as outfits like the West Coast chapter of the Lost MC. Through his newfound fame and infamy, Steve would slowly amass a fortune of finances and of friends in many very influential high places. He would at some point become friends with billionaire venture capitalist Devin Weston, and likely begin using said relationship to procure additional funds for a conflict his bureau had been engaged in for decades. Since time immemorial, it seems, the FIB has been known to directly compete for funding with the similar foreign affairs branch of the federal government in the International Affairs Agency, or IAA. This funding conflict would reach a boiling point when in 2013, the agency and the Bureau both begin trying to find and detain a suspected jihadist, Ferdinand Kerimov. When Kerimov is abducted by the agency and they report him dead, Steve would become furious at the potential loss for the Bureau until fortune shined on him at just the right time. Or so he must have thought. It just so happens that at this time a robbery would take place in Rockford Hills, with one robber in particular brandishing his familiar calling card and raising suspicion in Steve. Having been aware of the intense news coverage from the time, Steve would almost immediately suspect that the robber was the infamous Michael Townley, and begin investigating his own employee Dave Norton's connections with the incident in Ludendorff 9 years prior. Steve would discover Norton's cover-up of Michael's death and the subsequent deal he'd made with him to exchange his friends for a new life living in sunny Los Santos under a new name, Michael DeSanta. Steve would begin pressuring Dave to use his leverage on Michael to convince him to aid in Steve's continued war against the IAA. Believing Michael to be the perfect man for the job of verifying Ferdinand Kerimov's death at the agency's hands, he would employ the former bank robber through Dave and have him infiltrate the coroner's office in Strawberry to locate the body. After successfully verifying that Kerimov was not in fact dead, and likely being held by the agency, Steve would have Dave bring him to the Bureau headquarters to personally meet his new instrument of patriotic terror.
Well, isn't this nice? You didn't tell me we were double dating. Sorry, guys. This burning hunk of love is all mine.
Brilliant! Steve Haines, amigo, but you probably knew that already.
Sorry, your name tag must have fallen off.
Oh, duh! I love it! I gotta remember to write that down. And to shoot you in your head, you annoying dick. Andreas, taking notes? This stuff, whoa! Pure magic. I should put it on my show. Have you seen my show?
You mean how to dress like a salesman on a cheap golf weekend at a third-rate country club?
So, well done with our friend, Mr. K.
My pleasure. I love helping our government wage war, especially with itself.
But you made a mistake.
Did I, Cupcake?
Why don't you keep your fucking voice down before I close your fucking windpipe? The joke stop now, pal. You will show me and my team some respect.
Maybe you could define team for me. Is that just the three of you? Or the greater FIB? Or the entire government? Because I'm tempted to argue that thus far, we haven't shown a lot of your colleagues a whole lot of respect.
And why don't you start with me, genius?
You got it, pal.
We have received intel that they're keeping Mr. K at the local agency station.
I just dealt with that guy.
The agency is stepping up their questioning because of your moronic antics down at the coroner's office. We need to get him out of there before he blabs.
I did what Agent Norton said.
Then I guess you getting involved with a clapped-out old agent who's been living off of past glories was your first mistake. You are my boy now, amigo. My career depends on this, and that's very important to me. So seeing as we're all boys now, that makes it important to you. Now run along, kids. See, there you go, Dave.
With Michael and his new crew now firmly under the FIB's thumb, he would task the team with kidnapping Kerimov from the agency's HQ building in downtown Los Santos, providing them with a helicopter for the operation, but little else. Against all logical odds, Michael and his new team of maniac meth dealer Trevor Phillips and Chamberlain Hills gangster Franklin Clinton would successfully manage to retrieve Kerimov in the most dramatic fashion possible, delivering him safely to the drop-off point in El Burro Heights. The incident would be so brazen and be witnessed by so many civilians that a subsequent cover-up by the agency would even be necessary, explaining the event as a training exercise. From our Weasel News archives at the time of the incident, quote, "Eyewitnesses believed they had just seen the crime of the century, an audacious raid on the IAA headquarters in downtown Los Santos, in which a man was snatched from an office by a suspect hanging from a helicopter before both escaped. Not so, according to the IAA. Agency spokeswoman Lucinda Jacob told reporters the incident was merely a training exercise and nothing to be concerned by. We are constantly training, and yesterday was no exception. An agent posing as a terror suspect was snatched in a practice raid to see how our systems and processes responded to extreme duress. Despite problems with our funding, people should be relieved to know our systems worked great. You're in safe hands, Jacob said. End quote. With Karamov in custody, he would be brought to the Walker & Sons warehouse different guy, in Banning to await interrogation. Having done his homework on his new assets, Steve would employ Michael's old running buddy, Trevor Phillips, to personally torture Mr. K, to obtain information on the suspected Azerbaijani terrorist, Tahir Javan.
See his face that last time I popped it. Boom!
Oh, ladies!
God, you're an asshole. You back there. I know you, but you I don't know. Yeah, well, until I see reason otherwise, why don't we just keep it that way? Steve, what a pleasure, bro. Oh! He reminds me of one of those guys you see advertising pills for middle-aged men that can't get erections.
Hey, Devin Weston is a very good friend of mine, so why don't you watch your tongue? Because let me tell you something, that guy gets more tail than, than a tail catcher.
I have to fucking remember that line. You, where did we meet?
Nowhere, pal.
Yeah, we did.
Hey, what are we doing here, huh?
This.
Please, keep the sleep bastard away from me.
No, Ferdinand, he's gone. He's gone. It's okay, I've got some new friends here now.
This is Michael, and this is Trevor.
No.
Now our friend here, he claims he doesn't know anything.
I don't know anything. I don't know. I already told nothing. Nothing. I don't know anything. Please, sir.
You know about the Azerbaijanis?
Huh?
Azerbaijanis.
I do audiovisual, hi-fi audiovisual. It's top man, good price, VIP. You know?
You're a fucking spy. And the asswipes at the agency know this. So I need to know, what did you tell them, and what did they tell you?
I told them what I tell you.
Uh-huh.
Hey! Whoa, what is this? The house in Rockwood Hills. The man who owns it. He works at the consulate. Oh, that's all I know.
That's it.
That's it. I go.
You're gonna make him speak.
No.
You two are gonna drive up to Rockford Hills.
No.
And when we find out which man is the man with the problem, you put him down.
No.
Because I'm tired of these fucking nitwits at the agency taking all the glory.
Let me go.
All right, fuck is all this, huh?
I think it's a good time, buddy. You know, go for a drive.
Wait. No.
You get to work, and I'm not here.
In what is perhaps one of the most disgusting and blatant abuses of authority by our federal government, Steve would authorize and personally oversee the torture of Ferdinand Karamov at Trevor's hands, and continuously prompt Trevor to ply him for information using whatever methods the lunatic deemed necessary. Eventually, after merciless treatment from Mr. Phillips, Karamov would provide Steve with enough information to give Michael for the assassination to be successful. Michael would shoot Javan dead at his home in Chumash, and Steve would deem the operation a success. With Javan dead, he would order Trevor to dispose of him, having outlived his usefulness. However, Trevor, having no love for Steve or the government in general, would refuse this order. For more information on the fate of Ferdinand Karamov, see our episode on Trevor Phillips from Season 1.
Woo! That is a wrap, my friends. Excellent work, the pair of you. Now, I got a racquetball game to get to, so Trevor, if you take care of Mr. K, I think we're all set.
What the fuck do you want me to do with him?
I would say he's outlived his usefulness.
Oh, come on, please.
Shut up!
That's a sport.
This is Weasel News.
Philanthropist murdered at a house party in Chumash.
Chad and Shanice Mulligan getting divorced.
A super club is coming to East Los Santos.
Partygoers at a house in Chumash were horrified when a guest was killed seemingly by a sniper's bullet. Tahir Javan was smoking on an outside terrace when he was gunned down. Police are baffled as to why this much-loved Azerbaijani American, who was a noted philanthropist and community leader, would be targeted.
With a single battle won, but many more to come in his eyes, Steve would begin planning his next move against the agency. He would meet with Michael's team to briefly explain his justification for being as blatantly corrupt as he was, whilst simultaneously maintaining his trademark self-righteousness. The agency, as he told it, was embroiled in funding terror on the streets of America and abroad through the sale of drugs in a bid to ironically maintain said funding. Steve would task Michael's team with robbing an IAA bonds truck as it delivered the cash so that the Bureau could use the money for their own domestic operations.
I'm in charge here, Fruity. Me! You understand?
Not quite. Well, can you explain that again?
What I was saying! Oh, you're good. The three cunts!
Listen, we need help with something else. Some of the government, some of it is pretty corrupt.
Not your bit, right?
Yes, but we're corrupt in a good way.
But the agency, they want to encourage panic so they can guarantee their budgets. That's how they get paid.
It's a major problem.
And now they've secured some funds that we need to use in our fight against crime as a way of bribing corrupt officials.
Really? And where are they getting that from?
Drugs. Those bastards love to sell drugs.
Who doesn't?
We think they're going to use this money to finance a war on our streets. And we need you boys to requisition that money for us.
The bonds are leaving the terminal in an armored car.
Yeah, fuck you, Dave. We don't have time to prepare the right way.
It's not my concern. I cannot allocate any more resources to this.
You'll be fine.
Fuck you, Dave.
Caring little for the details of how the operation was conducted, Steve would once again leave Michael and his team to their own devices in arranging the robbery. Using a successful blitzplay maneuver, the team would complete the mission and hand over the money, much to their frustration, to Devin Weston, who presumably held or possibly invested the money for Steve. Exactly what became of the money obtained from the blitzplay remains unclear, as not a few short weeks later, Steve would once again meet up with Michael, sheltering with Trevor Phillips in Blaine County, after angering drug lord Martin Madrazo. Completely indifferent to Michael and Trevor's situation, he would task them with planning yet another robbery, this time whatever they wanted, so long as they made enough money to pay for the expensive equipment needed for his next objective.
Hello? Oh, ladies, what's up?
Fuck off! Listen. I'm sorry, but we've got a problem. Government funding thing. We need you to, investigate a research lab upstate.
It's about terrorism, the big one, nerve gas, biological terror.
Thank God I don't pay tax. Listen, you'll need some fairly standard gear. A boat, tandem rotor heavy lift helicopter, truck, weapons. You'll have to source all of that. Chopper alone will set you back a couple of mil.
Oh, no worries there. Trevor here, he just came into a lot of money.
Is that sarcasm?
Oh, you're fucking right at sarcasm. You fuck. A few weeks ago, I was happily retired, sulking by my swimming pool. And my psychotic best friend shows up out of nowhere to torture me over mistakes I made, honest mistakes I made over a decade ago. We, our little posse, are flat fucking broke. But hey, let's go out and spend $2 million on a tandem rotor fucking chopper so I can go steal nerve gas from fucking terrorists. Forgive me, you ignorant fuck. But sarcasm is all I fucking got. Sarcasm! And a room full of you cunts!
Yes! Woo! Welcome back, man. It is the old you.
Yeah, well, we gotta go. It's been great, but Dave here's got a Pilates class. Now remember, ladies, you keep us way out of this thing. Bye-bye.
Once again, keeping his distance far from the details of the robbery, Steve would send Agent Andreas Sanchez to meet the crew after they pulled off one of the most violent and destructive heists in the history of Blaine County, when they robbed the Blaine County Savings Bank in Paleto Bay.
Let's go.
Yo, easy. I'm a friendly. Agent Sanchez.
Our very own corrupt G-man in training.
You gotta be careful, buddy, all right? Because they are looking around these trains for illegals. And if you're mistaken, you'll be shot, amigo.
Very amusing.
Yeah, if you're expecting them two to bring you up, you're gonna be disappointed, homie.
Right back at you. Got the money?
Everything we got.
Okay, here's your cut. Considering present scrutiny on public worker remuneration, this is a big win.
Oh yeah, that's a huge fucking win. Woo! Monsters.
I'm out. Agent Haines will get in touch with you once Operation Save the World's a go. Get your crew together, okay? Fucking punk.
This is Weasel News.
Sleepy town of Paleto Bay wakes up to violent bank robbery.
Blaine County Savings Bank in quiet Paleto Bay was robbed by 3 men who escaped in suits made of body armor. The bank robbers engaged in a rolling gun battle with police through the quiet town's main street, and it is believed that a 4th accomplice aided their escape. This is the 2nd time Paleto Bay has been in the news of late after recent allegations of corruption in its police force.
Weasel News, confirming your prejudices.
Believing the IAA to be planning a massive terrorist attack in order to secure their government funding, Steve would begin planning an infiltration of the Humane Labs Research Center by Michael's team. Their goal would be to locate and extract a supposedly deadly neurotoxin that the agency was planning to release in major urban American centers, to cause massive chaos and drive up their funding. Upon arriving at Cape Catfish to brief Michael, Trevor, and Franklin, however, he would discover that they had neglected to bring 3 additional men for the job, something he'd mistakenly believed Dave Norton had informed them of.
Hey! Where's the other 3?
What other 3?
We told you to bring along 6. This is a 6-man job.
No, you didn't.
Dave did?
No, Dave didn't.
You said you'd do it.
That is a frickin' lie. I do not get things wrong.
All right, great. Then we're out of here. Fuck it. Let's go.
You 3 can do it alone.
And fuck you. You do your own dirty work.
Hey, I do my dirty work every day, keeping the country safe from scum like you.
And you're doing a great job, sir. Hey, you want this job done? Then come with us, huh? Come on, Mr. Leisureware, Mr. Depressed Accountant. Let's go save America.
Who the fuck are we saving it from this time?
This is the real deal. My sources are convinced there's a plot in international affairs, you know, the agency, and they're using this facility to make a serious nerve toxin.
Bullshit.
Yeah. Which they plan in their mind-blowing insanity to let a major terrorist release on a metropolitan area so they can continue to get funding. Nothing increases funding for fighting terrorism more than successful acts of terrorism.
All right, so let me get this straight then.
No, there is no getting it straight. That's the point. Now we're doing this. You 2 are on getaway. Fuck off and make it happen. Michael, you're with us. What size flipper you wear? Agent Norton, it's been a while since you were in the field. The sight of you in neoprene is something we save for our worst enemies.
Shut up, I'll be fine.
And you, get in. You're driving.
So maybe I redeem myself, get killed in the process, huh? That old bullshit.
No one is dying on my watch. Not even the burnout bank robber with temper issues and nothing to live for.
A hero's death is too good for you. You'll die in the ignominy you deserve.
Oh, thank God. Fate shall carry me safe through these selfless acts of charity.
With little choice and little time to execute the operation, the 6-man job would become a 5-man job, with Michael, Dave, and Steve personally donning scuba gear and heavy weapons to infiltrate the labs via an underwater tunnel. The team would break into the building successfully and push their way through the facility to obtain the neurotoxin, but eventually, their cover would be blown and chaos would erupt.
How are we? Huh? We ready? I was born ready. Let's do this.
Come on, Dave. What's the plan?
Hey. We locate the toxin and action our escape strategy. That's what we got.
Forced to fight their way out of the building, Steve would hastily decide to try and pose as one of the men shot in the gunfight against Michael's team, turning his pistol on himself to really sell the lie, while Michael, Dave, and his team escaped with the toxin.
We missed the window! Agency response team's already in the building!
It's never too late! We're going! Let's go!
It's too risky, Bandito! That bird goes down and takes half the West Coast with it!
You know what? If you're done puking up excuses, how about we come up with a solution?
Okay! All right, you go, I'll stay in cover!
Fuck it, fine by me.
And the dead bodies? I'm lucky I'm not one of them!
Come on.
Let's go! FIB Special Agent, I got this covered!
Detain this man.
Fuck you, I should detain you, I just took a bullet for my country!
From our Weasel News archives at the time of the raid, quote, "A violent break-in at a biotech lab in the Sanchiansky Mountains ended in bloodshed, mayhem, and the loss of a formula for cheap perfume. The meticulously planned raid appears to have been carried out by highly skilled professionals, as thieves swam into the facility using diving equipment to access an underwater drainage pipe. Several research scientists and security personnel were killed at the facility, which has been attacked by animal welfare activists in the past. The facility was once believed to have been a testing center for chemical and biological weapons, but those rumors have long been dispelled, and now the facility tests soaps, high-tech face creams, and cosmetics. Agents are baffled as to the scale of the raid, as the perfume formula stolen was not considered particularly valuable." End quote. Though Steve would try desperately to explain his presence at the Humane Lab's raid to his superiors, following the incident, he would fall under increased scrutiny from the Bureau for his controversial methods. Becoming increasingly paranoid and beginning to show his true priorities, Steve would at this time order Michael and his crew to conduct one final job: infiltrate the FIB's headquarters downtown and delete any evidence of his involvement with the Humane Lab's raid.
Has he briefed you?
Oh, well, yes, he has. He told us that if we do what you say, then together we can take down the big bad wolf that is government corruption.
Yeah, and if you don't, we're all gonna fry, because the agency's onto us. I've even got some fools in our own bureau that are questioning my methods. Think I'm a liar, a cheater, some kind of a killer and a thief.
So,
there's some evidence, and I need you guys to find out what they know.
all right, so what? You want Lester here to hack into the system, wipe it all clean?
No, that will not work. The only way to access it is through your buildings.
Fuck me.
Michael, you'd be doing me a very big favor. And if you do this, I will make sure that all your files are deleted. I promise you.
Hey, it's the last thing we do, and we're done. Period.
Of course. I'm a man of my word. Dave, let's go.
Come on, Lester, let's go.
Good luck, gentlemen.
Once again defying all odds and logic, Michael and his crew would actually pull off another impossible heist and infiltrate the FIB's HQ. Though the details of the robbery remain disputed, everyone agrees that the building was heavily damaged by fires, caused by either a supposed crashed helicopter or planted incendiary devices. Either way, Steve Haines himself would be put in charge of a team seeking to bring the robbers to justice. With pressure mounting at the Bureau and existing liabilities making him increasingly nervous, Steve would meet with Dave and Michael shortly after the Bureau raid at the court center outside of town. He would plan to have both men arrested, with help from his underling Andreas Sanchez, but when both Michael and Dave draw their weapons, the four men would end up in a near-Mexican standoff, with Dave attempting to appeal to what little rationality Steve still had.
There's a bit of a problem.
That's right, Davy boy, you could say that.
Steve, I told you I would handle this.
Oh, because you've handled everything so fucking well so far, haven't you?
All right, I admit things have been a little unorthodox, but...
Fucking orthodox! You've ruined my career! Agent Sanchez, arrest these men, both of them.
Steve,
Oh,
come
whoa!
on, please.
You fucking kidding me? Arrest me for what?
For multiple counts of every fucking crime under the fucking sun.
Oh, well, then let me rephrase. Why?
Why?
Because you don't want me to testify in court about our various business dealings, right?
Agent Sanchez, apprehend the suspect!
Agent Sanchez, you'll do no such thing. Now, Steve, we agreed to speak to Michael, to try and explain things to him. Not this. This causes problems for us all.
Okay. Then put your gun down and we'll talk.
After you, buddy.
Come on, where's the trust?
You can do better than that.
They know or think they know that I'm the one that was behind the incident.
Uh-huh. And now you want me to clean up your mess again, right? Before I end up at the bottom of the ocean. Fucking good luck with that.
Put the weapons down, boys. Fun time is over. We've got you. Anti-American activity.
Put your weapons down, all of you!
Who the fuck are you with?
With me!
You fucking rat. I knew you didn't have the balls for this. For the record, I'm a patriot. I love my country.
Put the weapons down.
Fuck you! We all know you agency boys are ball deep in a plot to drive up your funding by any means necessary.
Put the gun down, gentlemen.
Who the fuck are they?
Fucking Merryweather! What are they doing here?
Steve, put your gun down.
Oh, same goddamn leg!
Go!
When the situation devolves into chaos following the arrival of the IAA and Merryweather, as well as the reveal of his own man working against him in Andreas, Steve would manage to escape by the seat of his pants.
Weasel News.
City in panic. Massive shootout involving IAA, FIB, Merryweather, and unknown terror elements.
The War on Terror.
We lead with the horror show at the Court Center, where a terror incident was foiled by a combination of forces from the FIB and the IAA. Some witnesses even believe Merryweather Security Services may have helped calm things down. Scott McSimmons is at the scene.
Yes, it's carnage here, and also not a little confusing. No one is quite sure what happened, but thanks to their utter professionalism, our security forces were able to have people at the scene of the crime almost as soon as it began. An attempt to arrest a terror suspect seems to have gotten into a gun battle. No one is quite sure what comes next for a city in panic. Back to you, Sheila.
That was Weasel News.
Though he would later calm down enough to give up his attempt at arresting Dave Norton, he would be so furious and paranoid at this point that he would call for the deaths of Michael's entire crew, much to the frustration of Dave. Eventually, Dave would manage to talk Steve down from killing all three, settling instead with killing Trevor Phillips alone, who had also shown up at the Court Center fiasco and easily represented his biggest liability. With Michael unable to get near Trevor and therefore out of the question, Steve and Dave would approach gangbanger Franklin Clinton with orders to kill Phillips or face the consequences of their authority.
Oh! What's up, playa?
Hello, Franklin.
Man, I don't know y'all. We done,
Hey,
man.
we ain't done yet, homie. Not yet.
Nearly.
Man, what the fuck y'all want me to do? Kill the president? Fuck his wife or something? Or invade some fucking country?
No, something more sensible.
Something that's gotta be done.
Hey, when the timing's right, you're gonna take old Trevor and put him out to pasture, homie.
Michael will be sensible, but Trevor won't be.
Trevor is a liability that none of us can afford.
Man, Trevor saved you. He saved both y'all asses.
And it's unfortunate.
Hey, when we give you the word, you're gonna do this thing.
Man, get Michael to do it. Me and Trevor cool, dawg.
Michael can't do it. Trevor won't let him near.
That's why it's up to you, homie.
Unfortunately for Steve, however, his underestimation of Michael, Trevor, and Franklin's own bond as criminals would be his undoing. Believing Trevor to be a dead man walking at Franklin's hands, and unaware of the counteroffer made to Clinton by Steve's supposed friend Devin Weston to kill Michael, Steve would relax and return to filming for the underbelly of Paradise, believing all of his problems to slowly be solving themselves. However, after making a deal to work together and take down all of their enemies, Michael, Trevor, and Franklin would orchestrate the assassination of gangsters Wei Cheng and Harold Stretch Joseph, along with Devin Weston, and eventually Steve himself. While filming for his series at the Del Perro Pier, Steve would be shot dead by Trevor Phillips.
Los Santos, a city of saints, a city of sinners, and nothing in between but the FIB. Cut! God, this is crap! Who writes this bullshit anyway? Okay, all right. You got this framed right?
Yeah, you're looking great.
Is the chin? How's the chin?
Oh, sharp.
All right, the audio's clean?
Nice. Well, say something.
Check.
Yeah, it's great.
Okay, fine, we're on. I'm ready. You ready?
Speed.
All right, let's do this, people. I'm a professional. Let's go. Hi, I'm Steve Haines.
Moving on Haines. Les, see if you can patch me into his radio mic. I want a last reminder of what an annoying prick he is.
A city of scumbags. The last great American melting pot. Two parties.
Oh my God! Guy! What's his name? He shot him!
From the journal The Los Santos Meteor following Steve's death, quote, Steve Haines, decorated FIB agent and host of the popular TV show The Underbelly of Paradise, unwittingly helped expose that underbelly further yesterday as he was assassinated while filming a segment of his TV show on the Ferris wheel on Del Perro Pier. Agent Haines, who had twice recently been injured in the line of duty, had been an agent for nearly 20 years and a TV host for 5. FIB spokesman Gary Lane told the Los Santos Meteor, Agent Haines died a hero, doing what he loved, which was presenting a TV show. He really helped combine the chaos of anti-terrorism and the mindlessness of network television into one highly successful career. Mr. Haines, who was not married, lived with his mother. Steve Haines was an opportunistic, manipulative career man that had absolutely no qualms with bending the rules of the Bureau, and by extension, the law, to advance his career in the name of protecting his country. Haines was exceedingly arrogant, a trait which was likely exacerbated by his unprecedented early service in the FIB and subsequent decorated career. When behind the camera, Steve presented himself as a competent, dependable, and honest example of America's finest, fighting the war on drugs and corruption on the streets. But in reality, he was a foul-mouthed, arrogant, and corrupted man, who was callously indifferent to the plight of essentially anyone that wasn't himself. Steve was also shown to have a short fuse, and was often quick to use violence as a means of displaying his authority, on top of casually ordering it almost every day for the Bureau's and usually his own purposes. He seemed to believe his own hype despite everyone else's lack of conviction, and would often embarrass himself in attempts to have the last word of witty repartee, lacking any sense of self-awareness when his comebacks fell flat. He also seemed to genuinely believe that he was advancing a cause of good in the course of advancing his career, and undermining the IAA, spending time justifying his actions to the team, his employers, and himself, while apparently blissfully unaware of how unconvincing he truly was. Unsurprisingly, Steve's attitude and arrogance would earn him few, if any, real friends, and he would be hated by nearly everyone around him, from Dave Norton to Michael DeSanta, and Trevor Phillips, and even his supposed friend Devin Weston, who described Haines as a clown. Steve was willing to have people killed, tortured, and just about anything in between at the drop of a hat, if it served to advance his career, being prepared to have a man killed in the search for Tahir Javan simply for being of Azerbaijani descent, or have Ferdinand Karamov interrogated by Trevor to loosen him up. He even joked about calling an airstrike on Chumash Beach to ensure they got their target, though whether or not Steve was actually crazy enough to ever do something that brazen remains to be seen. Above all else, Steve was an opportunist, who cared only for himself and his career as an FIB agent, willing to sacrifice friend and foe alike in order to continue climbing the ladder of success. He appears to have been motivated almost exclusively by a desire to be famous and recognized for his services to the country, and may have even sacrificed a personal life in order to focus on his career. Steve also apparently lived with his mother his entire life, and we were able to confirm that he never had a wife or children of any sort. In fact, he doesn't appear to have had any real tangible relationships beyond his mother, outside of those he coerced into being through his position at the Bureau. In the end, Steve was an isolated, paranoid, and single-minded individual who may have avoided his downfall had he only been willing to play by the book. Steve Haines was an above-average height Caucasian man with orange-brown hair and blue eyes. While not excessively muscular or overweight, Steve was in good shape at the time of his death, and likely worked out with some regularity given his frequent appearances on television and desire to look his best. In true narcissistic fashion, Steve often opted for casual upper-class polos and jeans in most settings, and while it is not known if he was a fan of the sport, he certainly seemed to embody the spirit of a typical Rockford Hills golfing enthusiast. Classifying Steve's crimes is slightly more complicated than the average subject we see here on this series. Given his position within the FIB and the fact that he was never successfully exposed in his lifetime, it's difficult to say if he was technically guilty of much beyond the murder of Andreas Sanchez, at least in the eyes of the great American justice system. That being said, hindsight is 20/20, and a real bitch, so we will endeavor to evaluate what exactly Steve would be guilty of had the courts been given the opportunity to take him to task. Given that little is known about his career in detail prior to his involvement with Michael DeSantis' crew in 2013, we will begin there when examining his potential rap sheet, starting with Accessory conspiracy murder, breaking and entering, when ordering Michael through Dave to infiltrate the Los Santos coroner's office. Accessory conspiracy murder, terrorism, and kidnapping when ordering Michael's crew to kidnap Ferdinand Karamov. Accessory conspiracy murder, torture, when ordering Trevor Phillips to interrogate Mr. K and ordering Michael to assassinate Tahir Javan. Accessory conspiracy murder, armed robbery, when ordering Michael's crew to rob an IAA bonds truck. Accessory conspiracy murder, armed robbery, theft, and destruction of private property when ordering Michael's crew to steal money for a planned raid. Murder, accessory conspiracy murder, treason, destruction of government property, theft, and trespassing on private government property when infiltrating the Humane Labs Research Center and shooting his way through the building alongside Michael and Dave. Accessory conspiracy murder, theft, trespassing on government property, terrorism, and destruction of government property when ordering Michael's crew to rob the FIB headquarters. The murder of Andreas Sanchez. Ordering the death of Trevor Phillips. We would like to emphasize that we feel we have only scratched the surface of Steve's potential criminal record tonight, and that if our American justice system were truly just, Steve would have been in a jail cell long before he was deprived of the opportunity by his criminal associations. While our government might officially deny any crimes committed by one of their most decorated agents of order secretly working as an agent of chaos, we here at GTA Biographies are not fooled, and we are proud to continue bringing you the truth in delicious, digestible tidbits laden with advertisements. Last and perhaps least, we have what may be the most disgusting type of criminal we've yet seen, the ruthless corporate businessman. If there's anyone who perfectly extols the worst elements of American capitalism, it's our next subject. The only comforting detail surrounding this last man is that he ultimately met his fate at the hands of much more violent, common criminals. On second thought, I'm not sure why this would be comforting in the slightest. Capitalism, pseudo-liberalism, and Darwinism. These are the values and systems that tonight's subject held dear, whether publicly or otherwise.
Namaste.
Tonight we will examine a man who rose to prominence in the San Andreas tech bubble of the early 2000s, becoming a widely successful and near universally hated venture capitalist investor.
What it is, Holmes?
We will follow the actions of a man with more money than the state governor and more ego than a drunk epsilonist, who dipped his toes just a bit too deep in the realm of violent criminals. A man who collected cars and financed political campaigns at home while propping up a system of death and violence abroad, and the subsequent karma he would accrue. Devin Weston. This episode of Grand Theft Auto Biographies brought to you by my incredible supporters on Patreon. Sign up today to get all the music from my shows, early access, and a spot in the credits. If you enjoy this series, consider subscribing and hitting the bell icon to get notifications of new uploads. It costs you nothing and it helps the channel tremendously. Thank you for watching, and enjoy the show. Not much is known about Weston's early life. However, some key details are clear, and we've never shied away from light speculation here on GTA Biographies. We know that he was born in 1962, and while we could not confirm with 100% certainty, we also believe that he was born and raised in Los Santos, San Andreas, and was almost certainly born to a rich family. How exactly Weston spent these early years remains unclear, but we know that he would eventually find a niche as an entrepreneur and investor in the West Coast tech industry. No significant businesses or inventions have been attributed to Weston directly, and we believe that this is further proof that his wealth was inherited, as his name first became known when he was already significantly wealthy. Presumably during the 80s and 90s, when Weston was in his 20s and 30s, he rose to prominence for his capitalistic venture into venture capitalism. He would grow his fortune primarily with investment contributions to the tech sector of Los Santos, but eventually, by the 2010s, he would have diversified his portfolio enough to include investments and ownership in internet businesses, currency trading companies, and luxury travel agencies, among others. Though not shy of the limelight per se, he would remain relatively in the shadows to the public, and instead focus his power in buying as many friends and allies as he could, in every level of government. Likely thanks to substantial ownership of related industries, Devin would also develop a close relationship with the police of San Andreas, outright buying entire police departments and even forming a mutually beneficial relationship with the Federal Investigation Bureau through Steve Haines. Though Weston never married or settled down, and his personal life remains largely a mystery, in 2009 Weston would personally seek out or headhunt lawyer Molly Schultz to strengthen his legal counsel and in the process meet his one and only admirer. Schultz, an LS lawyer who graduated from Vespucci University with a degree in law and an MSc in corporate rating from ULSA, and developed a substantial reputation overturning cases for companies like Globe Oil and Redwood Cigarettes, would be recruited by Weston as his personal lawyer at a resistance training in Rwanda benefit workout. He would be so impressed with her talents that he would make her senior vice president to his company, Devin Weston Holdings. Her obvious infatuation with Weston would almost seem to make her exceedingly loyal to him, though he didn't seem to return her feelings, and may have even consciously exploited this infatuation by fanning the flames of Schultz's love just enough to keep her wondering if it could one day be real. By the late 2010s, he would become a multi-billionaire, with ownership stakes in everything from Richard's Majestic Productions to Patriot Beer and No-Go Vodka, while also developing a habit of being the worst kind of stereotypical capitalist, offshoring profits at the expense of workers, underpaying the lowest earners in his companies, and outsourcing every problem he couldn't pay away to private security companies. Weston's most controversial acquisition would also come at this time when he purchased an 11% share of Don Percival's private security firm, Merryweather Security, who already had a particularly bloody reputation by that time. The first seeds of Weston's downfall would be planted in 2013, when Devin met with his cohort in the FIB, Steve Haines, for purposes which remain unclear. Haines, a decorated and highly corrupted federal agent with his own team, was attempting to extract information out of a suspected terrorist ally, Ferdinand Karamov, who had been kidnapped by the FIB by a team of delinquent bank robbers, led by the infamous and long-thought-dead Michael Townley, now going by the name Michael DeSanta. Devin would meet Haines and Banning at the Walker & Sons warehouse, which is in no way affiliated with Guinness Walker, GTA Biographies, or the Weasel News Network, where it is believed that Weston personally tortured Karamov either at Steve's behest or possibly at his own request.
See his face that last time I popped him. Boom!
Oh, ladies!
God, you're an asshole. You back there. I know you, but you I don't know.
Yeah, well, until I see reason otherwise, why don't we just keep it that way? Steve, what a pleasure, bro. Oh!
He reminds me of one of those guys you see advertising pills for middle-aged men that can't get erections.
Hey, Devin Weston is a very good friend of mine, so why don't you watch your tongue? Because let me tell you something, that guy gets more tail than, than a tail catcher.
I have to fucking remember that line.
Exactly what Devin did to Karamov, if anything, is anybody's guess. But given the man's apparent lack of empathy and unashamed position as a so-called Darwinist who hated the weak and poor, it seems entirely plausible that the allegations of torture are true. Whatever the case, Weston would continue to associate with the likes of Steve Haines and the FIB, and once again encounter Michael DeSanta's team following their successful completion of another robbery for the feds. Somehow, though it isn't entirely clear what role he played, Devin would be involved in the FIB's use of Michael's team to rob an IAA bonds truck of supposed drug money. When Michael's team of Trevor Phillips and Franklin Clinton retrieved the funds using a classic blitz play maneuver, Michael would personally be sent to deliver the funds to Devin at his mansion in the Tongva Hills, outside of Los Santos.
Weasel News.
Group Sachs armored car robbery connected to IAA. In a rare public statement, IAA spokesperson Lucinda Jacob confirmed a connection between her agency and the robbery of a Group Sachs armored car in Cypress Flats. She told us she could confirm the car was carrying high-value government bonds, but was unable to tell how much, where they were going, or any success in solving the crime.
Weasel News, confirming your prejudices.
Upon arriving at the mansion, Michael would be properly introduced to Devin, and quickly develop a distaste for him. Despite this, and seeing great potential in Michael, he would make him an offer of employment, and sweeten the deal to secure Michael's help.
Yeah, and I'm telling you that I don't give a flying fuck. There you go, there you go. Boom, so long, motherfucker. Devin Weston.
Yeah, I remember you. The weekend interrogator. Invest wisely.
Hey, hold on. We're not done here yet. I got a job for you, bro. 5 top quality scores. Big ticket cars. Major payday, bro.
Sounds great. I got just the guy for you. I'll put you in touch.
No. I don't want just some dude. I want you. I want your crew. I want pros on this.
I don't give a fuck what you want, pencil neck. I'll let them know you're interested.
I guess I just got you figured wrong, man.
Hey, what's the figure?
Tell me something. You like football? I got a stake in a sports investment venture. You like the market? I got some funds you can manage. Name your poison, man.
I just like sitting around watching old movies.
Oh, there we go. How about I hook you up with Solomon Richards?
Bullshit. Solomon Richards, the movie producer?
Yeah, he's retiring, man, and I'm doing a finance deal for his studio. I will make the connects just as soon as you...
All right. Oh, man. Solomon Richards.
Using his favorite tactic of sniffing out what someone found valuable and using it as bribery, Devin would recruit Michael's team, being put in touch specifically with DeSantis' criminal underling, Franklin Clinton. With Clinton in charge of the operation, he would prepare to orchestrate the most cacophonous symphony of manipulation and betrayal that low-level criminals like Franklin had ever seen. We want to be clear that once again, the role that Devin personally played in the robbery of the Bonds truck remains unclear due to his distant relationship to the events through Steve Haines. It's possible that Devin directly financed the FIB, spotting Steve for the money he expected to get from the robbery, with Michael's team effectively paying off that debt, or it's also possible that Devin was given the funds in order to launder it for government use, or even invested the money for Steve, similar to what he would do later with Michael's team. Meeting with Franklin, Michael, and Trevor at a construction site in Alta, Devin would explain his plan to rob a pair of trust fund kids he knew and hated intensely. He would have the team, now being directed by Franklin for the job, steal 2 very valuable cars, an orange Entity XF and a blue Cheetah, using Franklin to first goad them into a police chase, where Michael and Trevor would swoop in dressed as highway patrolmen to requisition the vehicles.
Slick! Oh, you must be Michael's boy. Oh, man. Sometimes enlightenment, it can be a real bitch. Good to meet you.
Yeah, likewise, homie.
We hear you're a competent repo guy, yes?
Yes, it's kind of like a little hobby of mine, requisitioning the underappreciated possessions of my contemporaries for some wealthy communists in China who will value them much more.
What?
Robbing my so-called friends, Slick.
Why?
Why? Because they have things nobody else has, because they can afford it, because frankly, I'm rich enough to do whatever the fuck I want, and you're poor enough not to ask me any goddamn stupid questions. Now, I mean that as a friend. Namaste.
That's a nice fucking speech about the value of friendship.
Oh, of course, you must be the creepy one.
That's coming from you, please. What's going on?
You're gonna dress up as traffic cops, and you're gonna rob 2 trust fund kids that I know and dislike intensely.
Why?
We can get a good price for the vehicles in Asia. Look, complete the work, you'll all be well paid.
You're late, sugar tits.
Yep. So what's going on?
You finally get to realize your childhood dream and dress up as a cop.
Mr. Weston's research team suggests the 2 boys like to ride on the Sonora Freeway.
Sounds manageable.
Hey, you 2 get going.
Ooh, let's go, T.
Dog, I don't know if this shit is for me, homie. My life's already way the fuck out of control.
All right, look. I'm a Darwinist, brother, all right? Some prosper and some struggle. Now, are you out of your goddamn mind? This is your lucky break. Choose. Now, are you gonna do this, or have you simply found your level in life?
I guess we'll find out.
Yeah, I guess we will, homie.
The job would go surprisingly smoothly, with Franklin meeting the trust fund kids at a gas station and effortlessly convincing them to race him. Michael and Trevor would pursue the racers for several miles, before pulling them over on the Cassidy Creek Bridge, where the punks were forcefully ejected from their speedy rides. They would race each other back to Haze Autos to deliver the first 2 of 5 vehicles for Weston, who continued to get under their skin.
Gentlemen, I love you all. Oh God, this is gonna be fantastic. 1 kid and 2 old creeps. Who the fuck would have thought it?
Gentlemen, move the vehicles.
Hey, gimme 5, 5, and 5. Oh, hey, chest kiss, homie.
Boom!
Dawg, come on, man. You got the fucking paper?
Abso-fucking-lutely. Look, you finish the job, you get the paper. But the order was for 5 cars. If I'm not mistaken, that's only 2. Just give me the fucking money now! Oh, I'm so scared. I really, really am. But you know what? I'm a payment on completion of work type of guy. You don't like the job? Take a fucking walk.
Hey, come on, man. Hold on. So what's next, man?
Well, it's the Z-type. Chad Mulligan.
Lay it on him, kid.
Mulligan's a record producer. He's going through a messy divorce. He's hiding his valuable assets, including the car, so that makes it complicated. He'll clock any ground surveillance we run. All we've got to go on is that the car's in a lockup in Howick.
So we just go house to house?
Not quite. We have access to an LSPD helicopter. The computer on board can ID pedestrians from a chip in their driver's license. Find Mulligan in Howick, follow him to the lockup, someone on the ground collects the car.
All right, so who does what?
You're not needed for this job. Phillips, you're in the chopper. Clinton, you're on the ground.
Yeah, I don't understand the deal between you two. Yeah, well, I don't understand the deal between you two either. But you know what? Life! It's just one long mystery. Bye-bye, gentlemen, and stay spiritual. Oh, and Michael, I'll be in touch about your friend, Solomon.
All right, good.
The third of these 5 vehicles would be an ultra-rare $10 million Z-Type owned by record producer Chad Mulligan. Using Devin's connections in the LSPD, he would have Trevor Phillips use a police Maverick helicopter and a surprisingly naive LSPD officer to coordinate with Franklin on the ground in order to locate and steal the Z-Type. After scanning people across the city in search of Chad, they would eventually locate him, and Clinton would be forced to chase him into a parking garage in Rockford Hills. Reports on what happened next are conflicting, as some claim that Clinton murdered Mulligan in order to take the car, while others claimed he allowed Mulligan to live. We attempted to reach the Mulligan estate for comment, but received no response, and whether he survived or not is to be decided by sweaty conspiracy theorists on isolated internet forums across the country. From Star Stock newspaper at the time of the robbery, quote, "The messy breakdown of fading record producer Chad Mulligan's marriage, which we're proud to have played such an integral part in bringing about, got a little messier today, when his rare Trafaldi Z-Type was carjacked in a Los Santos parking garage. Was this a random robbery, or was the assailant hired by Mulligan's wife to requisition the assets that he's trying to hide from the divorce settlement? I think we all know which is the more interesting story of the two, so that's the one we'll be reporting as fact over the coming weeks. Stay tuned." End quote. Whatever Chad's fate, Franklin would personally deliver the Z-Type to Devin at his private hangar at LSIA, where he attempted to pass on his wisdom regarding Franklin's association to the likes of Michael and Trevor.
Hey, tell me something. You know how many of these things they made?
Shit, like 10?
No, not like 10, man. Exactly 10.
Oh, wow, man. You one of them type of dudes, huh?
Tell you something. How'd you like to drive a car like this one day, man? For real.
Like this? Or this?
Oh, man, right back at me, homie. Really nice. Hey, you know something? You're not like those snowbird retiree pals of yours. You are sharp, man.
Man, I'm just looking for a paycheck for my services.
No, don't worry. It'll come. That'll come. But right now, it is life lesson time, pal. You have got to wake up to what's real in this situation, bro. Take me, right? I am opportunity. I'm security. I'm fast cars, blow jobs. I got the world on a plate. Those 2 clowns, oh man, they are the worst kind of disaster that can ever come down. They are a full core meltdown, and you're just standing there soaking up major radiation. You have got to take stock, man. Make that call before it's too late.
Yeah, all right, man. I will.
Before it's too late, man.
Yeah.
Just take any car and go!
The 4th vehicle that Devin would hire Franklin's team to steal would be the legendary JB700 movie car, with deployable spike strips, at the time a pair of mounted machine guns, though they were only for show, and an ejector seat. Coordinating with Molly Schultz, Franklin would find a way onto the Backlot City movie studio and acquire the vehicle, though the details on how exactly he did this remain debated. Some witnesses from the studio that day claim that Clinton had incapacitated actor Brandon Roberts and stolen his costume in order to casually saunter onto set and take the car. However, others claim that Clinton simply shot his way onto the set, killing security indiscriminately and generally causing chaos with reckless abandon. One thing almost all accounts of the story agree on, however, is that Clinton drove off of the set in the JB700, with an unidentified actress still in the passenger seat. Though we attempted to reach her for comment, we did not hear back, and exactly what happened to her following her encounter with Franklin isn't entirely clear. However Franklin managed to acquire the rare vehicle, he would deliver it once more to Devin at his garage at Haze Auto, and continue to demand his payment for the job as soon as possible. Unbeknownst to Franklin, however, he'd been followed to the garage by his best friend, Lamar Davis, and though initially he believed his presence to be a nuisance to his new life doing professional criminal activities, Devin would take to additional manpower on the final job like a lost MC biker to an early death. That is to say, naturally.
Insurance companies hate these kinds of claims. They don't like cats with the inside edge, shorten them either. So how'd it go?
Smooth enough, you know, movie people.
You know what the irony is? I'm a major shareholder in that same studio, so what we just did is practically legal. Ha! Practically.
Ooh, shit! Look at this motherfucker. You doing it big, my nigga, on the set.
Lamar, what the fuck are you doing here?
Oh, chirped your boy Trevor. It's fucked up when you gotta get your GPS location on your homeboys through a motherfucking speed freak.
True that. Devin Weston, master of the 2-hour female orgasm. What it is, Holmes?
Lamar Davies.
He was just leaving.
Hey, not on my account. You looking for gainful employment, homie?
Hell yeah, I'm always trying to get some motherfucking paper.
Just the type of guy I like to work with. Predictable. Hey, we could bring your boy here in on the last part of the shipment.
Oh, yeah, nigga, that's exactly what you could do. That's exactly what you
yeah.
do right
Man,
there.
look, man.
Exactly.
If you want him in, then you get him to boost the rest of the shit you got. Give me my money and I can go on with my motherfucking life.
Oh, no, am I sensing tension here, Slick? He's the spirit, but you're the brains. Am I wrong? I can see it. Look, I need you on point when we move this stuff out of town.
Yeah, whatever, man. Call me when it's done. And after this, make sure we got our motherfucking check, all right?
Ciao, baby.
It is what it is.
Yeah, whatever. Anyway, come here. I'm gonna put you in touch with my legal counsel.
Hey, don't touch me, homie. I don't get down like that.
Yeah, let me tell you how the world works, Slim.
Devin would attempt, unsuccessfully, to explain the way of the world to Lamar Davis, and likely try to plant similar seeds of doubt in Lamar to his cohorts, as he'd done with Franklin, though this is our speculation. From the Daily Globe newspaper at the time of the incident, quote, "In the most audacious piece of action drama to grace the Richards Majestic movie lot in many a year, a car custom modified for the upcoming spy thriller Deep Inside was stolen from under the nose of director Anton Baudelaire during filming. Mr. Baudelaire is in the middle of a 2-picture deal with the studio and is dividing his time between Deep Inside and Meltdown. The LSPD and Richards Majestic are yet to release an official statement, but reports indicate injuries and possible casualties, but these are still unconfirmed. The loss of the car, worth millions of dollars, comes as another blow to Solomon Richards, who has already been forced to drastically slash the budget on both Deep Inside and his financial crisis epic, Meltdown."
This is Weasel News.
Filming of Deep Inside disrupted by audacious car theft.
A multi-million-dollar car rigged with special effects was stolen from the Richards Majestic lot in a daring and violent heist. Initial reports suggest some injuries and possible casualties. We'll stay on this story.
Weasel News, confirming your prejudices.
Devin would give the details of the final vehicle, a Pegasi Monroe, to Lamar, and suspiciously, Lamar would manage to locate and acquire it with an uncharacteristic ease for the Forum Drive gangster before meeting with Franklin to deliver the entire set to Devin. Franklin would drive with Lamar and Trevor Phillips to bring all 5 of the ultra-rare vehicles to a truck stop in Procopio Beach, but on their way to the drop-off, discover exactly how Lamar had so easily stolen the final car. Authorities from the LSPD in Blaine County had been watching the vehicle and began tailing the team as soon as Lamar picked it up, revealing themselves and attempting to pull over the truck along the GOH in the west of the state. Using the JB-700, which Weston had modified to add real functioning mounted machine guns, Franklin would tear through the pursuing police and safely escort the vehicles to the drop-off. Though he would expect to finally receive his payment for the job as Devin had promised, he would learn of his true intentions through Molly Schultz, which from his perspective might as well have been a complete ripoff.
Hello, Franklin.
Yeah, where Devin at? Somewhere meditating or ripping somebody off?
In light of the drama your efforts caused, we felt it was not perhaps the best idea for you two to be seen together for a while.
Where's the money?
Mr. Weston is one of the most brilliant investors the world has ever known. He's obviously a maverick, but he's also rigorous in his research.
Yeah, he may be brilliant. Look, let me be the first to tell you. He ain't gonna fall in love with your ass. Now where the fuck is my money?
The best thing that could have happened to you in this situation has happened. He is going to hold your money, invest it in his Alpha Fund, and make the funds available to you at a time as the transfer will not induce any undue attention.
which is a polite way of saying I'm getting robbed? Are you fucking kidding me?
That is a short-sighted and frankly immature way of seeing things, Mr. Clinton. Let's go.
I boost cars and pop motherfuckers. Maturity is not really my fucking thing.
Having previously arranged for Michael to meet with his hero, Solomon Richards of Richards Majestic Productions, Devin would at this time drop the bomb on DeSanta of his real intentions for the film studio. Showcasing his complete lack of regard for others, as well as his tendency to lie and con people for the opportunity to add to his already vast fortune, he would reveal that he planned to pull the plug on the movie Michael had been helping Solomon produce, Meltdown, being one of only 2 shareholders in Solomon's company.
Good to see you, Slick.
Devin, what the hell are you doing here?
It's over, Michael.
You done good, kid. You kept this bullshit up long enough to help me trigger a fantastic insurance payout when the plug is pulled. I love you. You're like my spirit brother now.
Where's Solomon?
He's out getting the negatives of film, whatever the fuck it is. The last dinosaur in town is about to get fossilized.
What are you talking about?
Look, the movie's nearly done, so if the plug's pulled now, the investors, meaning us, get a massive insurance payout. Meanwhile, I can use that to get the other major shareholder, the old bastard's idiot son, to agree to tear this relic down and let me redevelop the area for condos. And in this economy, the city's gonna let me build tax-free. I might even get some rebates. It is a brilliant thing, and it is all thanks to you and Molly's eye for the details of the insurance policy.
Michael, they're fucking us! The suits! And they don't even wear suits! Wolves in turds' clothing!
Try not to take it too badly, Mr. Richards.
Were you ever a human being?
Look, people used to like films, now they like what? Videoing themselves, beating off on their iFruit phones. Don't blame me. I'm a very spiritual person. I feel badly about this. But evolution is evolution. Gentlemen, Molly, namaste.
Can I take the film now, Mr. Richards? My plane leaves in 25 minutes.
Can't we do something? At least let me finish the picture, then close the place down.
I'm afraid our timetable doesn't allow for that. Goodbye, Mr. Richards.
Where the hell is she going with that movie?
She is taking the only copy offshore, somewhere nice and discreet. Analog. God, it's certainly got its complications.
Michael, can you do something?
No, he can't do anything, pal. It's an inevitability.
My wife got screwed by a yogi. And now I'm getting screwed by a yogi? Fuck that! I'm a producer! Nobody fucks with my film!
With Molly on the run from a pursuing Michael, Devin would attempt to calm him down and make him consider the ramifications of his actions, but to no avail. Michael would chase Molly all the way to LSIA, claiming to only want the film back, and Molly would unintentionally get herself killed, believing Michael was prepared to kill her himself.
Out of my way! Oh, stop!
With Weston's lawyer and senior vice president dead at Michael's hands, and his plans to bulldoze the lot and build condos on hold, Devin would become infuriated at Michael, all the while maintaining his West Coast, yoga-vibing, easygoer persona, and subtly threatening Michael for making a fool of him.
Weasel News.
Terror at the airport.
The War on Terror.
A frightening scene at Los Santos International. Reports say there are multiple casualties and millions of dollars of damage. Terrified travelers fled for their lives as a high-speed chase across the runway involving police and unknown assailants left a trail of destruction in its path.
Weasel News. Confirming your prejudices.
Deciding to go for the nuclear option in regards to Michael, Devin would pretend as if everything was normal, and allow for the premiere of Meltdown to take place. Showing up casually as Michael and his son made their way across the red carpet, he would hint to Michael what he planned to do as revenge for supposedly killing Molly. Already on the way to DeSanta's house were a team of Merryweather security soldiers, and their goal was to kill Michael's wife and daughters, and his son had he not come along with Michael to the premiere personally. Enjoying watching Michael scramble to stop what he considered inevitable or already done, Devin would attend the premiere with sadistic glee, as Michael attempted to save the rest of his family.
Hey, hope I'm not too late. I wouldn't miss this for the world.
Devin, the fuck are you doing here?
Hey, what a movie, huh? Meltdown. Congratulations, Mikey. We did it. Hey, let's get a picture, huh? You, me, the proud producer. Such a pleasure working with you. You see, I was here. Unlike your wife, seems to be stuck at home.
You twisted fuck! You're a dead man!
Thanks to Michael's skills as a sharpshooter and Merryweather's incredible incompetence, Michael would manage to reach his wife and daughter fast enough to kill all of the attacking mercenaries without his family being hurt. After realizing the situation he'd gotten himself into, he would arrange for his family to stay somewhere safe and begin planning his next move against Weston.
They came to my house, Lester. My house! So I asked Amanda and the kids to move out for a few days.
I hate to say it, but Merryweather isn't short on excuses to come and kill you. Nor is Devin Weston.
I ain't looking for perspective, Lester. They came after my family.
All right. I don't know what to say. Does this change where you stand on the Union Depository?
Hell no. We move on that right away. Before it gets any hotter.
That's smart. Meet me at the strip joint. I'll get word to Frank and Trevor.
Devin, now doubly furious for Michael thwarting him twice, would begin considering his options for eliminating him, and eventually settle on a less than orthodox but very Devin-esque solution. He would directly approach Franklin Clinton at his home in the Vinewood Hills, and ask him to kill Michael for him.
Hey, Slick, it's me!
What the fuck do you want? You got my money, punk?
Hey, you got some coconut water or something like that? I need some electrolytes. Damn, it's kind of warm, isn't it?
Man, you got a death wish or something. Am I supposed to kill you now?
Oh, no, bro. Not me.
Nah.
Oh, yeah.
But that's my boy.
Yeah, but that's my boy. He has betrayed everyone he's ever known. He's got you involved with the federal government, and he's messed up several business ventures of mine. He has got to go. And you know what? I'd like to say that this isn't personal, but it is personal.
But the feds, man. The feds have told me to kill Trevor, and I obviously can't kill them both.
The feds. Steve Haines, Dave Norton. I own shopping malls. I would not employ those two clowns in. And I make one phone call, their careers, they are over. So you're gonna A, listen to some 50 grand a year pension hunter, or B, a billionaire, who even the president lets finger his wife, or C, try and be really stupid and save those two idiot mentors of yours and have everybody in the goddamn state crawling up your ass. A, B, or C. Time's ticking, pal. Beep, beep, beep. And your answer is...
Man, you know what? Man, fuck you.
Genius answer, pal. Total genius, but time is running. You think about it. Me, I got a triathlon coming up, and I am in deep training. Bye-bye.
Man, fuck you.
Fully expecting Franklin to fall in line, Devin would retire to his estate in the Tongva Hills to wait for word of Michael's death. Having heard about Michael's team pulling off the biggest heist of the city's history by robbing the Union Depository of several $100 million worth of gold bars, he would also organize a Merryweather team to collect the gold when he receives a tip, likely anonymously, from Lester Crest about it being melted down at a foundry in Murrieta Heights. What Devin didn't know, however, is that the tip he'd received had come by way of Michael and Franklin's associate, a tech genius who knew exactly how to exploit the situation to catch Weston and the rest of their enemies in a trap. When Merryweather showed up to the foundry alongside a team of Steve Haines' FIB unit, a massive shootout would result between the two groups and the three revenge-seeking bank robbers, including Lamar Davis. After killing all of the men tasked with stealing the gold, which was in reality long gone and far away, Michael, Trevor, and Franklin would plan to kill all of each other's enemies, before teaming up for a final takedown of Devin himself. After murdering Wei Chang of the LS Triads, Harold Stretch Joseph of the Family's Gang, and even Devin's supposed friend and ally Steve Haines of C&T fame, Michael's crew would hone in on Devin at his mansion. Trevor Phillips would personally infiltrate the Weston estate and kill all of the Merryweather guards assigned to protect Devin, before kidnapping the billionaire and tossing him in the trunk of his own car.
Wait, hear me out! No more talking!
you're a resourceful guy getting past those trained killers. I need someone like you in my organization.
The CEO position's gonna be vacant real soon, Slick.
I've got nothing against you, apart from the obvious hygiene issue. Michael caused me problems, so Michael had to go.
You're looking at it rationally. There are people who are useful to you and people who ain't, and the people who ain't gotta go. Me, I'm not rational. I don't care if you're useful or not. I feel like taking you out, Devo, so that's what I'm doing.
This is a serious offer. Work for me, you'll have everything you'll ever wanted.
All I've ever wanted is to watch you drift in and out of consciousness as you're slowly disemboweled.
Yes! Yes! That's the kind of creativity I need on my team. Come on! Come on! Let me out of here!
Look! I got my own company! Trevor Phillips Industries!
Oh, yeah, a fellow entrepreneur. Let me buy a stake. Give you money to grow.
I don't know if you heard, but I'm kinda gold rich right now, so you got precisely nothing to offer. Prepare for the end, my friend.
Weston would try desperately to bargain with Phillips, but eventually realized that unfortunately for him, Trevor was not a normal man who could be persuaded by the allure of money alone. He would try with all his might to escape from the trunk, but eventually Trevor would reach his destination, and the crew would give Devin one final farewell, before eliminating the egomaniacal tyrant once and for all.
I assume you got him?
Ooh, safe and sound, ain't that right, buddy?
Hey, my bad, homie. I picked C. Ain't that a bitch?
You know, Devin, the way I see it, and hey, I'm no intelligent businessman like you, but the way I see it, there's two great evils that bedevil American capitalism of the type that you practice. Number one is outsourcing. You paid a private company to do your dirty work for you, and then you underpaid that company because you thought you were big enough and bad enough that you didn't have to play by the rules. Oh, number two, offshoring your profits.
Offshore?
Oh, it's horrible. You wouldn't want to be sent offshore just to save a little money, would you, T?
No,
Franklin?
I wouldn't.
Oh, no, I ain't
Would you
going
want?
nowhere.
No, see, but we know your opinions on the matter, Devin. Keep your problems the fuck out of America, huh?
In this instance, when he puts it like that, it makes sense.
Of course it does. Hey, Devin. Goodbye, my old friend. Thanks for all the advice.
Bye-bye.
From the Liberty Tree newspaper at the time of Weston's disappearance, quote, "Billionaire investor and lifestyle guru Devin Weston has disappeared. Police suspect foul play, but no body has been recovered. Mr. Weston, 51, who rose to fame in the tech bubble and subsequently made more money in a host of other industries, including entertainment, the internet, currency trading, and luxury travel, recently caused controversy when he invested heavily in Merryweather, the notorious and discredited private security firm run by Don Percival. Police responded to sounds of gunfire at Mr. Weston's villa in the hills above Chumash, but despite signs of violence and several dead security guards, Mr. Weston himself was not found dead or alive. Also missing was one of Mr. Weston's collection of luxury cars. Devin Weston was a man who embodied the very worst of American corporatism and capitalistic greed, being practically a walking stereotype of arrogance, self-importance, and disregard for consequences. He was a man who valued only himself to an absurd degree, being a clear psychopath at times who didn't seem capable of empathizing with others at all. Willing to lie, manipulate, steal, and even kill as long as he didn't have to dirty his hands himself, Devin Weston was ruthless in his desires to be as powerful and as wealthy as he possibly could, and more importantly, maintain control of anyone and everyone around him. Weston seemed to almost care more about simply getting what he wanted at the end of the day, above actually becoming richer, as though his ability to continue accruing massive sums of money from his various investments was simply a bonus, on top of the pleasure he received from making deals that benefited him and him alone, and often at everyone else's expense. This is shown in his tendency to make sharp and often grossly callous decisions regarding his investments if he saw opportunity to cut profit, such as when he used Michael to finish production of Solomon Richards' film Meltdown, just long enough to pull the plug for a massive insurance payout, or his decision to refuse payment directly to Franklin Clinton for his work stealing rare cars, and instead choosing to invest the money for him. Devin was an opportunistic venture capitalist who seemed to pride himself on his obviously phony persona surrounding frequent yoga, consumption of stereotypical West Coast cuisine, and an outwardly facing liberal portfolio, despite his partial ownership of war-profiteering companies such as Merryweather. Despite his rise in the tech bubble of San Andreas and subsequent diversification, Devin himself was never one to create or innovate, but instead invest in opportunity wherever he saw it. He would play the game of American capitalism to the letter, and avoid any acceptance of responsibility for the horrors his actions wrought upon those he left in his wake, not even caring for the loss of perhaps the only person who ever cared for him in his senior vice president and personal lawyer, Molly Schultz. For all of his money and businesses, Devin seemed to be hated by essentially everyone around him, besides Molly, and possibly Steve Haines, though this relationship to Devin was likely entirely transactional. He was not well liked or respected in the public eye, or even by his many bought-off cronies, but he also seemed to not care for anyone's approval either, and was entirely unfazed by people's hatred for him. He was an exceedingly simple-minded man in this way, viewing anyone below him economically with disdain, but treating them with just enough faux respect to get what he wanted, even allowing them to disrespect him so long as he got what he wanted in the end. It seemed as though Devin had at least the makings of a messiah complex, viewing himself as the be-all, end-all, and everyone else as cheap, disposable pawns in his elegant game of economic Darwinism. This Darwinist approach to life seemed to be Devin's primary drive, shrugging off slights at his expense or the encroachment onto his plans with cold, calculated planning of his own to come out on top, believing the strong to always survive, and himself to be the strongest of them all. While he is not known to have ever married, he at least claimed to be a sexually dynamic man who followed the 20 and under rule of only sleeping with the youngest adult women he could, and even joked that the President of the United States himself let him pleasure his wife, though whether or not this was simply exaggeratory bragging on his part or actually true remains unclear. Ultimately, Devin Weston was a man who provided an excellent argument for the existence of evil for those that subscribe to such ideas, being a perfect example of a man motivated by all of the wrong things, who was unfortunately ruthlessly effective at spreading misery for his own benefit, right up until his death. Devin Weston was an average-height Caucasian-American man with short gray hair and a clean-shaven face at the time of his death at age 51. He was of average build, but worked out with some regularity, and prided himself on his supposedly healthy and active lifestyle. He most often opted for a casual upper-class appearance rather than flashy suits or business attire, and would don stereotypical jogger gear when gallivanting through the Vinewood Hills for exercise, alongside his armed security escort. Technically speaking, and according to the wonderfully just American court system, Devin Weston was never truly guilty of any crime in the eyes of the law. Even his participation in organizing outright thefts, such as his ultra-rare car collection, while illegal, was and would have continued to be overlooked by the authorities, thanks to his connections to law enforcement as high as the federal government. That being said, we here at GTA Biographies always seek to expose criminality when we can, and we will thus take a look at what crimes Devin could have been convicted of, at least for his more overt participation in various crimes when he was associated with Michael DeSanta, Trevor Phillips, and Franklin Clinton. With that out of the way, let's take a look at what his criminal record might have looked like, starting with the possible torture of Ferdinand Karamov alongside Steve Haines, accessory murder and theft for his unclear financial role in the assault on the IAA Bonds truck by Michael's team, illegal use of police uniforms, accessory impersonation, street racing, and theft when ordering Michael's team to steal 2 cars from a pair of trust fund kids, illegal use of police resources, possible accessory murder, and theft when ordering Franklin and Trevor to help steal Chad Mulligan's Z-Type, possible accessory murder, accessory trespassing on private property, and theft when ordering Franklin to steal the JB700 from Backlot City, accessory theft, murder, and evading authorities when ordering Lamar Davis to retrieve the final car and the team to deliver the whole set to his lawyer, likely but unconfirmed sale of stolen vehicles to the Asian automotive market, accessory attempted murder when ordering a team of Merryweather security to kill Michael DeSanta's family, accessory attempted theft and murder when ordering his Merryweather team to steal the stolen gold bullion, Keeping in mind that we were only able to account for the crimes that came to light as a result of Devin's more brazen actions just before his death, given his track record, it is a near absolute certainty that the true extent of his crimes would extend far beyond what we've been able to show here tonight. It is also worth mentioning that it seems highly likely that Devin frequently exploited loopholes and even outright broke laws when it suited him in the realms of business. Though whether or not these acts could be fully attributed to Devin or the system to which he and many other businessmen subscribed remains up for debate.
And so concludes our marathon of GTA Biographies Season 2. Stay tuned for Season 3 starting next Monday at 3 p.m. or see it early on Patreon. And don't forget about the premiere of GTA Geography Season 2 next Friday, as we take a look at Vice City. If you want to help support this channel and future seasons of your favorite programs, head on over to patreon.com/GuinnessWalker. You get a bunch of goodies for less than $2 a month. Or you can donate using the Super Thanks button down below the video. I'll see you next time. I'm your host, Guinness Walker. Thank you so much for watching.